What is up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Rich, as many of you may or may not know. And I'm just kind of giving you an introduction and an overview. This might be your very first 3D course. If so, cool. Welcome. The lectures are pre-recorded, but you always can just drop me a line over here in the Q&A section if you look down here. You just drop me a line there, and I typically get to everybody, because I do have a lot of students. I get to everybody in less than 5 days. I try to. Sometimes I miss a few, and it takes a little longer, but I will get to your question. Down here on the recorder, on the settings, if you want, you can speed up. Where is it at? You can speed up. You should be able to. Oh wait, here it is over here. Yeah, that's awesome. Right over here where it says 1x. If you want to speed that up in case I'm talking a little bit too slow, I just have a very large and international audience. So I like to speak a little bit slow, and I go step by step with things. I know that 3D is really difficult. And you might even be in 2 or 3 3D courses, or maybe you bought something from somewhere else. And there's all this, when people have the screencast keys, and the beginning course is probably a very good course. But I was noticing when I went through my learning of 3D, especially with Blender, because they do have the screencast or the screen key add-on where you can see what buttons they're pressing, that became confusing to me. That was like super confusing, and I started to get even more frustrated. So I don't do that. I will just call out the hotkeys when necessary, but you don't have to follow along with them. I also want to emphasize, before you get started, this is a very, very, very basic course. If you know the interface and you know how to move things around and you know some basics of sculpting, this is going to be too basic for you. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. With that said, no matter what question you want to ask relating to 3D, please ask. There is no such thing as a stupid question or a dumb question or that's silly, I don't want to get laughed at. No one's going to make fun of you within any space that I teach in. This is the introduction. You start out with the basics of basics. I start out with things like telling you what a polygon is and looking at some settings. We move into working with objects. That's called object mode. And then we work in some of the basics with editing mode and some really cool exercises that are easy to follow along. Then we move on to some super basic modeling. That's where you're going to learn how to make this little mock-up mannequin that you can just use for whatever you want, because you're going to be the one that's making it. The resources are over here. They are in zip files. I have different resources. Where it says resources, that's where you get the zip file. You download that. Now, for my peeps out there that are doing everything by phone, I don't know if you can download this either by phone or by the app. I don't know. Every app is different. Every phone is different. So you will, if you want to use any of the resources and the little models that I have for you guys, you're going to need to get to a laptop or a desktop or whatever to download it, more than likely. I know some of you might have an iPad and it might work, because I'm an iPad user too. So I was able to download certain things, but not everything, and try to download it from the website and not from the app. That's another big important thing. But also keep in mind that the things that you see me make, you're going to be actually making them. So you don't really need necessarily the models. You're not missing out on anything, right? We then move to the basics of UVs. I want you to understand what UVs are and what UV editing is, because it's important. I have a tiny little section here on some of my favorite modifiers. You don't know what that is yet, or you may not, and that's okay. And then I start to do some basic sculpting with what's called the move tool, and you move things around. It just builds off of the lessons that you learned early on with moving things. And you can do this with a mouse. I even have it marked there. Then we move on to using some of the sculpting brushes, which I urge you, please don't try with a mouse. This is a little bit of an extra section. And trying to do this with a mouse is not something that your hand is just going to be on fire. Please don't try and do this. Your hand will more than likely cramp up. I know some of you out there are young and are like, whatever, old dude, I can go ahead and do this with a mouse. Okay, but I'm just saying from an experienced artist standpoint, you're not going to really get the results that you want. I'm sure there'll be an outlier out there that can, but you don't need to try. And when you do get a tablet, just come back and check out that section. Now, if there is anything within this course that you feel that I may have left out or skipped over or whatever, just drop me a line. You can put it in the Q&A section and just say, hey, Rich, can you explain this a little bit more? Can you explain that a little bit more? Because all of my courses, this is no exception, are very interactive. I do interact with you guys. So if there's something that you don't understand as it pertains to Blender, please let me know. And the other, I guess the other order of operations here is, just ask questions, take your time with this. You could probably complete this in less than a week or a weekend if you're feeling overly ambitious, but take your time with this. 3D can be a very difficult subject, and just a little bit of advice for when you go forward and you're done with this course. Take your time with whatever it is that you want to learn. 3D is so big. You may just want to being a generalist that's taking years and years, you may want to start out with just low poly modeling. You may just want to start out with sculpting. You may just want to do texturing, and all that is fine. But the one thing I will say is learn one thing, go into one thing at a time. I'm giving you a super basic overview to get some of that nervousness out of the way, to get some of that frustration out of the way that you've been feeling. Because I know I was feeling that stuff too, and it was getting annoying. It really was. So, and by the way, and if anything that I am saying that you don't understand, let me know. I'm not, I've been doing this long enough and have enough students to know that any kind of constructive, anything that you can say that will help me make this better will definitely help me make the course better. And again, been doing this long enough to know that this course gets better with your help. So yes, I would love every one of my students to give me a big old 5-star review, or do a lot of writing down the reviews and how great it was. And that's wonderful, but I know at the end of the day that this can't improve without your help. So if there's anything that you want to see in any ways that I can improve on this, please let me know. Thank you so much. Go ahead and get started. The thing about the basics of the basics, the next, the section 2, you don't really have to do anything. You could just kind of watch it a little bit so it kind of eases you into it, just to let you know. I would love to see you come back and at very least watch section 2. Udemy's going to ask you to rate the course or whatever. If you just want to put that to the side until you really get into the course and you figure out how this is working for you, then you can go ahead and just say not now, because they do ask you kind of right away. But yeah, I just thought I would want to give you this overview and thought I would give you a little words of encouragement. You can learn this. If when I learned how to work any sort of 3D, I was like 45 years old. So as I'm recording this, I'm about to turn 48. So if someone your dad's age, or someone your age, or someone's a little bit younger than you, because I know I got some older students out there, and that's cool. If I can learn it, you can definitely learn it. All right, guys, I'm going to stop talking, and I'll just let you go ahead and watch the next video. Let's have some fun. So let's take a look at the bigger picture. I just pulled this offline because I think it'll give you a good idea of a few things. First of all, you don't have to know everything. And this is an example of someone's workflow, of a basic workflow. So for an animated something, or it could also work for games or animation, but let's take a look at it. So you got story, and then there's art design. That's all your 3D modeling. Your story is your writing, obviously. And then this can go to art design, can then go into scripting, which is writing the script. And then that can go into storyboarding. But we got this, which will go into 3D modeling. Now, you can go 3D modeling, and you can also sculpt. So you have modeling and you have sculpting. Those are two similar things, but also separate. I'll explain, but not right now. So from 3D modeling, you're going into texturing and shading, meaning you are adding textures and shades, and you are either hand painting it or putting textures, or you're using something like Substance or whatever. And then Blender also has that capability. Then you have animation setup, and you have character rigging, which means that if you are making a character, then you need to put a rig inside of the character so that it works, so that it moves. And then if you're doing an animation or a movie or film, there's particles and effects, there's animation motion, you got lighting, there's camera setup, there's rendering, which means you are rendering out the image. For those of you that are 2D artists, when you render something in Photoshop, you're either rendering it in PNG or JPEG or whatever. You render in 3D, which it also has the ability to render in those, but also animation, obviously. There's also the rendering, and there's also compositing, there's video and sound editing. That's the big picture, and I just showed you an example of this. There's plenty of different examples, but you don't have to learn all this. I know that there's the 3D generalist, and that's cool, but the 3D, if you're becoming a 3D generalist, you're in some sort of school, and that almost always takes a few years or 2 years or 3 years, and you're learning all of these disciplines. And that's cool if that's what you want to do. Please go for it. But in the beginning, this course that you are learning, we're just going to concentrate on a few different things. Mostly getting over the fear and the frustration of 3D. That is the biggest hurdle that we are going to jump over. We're also going to do a little bit of modeling in Blender, and I'm going to show you how to play around with some of the sculpting tools so that you get a better understanding. Again, I'm not making this course to be the ultimate in-depth Blender course. I'm specifically making this for those of you that are 2D artists and you want to get into 3D, but it was way too intimidating for you, or the very beginner who's tried to do it over and over again and everything was really confusing and you didn't understand. The instructor was moving too fast, even though it was a beginner course, but you found yourself having to stop and pause. I'm going to limit the information to get you started. And then you can take those beginner courses and what have you, and find out your own path. And very, very many times, if you look for 3D or CG jobs, you're just hired to do texturing and shading, or you do texturing, or you do rigging. You don't do all of this. Even in a smaller studio, you might do more than one of these things, but just letting you know. And the other thing that I want you to keep in mind is poly count. There is low poly, and I've also heard mid poly, but then there's high poly. Usually there is low polygon modeling. So if I look over here, right in this first car where it says 15K, and I pulled this image off of line, you can see that you can still see the polygons. And if you're confused on what polygons are, the next video is going to show you what polygons are. That's 15K. So when you increase the polygon count, you are getting more detail. However, if it gets above, you have to work within the constraints if you're making a video game. And I don't know the exact numbers, so you're going to have to look that up depending on what you're trying to do. Don't worry about the poly count right now because you're a beginner. If you're going to do a video game, there's plenty of things out there that will let you know what this game engine can handle or what is good for animation. And I say that not to be vague, but in August of 2021, we're on the cusp of Blender 3.0 being the newest Blender release in December. We are also somewhere within the vicinity of this course of this time, there is Unreal Engine 5, which has some different things. So there will always be new software and new software capabilities, and the technology will just be able to increase things. So that's what I want you to keep in mind. So 15K, that's a lower poly model. You might even be able to go lower than that. For low poly, you might even be able to go 5K. And you can just see as it increases the poly count, you are getting a higher resolution. So just think about it this way. This 15K low poly. So let's look at what we would consider high poly, high detail. That can be, and this is probably really old because it says 480K. If you're on ZBrush or you start to sculpt in Blender and you have a high resolution model, you could have a million polygons. You can have a few million polygons depending on what your machine can handle, right? So you can have a few million polygons in this hyper detailed model, but if you got a million polygons, that's not workable for a game engine. It's just not right now. Who knows? Unreal Engine is making some bold claims, but we'll see. We will see. But I want you to think about it like this. High res image, millions of polygons. That's your 4 to 8K monitor, right? And low poly is the old school tube cathode, what is it? Is it cathode ray? The tube TVs that are like 360p. So 360p versus 4K. So I want you to keep that in mind. That's what that is. That's what the polygon count is. And also for those of my video game people out there, Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation. All the PlayStation games, those were low poly objects. That is low polygon modeling. And you can use people still use low polygon modeling, but I want you to keep in mind that that's what that is, as opposed to something like any one of the current video games, from Spider-Man to Horizon Zero Dawn, or any of the fully animated Pixar 3D movies or whatever. So that's the difference in that. So I'm going to stop talking. The next video, I'm going to give you an explanation of when they're talking about polygons, how to decipher that. So I'll see you in the next video. So let's do this. So if I drew this face right here, and I did this, said this is my character. So here is my character. Doesn't have much detail in it, as opposed to if I also just did something. Change this color here, it's bothering me. So as opposed to if I did this character, let's say it's right here. So as opposed to if I did this character, which is going to have way more detail to it. I'm not going to go crazy with it. Let's say the face is a little lopsided. I'm sitting here drawing around my tablet. Okay, so we got this character here, and we'll put a little bit more detail into him. Put some shading into him. Now, what does this have to do with 3D modeling? Well, first of all, let's take a look at what this is. I could divide this up into a polygon is a shape. So you can either have 3 shapes, and most people like quads. All of the peeps like quads. When you go to render, and I didn't know this until about, I don't know, maybe a month ago, that even though you always see people do box modeling or modeling with pulling and pushing edges and turning them, and they always talk about you want everything to be clean topology and you want it to be in quads. When it comes time to render them, they get cut in half, so they become triangles. And usually when you are sculpting, it's usually in triangles, and I will show you an example of that later on, just to show you an example. But here is the interesting thing. And if it is more than 4, it's called an n-gon. So that's called an n-gon. These are referred to as quads and tris. Usually tris are triangles. So what is going on with this polygon stuff? What do people mean? Low poly, high poly. So let's take a look at a triangle. It doesn't have to be a perfect triangle. So this is a point. This right here is a point. So think about connect the dots, right? So you are having a connect the dot fest. You got a big old book of connect the dot stuff, and you are connecting the dots. You are connecting what are called points. You're also connecting what are called vertices. The word is vertices. It's a fancy word. Vertices equals points, dots, etc. Right? That's a vertice. Now, we are going to connect these with lines, right? That's what we do. We're connecting these with lines. And the lines are referred to as edges. Edges equals lines. Now, if I went 6 and 7, and then I kind of did like this, so I would connect the edges. And when I close off these edges, they make what is called a face. And a face is just our closed polygon. So 3 things. We just got vertices, we got edges, and we got faces. And let's just put a 5 or whatever there. So these are the 3 things that are going to make up your model. So why am I showing you this? Well, if I were going to just kind of divide these up, and I were going to make lines like this, if I were going to put lines, if I put a point next to, let's go back to this line here, and I'm going to go in red here. If I were to put points all over here, like it was a connect the dots, right? If I were to put a point every time at the edge of all of these little squares, and I do mean all of them, and I wanted to connect these all together so that I can get as many quads, as many 4-sided things as I can see, if I just wanted to connect these. Don't worry, the software will more or less do this for you. Well, it'll do most of it for you. You do have to do some of the work. Now these edges out here, I'm not going to worry about that. But you can see that I have, and then I'd have to probably add a point right there. So I got all of these 4, I have all of these quads, right? As many quads, I got quads, I might have some triangle, like I might have a triangle up here, and I have all of these faces. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So let's just say I have like 25 faces. So I have 25 polygons. And right now, this is just a flat image. So if we were to graph this out, this would be X and this would be Y. If I'm wrong, my geometry people, my math people, please correct me. I think it's rise over run, right? So if we plotted these out, then we would have, this is the Y coordinate, that's the X coordinate. And they would have some sort of numerical value, right? I'm sure you guys were, don't worry, this is not a mathy course, but I just want to show you how this fits together. So I have 25 polygons. That's a pretty low poly count. This would be low poly. Now over here, if I zoomed in, let's change this to black. Now, if I wanted to make a point for, say, these lips, I'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I put in the top lip, or I just kind of put the crease in there. So let's say I had that. So now I have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I could just make a little point. And the more detail it gets, the more points it gets. And let's say that if I connected all of these, and then I did the eyes, and then I did the eyeball, and then I did all of the dots here, and I just did all these connect to dots. And let's say that got up to, just for the face alone, it got up to maybe 250K, 250,000 polygons. That's pretty high. So that would be high poly. High poly, high point, lots of polygons in the X and Y axis. Now, what makes 3D is this. So not only do you have points within this, so the X and Y, and different pieces of software will have different things, but we also have the third axis, or the third dimension, and we'll call that Z. And so now you would have points that would be here. And so now instead of you just having a square, just making a square like this with a face, so we'll put F for face, right? So we have X and we have Y. Instead, you would have Y, X, X, and Z. So now you would have, let's switch up the colors here for a second. Now you would have faces that make our square, but now you have this other face right here. You have the ability to go backwards and forwards in the other direction, which now you have those shapes. So now you have 3 dimensions. So instead of me drawing a representation of a box on a flat plane in perspective to give you that illusion of depth, I can't turn this to see what's behind there. But here in Blender, you can see that I have, and over here in Blender we have X and Y is back there. X is right here and the Z is up and down. But I can turn this around, because if I go into edit mode, then look at that. We got points right there. Points. So you see those points? These are your vertices. These right here are your edges, because it's the edge of the shape, or the edge of the polygon. These are your edges. And so vertices connect to edges to make faces. And there you go. And so as you can see, if I throw this in X-ray mode, we can see all through it and see that this is a 3D object. So that's a polygon. That's the bigger picture. That's what we're going to dive into. I don't want you to be intimidated by it. I'm going to take my time, which means that I want you to take your time. And we are not going to try and memorize hotkeys. I'm going to press everything. If I instruct you to press a hotkey, I will take my time, tell you which hotkey to press. It does speed up your workflow, but in the beginning, I think it is way more important for you to learn it first. Speed comes with time. Please do not try to rush yourself and speed up anything in the beginning. You're learning, and that's okay. You're going to make a lot of mistakes. I still make mistakes every single day. I still make mistakes when I do 2D art. Every single, not day, every single time that I do something, I make a mistake. So don't feel intimidated. Don't feel bad. I was opening up Blender since for a very long time, shall we say. For years, opening up saying today I'm finally going to learn, and never learned it. I was opening up Blender since I first saw Blender, I think 2.3, whenever that was. So, and never learned how to use it until Blender 2.8, and I think that was probably a 10 to 15 year span. So do not feel bad if you think you didn't get it. I really didn't get it. So you're in good hands. Let's get ready to have some fun. So this is Blender 3.0. I downloaded the alpha. I've never downloaded an alpha of Blender before because I was never comfortable with working in Blender before I learned Blender in about version 2.8. That's when I finally got it and said, okay, I can do this. So that means that I'm going to look at this for the very first time, but everything on its initial, everything looks the same as 3.0 or as 2.93, which is the current version. So you can see it says load 2.93 settings. And so when you open up just the 2.93 version, you're going to set this up the exact same way. But I figured that this would be a good opportunity to walk you through a setup. So you'll see some sort of startup screen. It may not look like this, and that's okay. My startup screen for 3.9 is, I'll show you what it looks like, what my startup screen looks like, just in case. But they always change the artwork, so don't let that throw you. And as you can see, you can open up more than one Blender instance. Oh, it's not giving me the uploading. It's not giving me the loading file. I could load it up, but there's always a picture that starts out. So let's get rid of that. So my language is English, I think. I don't know. My language is English. Shortcuts, Blender. For those of you that are, well, there's Blender 2.7X. That's the an older version. Select with your left. Space bar. Now, you can have play. And if you're going to get an animation, that might be cool. Tools. This is going to show you tools. Or you can do search. I'm going to do tools, because why not? Blender Dark. That's the only thing that I want, because anything else gets me triggered. All right, save new settings. And so now you see you can start up with opening a new file here, or you can just click off of it. You don't have to do anything. It's giving you a manual. It's giving you the Blender website, credits, video editing, VFX. And so you can open up different things in Blender. Let's click off of this. Now, the first thing that you will notice is that everything looks super small, which can freak you out a bit. But what we're going to do is we are going to go into our preferences. And if you're on Mac, I don't know if it's on File or under Edit because I haven't opened up my MacBook to see, to be honest with you. But it might be under File, so go into your Preferences. Just look for it. It's either under File or it might be under the Mac symbol as a MacBook user or as a Mac user as well. Sometimes, well, you know how things can be just slightly rearranged. You're going to go to your Preferences. So I'm going to stop right here and say, stop the video and go to the Preferences. And then come back when you are ready. We're going to take our time. Okay, so now the first thing that you will see is interface. You got interface, you got themes, viewport, lights, editing, animation. It's pretty cool, pretty different. Most of this is essentially the same, but There are a few differences here and there, but the main thing that I want you to put on first is to go to interface, and right up here where it says resolution scale, I want you to just click right there, and I want you to drag. And I want you to drag until this looks big enough for you to understand. I have mine, I mean, you can really go for it, but I got mine at about almost 1.5. It doesn't have to, you don't have to have it exactly. I want you to adjust it so that everything looks big and less intimidating and you can clearly see this. I wear glasses. I know how important it is to be able to see things. It's a little bit of a calming effect when everything is a lot bigger for you. So first thing first, we want to make everything bigger. So there's some other stuff up here. You can splash screen, developer extras. We're not going to worry about any of that stuff. Like line width, if you wanted to go thick, you could. So I'll just show you, you can kind of play with that. So default, it's up to you. I just have it on default. That's fine for me. There are a few other settings that we can go back to, but I don't really want to worry about it. I'm going to click out of this and I'm going to show you what I have on my 2.93, which is what I will be teaching the course with. But as you can see, it's not that much of a difference. So if you look down at the bottom here, this is my Blender that's open. I always right click and pin it to the taskbar. But this, and this is the newer, the 3.0, 3.0 alpha, which will eventually just be Blender. And right over here with Blender, I'm going to click this again. It opens up. It gives you that little, I forgot what that screen is called, the little black screen. But as you can see, I have this right here. I have this pretty big as well. If I go under File and I go under My Preferences, I'm sorry, if I go under Edit, go under My Preferences. By the way, as if you've had me as an instructor for one of my 2D art courses, you will know that I make mistakes and I keep them in. The reason why I make mistakes is if I find something that is difficult, I want you to see me to make the mistake so that you aren't feeling like, ugh, I must not be getting it. I leave my mistakes in. That doesn't mean that I can't draw or sculpt or paint or anything. It just means I made a mistake. And I want you to realize that too. So with my interface, okay, I got this one at 133. And this is the other thing. If you want to click over here, I have auto preferences saved. So that means that when I go into, say, the add-on menu and I do things, so that we got like system, we got save and load. I'm not going to go into all of this right now because in other Blender courses they'll go through all of the other stuff. I want to get you in and get you comfortable with 3D without, to be honest with you, without boring you. Because I know it can be. It can be. That's just how it is, right? There's some other stuff in here that is useful. But right now, I just want to make sure that you have save auto preferences so that when you go into the add-on menu and you start adding things, then all of a sudden you don't have to go back and hit save. If you don't want to add that, then you just hit save. So as you can see, this is the Blender that I'm going to be teaching from, and this is Blender 3.0. Not really much of a difference here. I know that there are some other things within here. All of this looks the same. But I think the biggest thing with this is there is a content folder that you will have access to that isn't there necessarily right now. So that's one of the biggest changes, is that the content menu, the content folder that would be available. Okay, and I had to look it up, by the way. So if we're down here, I can move this up. And right over here, you can change all these viewports around if you want. I'm not going to get into the more advanced stuff where you're just watching things and not doing stuff. But you can see that I have it under Asset Browser. That's what it's called. I call it a context menu or a content menu or content browser. If you are coming from like a game engine or DAS Studio, there's some sort of browser where you can browse all of your content, all of your 3D models, your files, there's a lot of other stuff that's in here. I'm not going to worry about this right now because this isn't going to stop us from learning Blender, right? Or this isn't going to stop me from teaching you how to get started in Blender because everything else is identical. I don't really see any differences. And again, this is the alpha. So that also means that by the time now December is supposed to be the launch date, December of 2021, I will of course update the course with that. But as you can see, like this is all the same stuff that I'm used to seeing under edit mode. Let's check sculpt mode. That's the other mode that I work in. Everything looks, a few little brushes there that no, I mean, there's not really anything that I'm seeing that is so different from the current version that I work in. So I do want to let you know that since I'm releasing this course at such a weird time, you don't have to download the alpha. We will be working on 2.93, and the awesome thing about Blender is 2.93. You hear, maybe you've heard like, oh, it's the long-term release. That means that there is going to be support for 2.93. It's going to be kind of a standardized version for the next couple of years. So you'll always be able to do 2.93 without, so in other words, for people that start projects in 2.93, there will be long-term assistance, long-term updates for it. So that is what we want to do. This is first things first. We're going to take our time with this, and you're going to have some fun. I'm going to make a lot of really bad jokes, and I want you to enjoy yourself, but I also want you to learn, because I do feel like this is a course in which you can enjoy and learn and give me your feedback. And if there's something that I'm going with a little bit too fast or you didn't quite understand something, drop me a comment in the Q&A section, ask me, and I will answer it, or I might even make a video. So I'll see you in the next video, guys. So let's take an overview of Blender to get yourself familiarized with everything. And by the way, I have notes. So here's my thing. This is how since I've been teaching, I've been kind of obsessed with teaching and learning, right? So this is what helps me. And this is what also helps me with Blender, with ZBrush, with anything else. I first have to watch the video, right? I have to watch the video, or if I get a course, what I personally do is watch the first section all the way through. Then I go back. I then take notes, literally in a notebook. I'm sure you heard those pages open up. I take notes in a notebook. Then I can watch it again and follow along, especially when it comes to something like 3D. 3D, and people don't tell you this, which, let you in a little secret here. 3D is hard. It's hard. It's not easy. It's not impossible, but your brain has to, I'm looking for a better word, but your brain has to thaw a little bit to receive this new set of information. Your brain is going to strain when you learn 3D. It will. And so I do want you to pace yourself. I found that in the very beginning, very beginning, I felt that I was never going to learn this at all. And I do mean, I was really frustrated. I felt lost, and I felt like it was too complicated. And I also ran into videos and things online where the person had been doing it for so long, it just came easy to them. And so they were just skipping over certain parts or blowing past parts that I was having to stop the video and do all of that. So I urge you to watch a section or watch a few videos, do about 15 minutes, take a little break, do another 15 minutes, and then stop, right? Then go back and then you move on. I would say start out with maybe 15 to 30 minutes a day and let yourself process the information, because you can get burnt out on learning really quick. And that's not what I want for you to happen. So I'm going to be a little bit silly. I am going to make some silly jokes, and hopefully you will look forward to my silliness and come back and learn. Now, with that said, after I've told you that 3D is hard, but I'm going to teach it to you anyway. But it's true. I'm going to take my time with a lot of things. I will repeat certain terms. I will reinforce certain terms. I will sing you a song. I'm not going to sing you a song. It's not what I do. I don't sing. Stop. No. But let's take a look at what's going on here with the Blender apparatus. Up here, we got, just like any other 2D application, you got things like File, Edit, Render, Window, Help. Should say Please Help, but it doesn't. And you got different modes that Blender can be in. Now, over here, right, where in the corner, it's going to say Object Mode. That means that you are going to play with and move around and manipulate objects. If you guys work with DAZ 3D, or you've maybe worked with Poser before, what you are always in with those particular products, you are always in object mode. You can only move objects around. That's really the only thing you can do. You can, I know there's a little bit of primitives where you can squash and stretch out things and flatten areas, but not very much. You're pretty much only able to move objects around. You're not able to manipulate them. You're not able to edit them. You're not able to model or sculpt in something like DAZ 3D. Now, there is object mode. So if I want to go in and I want to start modeling stuff, I go to edit mode. There are hotkeys for all this. We're not worried about hotkeys. That's not what we're here to do. So this allows me to edit things. Just like I showed you before, and I highlighted everything, and you were like, oh, I get it now. This is great. Or hopefully you said that. And then there is sculpt mode, which is its own mode in itself. Now, there's some other stuff here. Now, there's vertex paint, there's weight paint, and there's texture paint. We're not worried about those. I don't really, that doesn't, and it'll change depending on what's going on. Just to show you, that's weight paint. I'm not worried about that. This is a beginner course. But if you look up at the top, there are all of these layouts. So this is just the regular layout that Blender has. And from here, you can go into all of those other modes. Now, if you want to just go straight to modeling, now I want you to watch up here where it says object mode when I hit the modeling button. It's switched over to edit mode, and you get a bunch of brand new tools that say a lot of stuff. Now, this bottom one says box cutter. It is an add-on. We'll get into add-ons later. And I have these other, box cutter also gives me another little add-on over here. You don't need them. You do not need any add-ons. Blender comes with a lot of add-ons that we can activate, but we're not going to worry about that right now. I think it's a mistake to try and give you a bunch of add-ons right in the beginning. Now, watch over here. We're going to go into the sculpting mode. Now, all of a sudden, everything has changed. Even the things over here has changed in this big, intimidating thing with the little icons that you have no idea what's going on here. Like, what? What is this? Right next to it, we have UV editing. That's where you can UV edit stuff. You can edit the UVs. But first you have to unwrap it, just to let you know. And I'll explain what that is. But again, when it comes to UV editing and texture painting, that deserves its own, and often does have its own class, course, dedicated course that is just on texture painting, or just on hand painting textures, or just on UV editing and unwrapping. And that's once you learn the basics, right? I want to show you what it is, but we're not going to go into it, because all of this is just way too much information. Shading, well, we got our shading, and we got a little bit of browsing over here. This gets into the nodes. Do not be scared or intimidated. We're not going to get into nodes, by the way. We're just not going to do that. That's just, nodes are a lot. Animation, not doing any animation. Rendering and compositing, that's all video stuff. So all these things back over here. Geometry nodes, that's brand new as of this recording, or relatively new. And then there's scripting, which, oh my goodness, I don't know Python. I just recognize all of this and I see .py somewhere and I get afraid and I go back to layout, because I don't need that in my life. I don't. I will stick with my basic technology. All right, so these are the different modes, and within these different modes we have what's called our viewport. That's this area right here. And you see I got the cube highlighted right over here. This is our scene collections. This is where we find our scene. This is what is in our scene. So if I added something over here by hitting Shift A, don't worry about that, because you can always just go over here and add. And it says mesh. Ooh, what's that? We'll do a video on that. Don't worry. So we'll add a mesh. And we can add a cylinder. Cylinder pops up right in the middle of here. We got to move that so we can see that it's a cylinder. And now if I click over here into my scene collection, then the cylinder highlights. If I click over here, the camera highlights. If I click over here, this is a light. Now you're like, this is a light, I can't see anything over here. No, you can't see anything over here because we're not in the right view to see anything. All of these right here, these are your editors. If you just hover over, it'll tell you what everything does. This can be overwhelming, because for a long time, like, this became, for me, like, what? Okay, these are my texture properties. These are the object data properties. What does this mean? What is this going into? I don't get it. I don't understand. Now I switch over to things and these change. So when you when you select something, some of these little menus over here can change. But let's go back to, we're in object mode. And over here we got a bunch of tools. This is where your tools are going to be located. Now, right over here, this is our gizmo. We can turn everything like this. Right? That's what we can do. These also help you navigate. These are your different views right here. And I'm going to explain all of the basics of this and what they are used for, because for me just to go over and tell you, it's not really helping you. Down here is your timeline. I rarely use the timeline. I can just kind of get that out of the way, because I'm not doing any animation or anything related to the timeline. So the biggest thing is your viewport. And I know the first thing everybody goes, okay, we're going to get rid of this cube. No, we're not. No, we're going to keep the cube there. Let's keep the cube there. We're not going to get rid of anything. Not right now. So when you open this up, we're not going to delete the cube. Like, that's when you get more advanced and you want to have your own setup, then you can just delete the cube, or you can just have it set up to where the cube doesn't even appear. So I'm not okay, first thing you just get this cube out of the way. Nope. Leave the cube there. Cube is good. Cube is always good. whether it's a polygon cube or ice cube or ice cubes or cubism. Told you, bad dad jokes. They're not going to stop anytime soon. So that is your overview. Now I am going to show you a few of the settings that I like in the next video, And that is how I will end the section. And again, this is just for you guys to watch, so you can have a general idea of what's going on. So we're going to go into the next section, and I'm just going to show you just a few things that I have turned on that'll make your life a little easier. So I want to make sure that we have a few things here. I don't want you to be intimidated by the preferences menu. Let's go to preferences. It should be under edit. Click onto preferences. Now everything that I have opens up on a second screen. I have a second screen. You do not have to have a second screen, although if you are going to 3D model, eventually, maybe you want to invest in one, please, because it'll help you out. If you are going to get in, now you don't need a tablet to model, but my opinion is if you're going to sculpt, you're going to need a tablet. Even if it's an inexpensive, lower budget tablet that's under $100 or right around $50. There are plenty of decent tablet companies right now, and they're all vying for your consumer dollar. Obviously, Wacom is a very solid tablet, but there are some of the other companies out there. XP Pen is a good company, and Huion is a good company. Beyond those, as of this recording, I think those two companies are really good. I know there are some other things out there. Can I draw on an iPad? Of course I can draw on an iPad, but Blender isn't on an iPad. Or I don't know if it's on a Surface Pro. I think it might be on one of the Surface, because it's a full version of Windows. If you can get Blender on that and you have a stylus with it, you'll be fine. The problem with that is your hand. If you try to sculpt with a mouse, your hand is going to... Look, I'm not a doctor, but as someone who's been drawing for most of his life, and at that point that is well over 40 years, I take my hands very seriously. And your hand on a mouse, scrubbing back and forward for hours and hours, you're not going to last very long. Your hand very much could start getting pains and other things. So, I'll be turning 50 shortly, in a few years anyway. The idea, and having been my past of being a very young break dancer to club kid to doing a little bit of martial arts, let me just tell you, arthritis is real, kids. So keep that in mind. Don't try to sculpt with a mouse. That's my opinion. Please don't try. Anyway, dad lecture over, right? So over here, add-ons are really cool. I bought some add-ons, but let me go with the things that I've enabled that I know that you have. I'm not going to worry about ArchiPec and Archimesh. Let's see. So you can go up in here and type in. So let's just type this in. I want to type you through it. import. So you're going to import. You want to import. Check FBX format. Image paste, that's an add-on that I have, but import images is planes. That's what I have. Import, export, wavefront OBJ. That's one that you want to have, and those are just the basic ones to have. You want to import the FBX format. Images is planes. Now you may not have all of these because I bought some add-ons. So let me just go with official. Okay, I think I got rid of everything that I bought. So if you want to stop the screen and you want to add on these, I don't know about this GT. I don't know why that's. I think some of these are activated by default because I don't remember Stanford PLY format. So you are going to have some things that are already enabled, but go ahead and freeze the screen and enable these. Right? That's what I have. And what else do I have here? And so yeah, this is what I have here. So if I get rid of the import, the other thing, render cycles, render engine, and freestyle SVG exporter. And I will because freestyle is how you get lines on your render to make it look like it's a bit of a drawing. So, and there are some add-ons out there, and some of them need to be updated that people sell, and sometimes people give them away. But yeah, so that's what I want you to enable. And over here, so if we come up here over right where our little gizmo is, so you see where I'm making this go back around. Let's do this. I got to go back. I'm sorry, I forgot to do this. I'm going to go back to preferences. It's good practice. It's good practice. So interface, where is it? Because by the way, I forget where stuff is. But let me just tell you, I only got so much bandwidth for knowledge. I have a ton of 2D knowledge and things that I've memorized over the years, and with all the stuff that I have memorized in life, look, there's something's got to give, right? So I'm gonna be honest with you and tell you I don't remember that. Where is navigation? Here we go. So you're gonna go to navigation. Right now, this is trackball navigation, which means if I navigate it, I can go all around here. This is cool when you're sculpting, but you see I got this like here, and all of a sudden it's all wobbly and everything else, and then you are trying to make it like go straight, and you're just like, this is making me mad, and you stop. Let's not do that. Let us go and so let us go here and go to turntable animation. So turntable animation it works more like you're orbiting like a turntable is essentially what's going on. This doesn't mean that you can't do the trackball thing, but it gets a little less wacky to manage there. Hold on a second. All right, I had to take a break because it was a dog barking. Who's mine? But anyway, turntable animation or turntable-y rotation in the long run that's what I prefer to have it on, because I find it gets less out of control with that, because I kind of think of it like a turntable, like we're scratching a turntable, and it doesn't get all. I mean, we can go underneath, but as you can see, it's a little bit more controllable. Up here on the horseshoe, right where it says global, if you go next to here, there is snapping, which means that when you are moving things, it snaps to other things. During your snap during transformation, you turn that on if you want to be more accurate when you are moving things. This does help. So it just moves it in increments. If you don't want that, turn off the horseshoe. Turn off the magnetic horseshoe. It's supposed to be a magnet. Over here, we are going to enable. Where's it at? I always forget. So over here, we have viewport overlays. So you see I got the floor. So you might not have the floor. Have the floor selected. And the axes we have, so if I took off X, I won't be able to see the X-axis, X, Y, but there's no Z. For the purposes of learning, we're going to have Z. I want Z on there so you can see the axes, so you can kind of help yourself to memorize them a bit. A bit, not much. And so all this other stuff I got connected if you want to freeze the screen. Outline selected. Showing out because it shows the outline around there. I got extra objects because object details including empty wire, cameras, and other visual guides. Bones, we're not going to really use that. Relationship lines show dash lines indicating. Like I just have some of this was all by default, but the biggest thing over here was to have, and you can scale this inside and out. But I would leave that at the default of 1. And X, Y, and Z, I want those both activated. Because now if I say, go up to your viewport navigational tool and go around the Z axis, you're seeing that blue axis right there. So I want this like this. And now, to make sure that we're always in default, well, what I kind of call default, your Y, so your Z is up and down, and your Y is up in the back. So negative Y should be in front. Positive Y is in back. I don't know why. I don't know why. Ha ha ha. All right. And X is going across there. So that is that. And so with it, when it's XY, and I was kind of wondering, like, why I gotta stop. I was inquiring as to the placement of the X and the Y values. If we go to the top here, then it makes a little bit more sense. So this is moving along the Y-axis. That's moving along the X. So those little plotted points. And so it's because you are looking at it in top orthographic. Don't panic. I'll explain what all of the terms are. The terms that we're going to use. So now it's moving along the Y-axis. Now it's going along X. And if we click onto our gizmo, that's what it is, a little gizmo, then all of a sudden we get that Z-axis going up and down. So technically, from a mathematical standpoint, and it's the only time I will try and mention math, these are the positives, that's the negative, that's negative. Because if it was if it's a number line, then the middle would be 0 and it would go 1, 2, 3. Sorry, let's go up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Right? And so this would be -1, -2, -3. And so if this is positive 1, 2, 3 over on this side, then negative is -1, -2, -3. And then we turn this for Z, that's positive Z going up, right? And then negative Z is going down. So that's why that is. I am smart with my brains that live inside of my head. Okay, I am going to stop talking. After this video, I want you to take a break because after recording these videos all in a row, my brain is a little bit spent. Go and do something. Go play some video games. Chill out. Don't start the next section. At least give yourself an hour. At very least, give yourself an hour. Or just give yourself a day, to be just brutally honest. Give yourself a day. All right, I'm going to stop talking. Don't get burnt out. You're going to learn this. You are. You got me as a teacher. I believe I'm pretty good. That's what the students say, except for the ones that don't. All right, guys, I'll see. So let's go over here, and we're going to go over the tools. But the one thing that I want you to do, you should be in object mode. Blender should be opened. Now, I want you to go over to the first thing that's lit up is your select box. But before we play around with the selection tool, here's what we're going to do. I want you to go over here to the tool, and I want you to make the arrow, make the little pointer, the selection, look like a double arrow. Click and drag out all the way until you can see what it says. That's very important, because you want to be able to read the stuff. Now, you see I have Hard Ops and Box Cutter. Again, those are two add-ons. Don't worry about those. That's a little advanced, so I don't want you to worry about that. The other thing that I want you to do is over here by the gizmo, there's a tiny little arrow. If you click onto it, it's giving you the other menus. Now, it's just probably going to say item, view, and tool for you. I just want you to see that I do have some other add-ons in here that we're not going to use. They are paid add-ons. I'm not advertising for anyone's add-ons. But this can help you out later on. If you want to press the N, as in nope, key, press N, that goes away. If you press N again, and if I ever go over here to open that up, I will remind you to press the N key or just to go over to the tiny little arrow and click. And to get rid of it, you press the N key. And on and off, okay? So, let us look at, we got select, that's what we're going to learn first. So, well, we'll go select and cursor. So, we have our cursor and we have our select box. Our select box, when we have this, If you click off of it, you just click and drag, just like for those of you that work 2D software. That's it. That's all you got to do. Now, of course, there's more than one way to select, and just like any other piece of software, if we left click and hold, you get tweak, which you can kind of click and drag onto it a bit. We click and hold, but the other one, like the select circle, I never use that, just like in Photoshop. I never use that select circle. I either use the box or I use the lasso. So grab the lasso and let's just kind of select the light. You just draw that and you let go and it highlights. You know that it is selected. Even if you can't see the highlight, if you look over to our little scene collection, our scene viewer, our view layer, then it's going to be highlighted in blue. You could change these colors, but let's just keep it as is. And so you see the light is highlighted. Now, if I want to select something again, let's say I want to select the camera, I can just go up here and select the camera. Now I want to select the cube. I'll just select the cube. So by default, I just keep it on select box. It's easy to understand. That's it. This does come in handy. I like, in context, select box works most of the time for me, for my purposes, for most people's purposes. But if I got to get in and select a little item and I want to quick select something, then I'll go in for the circle, especially if you have like 6 cubes that you didn't rename and you're trying to find the right one and you want to select it, then there you go. And just a shortcut, the A key, if you just press the letter A, that selects everything. Alt A. So in 3D, Alt is usually the opposite. So just to let you know, Alt as in the alternative, like I know you know what Alt means, but the alternative of the thing that you just did. So the alternative is the opposite. In this case, in 3D. In our 3D cursor, we can just move our cursor around. This is our cursor. And we just have it on left click. Blender used to be right click, but now right click just gives you another context menu. Now gives you the object context menu. But we can click on 2 things. We're just moving on the cursor. We're not selecting, right? We're not selecting. We are just taking the cursor and we are moving it around. That's all that we are doing. Moving the cursor around. And when you move the cursor around, it is a good idea to move our navigation gizmo to see exactly where it's at. All right, so that is how you select things and use the cursor. I'm going to keep these videos a little shorter so that you can have them to refer to them really quick. All right, I'll see you in the next video. So let's take a look at how to navigate the viewport. Let's just say that there are about 137 different ways to do everything in Blender, right? 137 different ways. And I don't expect you to memorize. There's more than that, but I'm just throwing out the number. 137 different ways, right? To do everything. Just like in Photoshop, you can do things 137 different ways to do one thing. Blender is no different. But you will get the same result. I want to show you how to navigate around the viewport and to navigate the viewport itself. So I'm going to put this into a little bit of context here. So don't worry about this. We're going to get to this. I don't want you to freak out, man. But we want to navigate the viewport itself, what you are seeing, your active viewport. The easiest way to do that is with the gizmo. Now you see I had this up here. Now you look and see I just had the cursor way up here. So if I put the cursor down here and started adding stuff, and go back to add cube, And I'm trying to put this into context for you. So I move the cursor over here. I go back to add cube. And look, it's adding where I'm putting the cursor at. All right. But let's go back up here and navigate, because we don't want to do everything 137 different ways. We just want to do it the most simplest way instead of 137 ways. I know you're tired of me saying that. What number did I say again? 137. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. So this, you are navigating the actual viewport. You're moving you're moving like this. Our viewport is an imaginary camera. This, let's go back up to select box. Let's go back to select, and we're going to click onto our camera, or you can click to your camera. Now you see these cubes are here, right? And we can select a cube. So going back to the other select, if I wanted to select a lasso, and because if I tried to go back with select box and I wanted to select this one right here, then I'm touching all these other boxes that are over there in the corner. And I just want to select that one box. So I can go into select lasso, and I can lasso around that. So you see we're building off of the last lesson. And that's cube 1. You should more than likely try to rename them, and you just do that by double clicking and calling this not ice cube. Okay, so that's not ice cube. So now you can always just go back to it. So that's one way, is our gizmo. We are rotating things. Now right over here, this is zooming in and out of the view. So we would just left click, we'd hover over here, make sure that you're hovering, and pull up, and then pull back. So we are just zooming in. That's all we're doing. We're zooming in. We're zooming in. You're zooming in right to the middle too, by the way. So you're zooming in and out of things. All right. And right underneath there's a hand. It says move the view. So this, if you have any other software, it's kind of called panning, because you're just moving this. You're just kind of panning the camera. Like I'm not really. When you start to model, this makes way more sense. When you start to move the scene around. So if I went over here, and let's say I wanted to kind of center that a little bit, I would move that with the hand, or maybe I'm off too much. And I'm like, let me zoom in right there. I'm zoomed in, but now I need to see this. Let me go back to, go away from select lasso and go to, let's keep it on select box. I clicked on to here. Now I just want to do this and pan back over there. Now I just want to zoom out. So I'm just zooming from the center, and that's how you do that. Right underneath here, this is toggle camera view. Just click onto that, and that's your camera view. That's it. You can add more than one camera if you want to, but we just toggle in and out of camera view. And we can highlight the camera because it shows us our camera for my 2D people out there. This is also can be referred to as the picture plane, because it is the plane in which we will see the picture on. F2 is a shortcut for printing things, so if I hit F2 like I just did, then that's the render result that I got. So I just want you to practice that, and when you want to get up out of that, you just click again. Just click. We're only using the icons. We're not worried about the shortcuts. And over here, this is perspective. That's orthographic. So what do you mean by orthographic? Orthographic is a little bit more flattened view, and it's the video game view, right? An orthographic game, like you have orthographic pixel art. This is orthographic view, to where, well, it's orthographic view. If you ever played Diablo or any of the games that have a top-down orthographic view to them, I don't know if Diablo's all the way orthographic. I think it's just more 3D top-down. But I do think that you understand the idea. But we want to keep this on perspective view. So that is how you navigate around the viewport. Go ahead and practice that a little bit. Don't be shy. Practice. Practice makes what? Not perfect. All right. Practice just makes better. All right. I'll see you in the next video. So, how many different ways are there to do everything? I know, 137. But if you go to your number pad key and you press 1, go to your viewport, press 1, that's front view. 3 is side view. 7 is top view. Makes it a little bit easier to rearrange things so that you can see them in order. All right, so if you don't want any of those, you just move that. Make sure our X or our Z axis is up. And oh wait, I don't think that this doesn't save, so we can do that if you want, just in case it disappeared. I just forgot. I didn't save anything. I didn't save the viewport overlays. I don't know if you can. You may be. It's not that important though. So I got my axes right here, and here's what I want you to do. If you don't have something that looks like this, I want you to take your cursor and I want you to move your cursor kind of up on the Z axis, right? And I want you to go with add cube, and I want you to just add some cubes, right? And then I want you to take the cursor and I want you to move them down a little bit, and I want you to add, so this right here, add cube. I'm going to get to it, but I think this is a much better way to move things. Just do this. And because I want you to do it. I don't want to just give you a blend file with these things in it. It doesn't make a difference. Just kind of make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just make about 6 or 7 boxes. Just add them. It's very easy to do. All you guys do is just click and drag, and just do it a few times. Do it a few times, and that's fine. And you're gonna have a bunch of cubes over here. So I'm gonna just kind of pause a little bit, let you stop the video and do that, so we can go to the move part, so I can show you how to move things. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to click over to move. Now, by default, you should have select box. And what I want you to do is I want you to click onto any box. And the first thing that I want you to do is notice that these little gizmos are corresponding with your gizmo. So the top one is Z, that's the most clearest one. So if I drag that little arrow and go up and down, it is constrained on the Z axis. If I use this bright green one right here, and I'm colorblind, so this is constrained on the Y axis, and it's moving all the way down. And so that constraining part, that is the vanishing point of this picture plane. So that point back there is that object's vanishing point. At least it's one of them. The other one we can't see. That's on the x-axis. It's going way back to its other vanishing point. So if I kind of move the viewport around and maybe went out a little bit, you still can't see it. You still can't see the vanishing points, but you can tell that it's somewhere way back behind there. If I move this way, that's going to that vanishing point. That's going to that vanishing point. I'm not trying to turn this into a perspective lesson, but now this is going up to this vanishing point. Right? So now what I want you to do is to take some of these, and let's do this. Let's press the 1 button on our numpad key. So we're going to go 1. And what I want you to do is, no matter how many things you have selected, the first thing we do, if our camera is there in the middle of all these boxes, I want you to select the camera, and I just want you to move them. So this is constrained to the x-axis because I can look right up here at the gizmo and see this is x. I'm not memorizing anything. Well, I have memorized the z-axis. But so it's restraining this to here. I want to move this way back. I don't want this in the way. My light is right there. If I can't find my light, I click onto my light. It's going to give me the gizmo. I'm going to move this over this way. So now what I want to do, you should see, if I zoom in, you see my red line of the x-axis. So if you have a mouse wheel, you scroll in, you can scroll in or scroll out. We want to pan this down a little bit to center everything. And what I want to do is I want to take these objects and I want to move them down to the line. I'm going to take all these and I'm going to move them on the same line. This one right here, you can see this, I can move this up. Now if I wanted to, right up here where it says viewport shading and it's got that sphere that looks like this, if I click onto there, I can see the lines. They're black, but you can see through them. And you can kind of select the edges and move them around. So we're just going to move these all on a straight line. We want to make sure that they're all on the same plane. We can take that off. We can go back to this solid circle. That's X-ray mode right next to here. So where I'm at, sorry, up here where it says options, if we go down, then it'll say viewport shading. Then there's one that says viewport shading, and they all keep saying viewport shading. But this one is solid mode. But if I wanted to hit X-ray mode, it says toggle X-ray. If I want to get out of toggle X-ray mode, I just click it again. So I click it on, click it off. So I just want to move all of these up to the line here. I'm going to click this right here. I want to move that down to the line. I want to click this. I'm moving all these to the line. And if I want to, I can move some of these over. So I got one right there. I'm going to move this over. And it doesn't make a difference. I just want to move them onto the plane of the surface. And we're just moving these down. That's all we're doing. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. It's not, we're just doing, we're constrained. So it's okay. And we're going to move down. And so we're at 1. The other way that we can do this is 137 ways. 3. We're making sure now I want to move these over a little bit. Just want to kind of space them out a little bit. Not that much. And they don't have to be evenly spaced. I just want to give them a little bit of breathing room here. We're keeping them on the same level, the same layer. Zoom out a little bit. Take this one. Move this over here. Maybe this one right here. Move it over. Click right here. We'll move this over. Since they're 137, the last one is 7 up here. And these are cool, but I want to kind of move these. I don't want them to overlap each other. And I don't want them to join each other. So we're just moving this around like we're playing Tetris. No big deal, right? Just playing a cool little game of Tetris. My goodness, I hope that reference isn't lost on most of you. We're just moving blocks. That's all we're doing. We're just kind of clustering these blocks together a little bit. Just until you get something that looks cool, that you like. So then I'm at the top view, so I'm going to just left click, go down here, and there you go. So now you're going to save this. Well, we'll just go up here and we'll click Save As. And so this will pop up, Save As, and it's Blender files. Their native files are called .blend files. So we're going to click onto this and we'll just call this blocks. And we're going to save as, and it'll be save as.blend. So there we go. We're going to keep that file. Just keep it on your desktop. We'll play around with that a little bit more. We'll play around with it a little bit later. Well, not a little bit later. We'll Play with it in the next video. That's how you move stuff. All right, I'll see you in the next video. So I want you to open up the blocks, and here's what I want you to do. We got our little cluster right here, and I want you to go back down to add cube. I want you to make a longer, oh, I messed up a little bit, but that's okay. Make a longer box right here. And then I want you to go back up to select box, and I want you to kind of zoom in and move everything around until you get, so I got this view. Now I got to pan a little bit. Whatever you got to do to get this view, this so technically this is 3-point perspective. We can tell because our edges are going to a point. They are left vanishing point going back that way, which is the x-axis, the y-axis, and we can see that there's also a z-axis depending on how we turn it, right? But what we are going to do is we are going to click onto this and we are going to rotate. Now, right now, everything rotates. It's going to rotate around the center, and that's what we want. I'm not worried about rotating around different corners and things like that. There's plenty of time for you to learn that. Essentially rotating everything around its center axis is good enough. So I want to turn this the other way. So what I want to do is to turn this on this axis, on right where the blue is. It is turning on the z-axis. Because our z-axis, and this is the best way to show you this, we'll go back up to z. It's not, why is it not showing me? Don't know. But I do have it selected. Oh, because my z-axis is way over there. So that's the z-axis. We're going to turn this on the z-axis. That's why the blue is right down here, because it is going to turn. So if we look up here where our Z is highlighted and we click onto this little C, little half circle, and we turn it, it's also turning this. Now take a look over at the top of the select box. You see rotation. So it's 75 degrees, 80 degrees. Let's kind of stop when we get at about 90. So we've rotated it 90 degrees, essentially. Let's double check. We can go over here to that little box, and if we look over here, we have transformations. Location, that's moving. We just did location. Now we're at rotation. If I look down, I rotated on the z-axis, so it's 90.6. If I click onto this and just click 90 and hit enter, see it moved a little bit. I click onto it again and hit 180, hit enter, turned again, right? So if I wanted to rotate it 30 degrees from there, I hit enter, it's like that. But I want to straighten it out to, well, no, let's just leave it just like that. Now, these other rotations, I want you to, if you have not pressed the N key or you do not have this particular menu, when we turn this, let's highlight the red little half circle on the box. We are going to rotate this forward and look at the numbers change. So now the numbers are just changing and it's rotating around the center. And so this is going all over the place, right? And if we stop, you can see that it has rotated negative 29 degrees. So if I wanted to, I can just go 29 degrees, enter. That'll kind of do a little something there. And right over here, negative 6. So let's just give it to 6. And then if I wanted to straighten all this stuff out, this X right here, it's at 102. The closest thing is 90. Let's rotate everything 90. And so now everything is at 90 degrees, right? And so that's how you can rotate things. You can use the gizmo, right? Its own little rotate gizmo. You can rotate it like that. And if you look over at rotation, it's giving you what this is. You can press your N key and use all of these. Or we can zero this out and reset everything. Right. Just like you can do with scale, or I'm sorry, just like you can do with location. So if we go to 1 and I pan up, well, look, we don't have, this is just floating. So maybe yours is floating. I'm going to leave the little floating thing over there so we can move this. So we can move it this way. So over here. And then I'm moving it on the Z axis. Well, it's up 6, 5. But what I can do is click here and go 0. And the 0 is not, did that on purpose. The 0 is half. Why is it half? That's the default. So when we open up our cube, you notice that the cube is not sitting on a plane in Blender. It's not sitting on the plane at all. So if I move it up here, what's the number that's closest to Z? It's like 2.8 right now. 2.8. Right about there. It looks like it's about 2.8, something like that. I don't know the exact measurements of everything, but just to let you know, if you put 0, it's going to go down below the line. So that is how you rotate. So you got 2 different ways of rotating, right? We got you can rotate here. You can also locate. That means move, rotate. And the next one, we're going to do scale. See you in the next video. All right, so let's talk about scaling. We're going to go to scale. Make sure that select box is at default. I just say this because sometimes it's not. And then you're like, I can't make this work. So I want you to zoom in, or at least where you can see one of your smaller boxes. So we're going to do this. I'm going to click here. And if you go right here in the middle where this circle is, you click and size up. So we want to size this up. And that's how you scale something. Now, you see these little boxes right here. If I want to make this, if I want to scale this in the Z axis or in the up and down direction, I'm scaling. But you notice that it's not just extending, it's scaling in both directions. The same thing with, if I click over here and I go and I want to make this a little bit bigger, I can click here and I can just scale. Then I can scale right here. So I want you to pause the video and grab some of your smaller box items, click onto them, and just scale them. Scale them any direction until they look a decent size. And the decent size is up to you. And the other thing that we can do, we can go 1, then we can go back to our move, and we can put, I still want to put everything all on the same plane. So now you're going to click here, we'll move this up, and remember, if you want to see through these, we can do wireframe, that's the easiest one, and you want to click on the edges and just move them up. It's easier to do it in wireframe or in X-ray mode. Wireframe also turns on X-ray mode by default. And just go back to solid mode. Now if it's easier for you just to go into X-ray, these buttons are right up here, and if you get confused, you can just click and look right here. And also, if we click onto one of these and we go back to scale, you see it's restraining. Now these little boxes right here, these boxes are, the best way to show you this is if I go right here and go back to move, this can only move on these two axes. That's what those little boxes are for. And I should have showed you that before. And the circle can do the same thing. But I mean, and this if you want to do this faster, you can grab that. At this point, it's in the front view. It'll be, what is that, the green box? Yeah. So we're going to click onto these. Either you have X-ray view on or you don't. Either way, it's okay. And then it's 1 and we want 3, just to see if we get a good little distribution. They're going to overlap each other, and that's cool. And then we're going to go 137, so 7 is top. You're going to zoom out, and I want to move these boxes a little bit more inward. And the other way to do this is if we click onto here, and let's scale this. I'm just going to scale it up, and then I'll scale it this way. This one's a little small, so maybe I'll scale this one long, and then a tiny little bit the other way. And then we'll go back to 1, and then I'm going to go up to my gizmo, and there we go. So everything is kind of X-rayed out. I don't want that, so I'm going to click off of it and make it go to solid mode. I'm going to go back up to select box to get that off of there. And just to let you know, transform is all of them. I don't really use transform. So, and the next thing that I'm going to do is we are going to look at the add mesh or the add cube. Then I'll explain to you what a mesh is. All right. So bear with me. In the world of art, you're doing art stuff, and I teach painting and form and things like that. I will tell my students all the time that everything is shapes and everything are basic, super basic shapes. Very, very basic forms. And with those very basic forms, you can make just about anything with very, very simple shapes. And it's true. So these are some pretty basic, simple forms, simple shapes. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're just blobbing paint everywhere. This isn't what I signed up for. But all right. But if I start to perhaps put some form to this and start to perhaps maybe give this a little bit more form. These are just primitive shapes. They're very basic shapes. They are shapes that you can use to make just about anything. If you put any of these shapes together, they can make a ton of things. They are, as they say, very primitive forms, primitive shapes. And these shapes are super important. All right? So these little shapes, you will hear them referred to as primitives and or, go back to my paintbrush, that might help. So we got ourselves a cylinder. This is a box. And a box can be anything. It can be a rectangular box. It could be many other versions of the box itself, right? It can be a lot of stuff. It could be a long box, a short box, but the point is it's a box. And this right here is going to be our, so these are our basic shapes. And these shapes right here are, at their simplest form, they are very, very primitive. And so you'll hear them called primitives. Now, we know that in 3D, for instance, if I had this, it's a very simple, it's a building block. So I like to think of very, very simple shapes, as I do in drawing, as building blocks. If I want to teach you anatomy, I will just give you this, and that's a cylinder. And then all of a sudden, we can box everything out. It's a box. Right there's a chest. We can put another cylinder right here. We can have a cylinder there, another sphere, another cylinder. And pretty soon, using some basic shapes, we can have a figure, right? Made out of really basic shapes, boxier shapes, cylinders, spheres. It's kind of a modified cylinder right here for the head. And these building blocks can help you make anything. Because essentially, there is box modeling, which I like a little bit more, and there's edge modeling. Now, I think in terms of very simple shapes first, and then I elaborate, and I can just put on the muscles on top of here, put the bicep in, and I'm going to put the shoulders in, and I can put the pectoralis in there, and the collarbone, and then I can do that, and I'll put the muscles on top of there. But I need a strong foundation, and your strong foundation are your primitives. Now, with the primitive itself, we know that we have vertices, edges to make up faces. In order to do things with these faces, and we were scaling and we were doing some other stuff, but we weren't really doing any sort of modeling just yet. In order to do that, we would have to, so this face right here, all of this cube is divided into 6 faces. Now, the number isn't really that important, but at its base model, it's divided into 6 faces like a die, or dice, or whatever, however you want to call it. In order to give myself, that is the geometry of that cube. So in order to give myself more geometry, so more geometry, that's a fancy way of saying giving myself more polygons or polys. So it's already divided, so I need to divide it again, meaning I want to subdivide it. So I want to subdivide the primitive. So I have subdivided the primitive to give myself more geometry. I could subdivide it one more time, and that divides everything again, like this. And this can go on and on. Now, if we take just this one side, if we were to take this and we unwrapped it, so we would have something that, let's just take one side, and we've divided it, we've subdivided it. And if we were just kind of to spread it out with all these points here, right? Zoom in, and all these have little points because all of them have vertices and edges. Well, it kind of looks like a net. And it kind of looks like netting. In other words, it's kind of like a mesh. Another fancy way of saying net. And so the mesh, when we subdivide it, it's still a mesh when it's 6 sides, but we subdivided it. It is a subdivided mesh, a subdivided netting. It is wrapping around. So all of these polygons are wrapping around, and they are doing this, and they're dividing, and they're doing all of this stuff, and then they're going this way. And so we have this cylinder that is divided up, And for my 2D people out there, it is divided up along these contour lines. Contour lines going this way, contour lines going this way. And when you increase, the more you increase them, the more smoother the form can become, right? And we'll go over that again, but I just want to give you these terms because all of these are going to have this netting around it. These are our primitives. These are our meshes. These are our poly mesh or polygon mesh. Sometimes you will hear them called primitives, right? And these are just the most simplest forms. Why did I go through all that? Well, right over here, if we go up to add, the first thing that you see is add mesh. Well, look at that. A plane. That's pretty simple, because if we add this plane, and I just kind of make it a little bit bigger, if I go into edit mode, I'm going to move this up. If I go into edit mode, or actually let's go back to object mode, let's select the plane, you can see that edit mode, this is just a big gigantic polygon. That's all this is. So in order for me to, I can't really do anything with it. I can do a little bit, but not that much. So if I were to try to, say, move this portion over here, I can just kind of do that. That's not really giving me much of a model. I'm not able to do anything. So what do? Well, I can click here and it's already divided, but I can subdivide it. And when I subdivide it, this subdivided and gave me more polygons. And so I can subdivide it again. I can do that with this, this particular, let's go back into object mode, back into edit mode. Or if I want to select everything, I'm going to go into X-ray mode so I can see the back and select everything. And if I go over here, I'm just right-clicking and subdividing. Now it's subdivided everything. Let me take off X-ray mode so we can see this a little bit more clearly. I subdivided it again. Now I click off of here. All of a sudden, I now have I have a lot more room. I can subdivide. Try this again. But I can subdivide this again. And I can keep subdividing, right-click, subdivide, right-click, subdivide, and I can get so you can see that this is subdividing a lot. So now I can manipulate it a little bit more, whether I want to go into sculpt mode and sculpt with it, or I want to model. I probably wouldn't divide it up that much to model. Definitely would not in the beginning. But that is, and so if we look at this, this is, if I start highlighting on this, these are individual little polygons. This is our mesh. This is a 3D mesh. And so what I want to, or at least that's how I view it anyway. That's what makes it easier for me to understand. So we can add, let's go back to object mode, sorry. Let's go back to object mode because it'll do some different things here. So we can add a mesh. And what do we have? We got a cube. Yeah, there's a circle. There's a UV sphere. There's an icosphere. There is a cylinder, and there's a cone. And we got a donut. Donuts. Okay, they're cool. Love donuts. But I'm just saying. And a donut is another, it's a torus mesh, right? And so you see it says construct a conic mesh. So if we grab the cone here and we go up here, now this is gonna, obviously it's not one-sided. You can look and see that it's divided up. If I go into object or edit mode, we can see that it has some faces, it has sides, but at its core, it's a pretty basic shape. It's basic shapes that people can understand. And so that's why you have, That's why you can add a mesh. That's what you're doing. So I just wanted to put that into some context because oftentimes people don't really sometimes you may not understand, and I just wanted to give you the explanation of what a mesh is. So now you know. Let's move back into Blender in the next video and look at the next lesson. So I want you to open up, go to File, and you open Recent. So I put blocks. It'll give you your most recent. I got the most recent 10 files or whatever. But we're going to open this up. I'm not going to save the changes before closing. So here are my blocks. So I did all that explaining so that we can go over here. We have add a cube. And we're going to play with this in a bit. But right now, I want you to come up here to add. Yes, the shortcut is Shift A. You can do that. We're going to add a mesh. And we are going to go over and we are going to add a plane. Don't worry about curve, surface, metaball, text. Don't you worry about any of that stuff. We're not going there. We're not. So you're going to add a plane. So what we're going to do is click onto plane. Now, you may not be able to see it, and that's fine. It's there. But if we look over here where it says add plane, I want you to click in there, and I want you to type, let's say 60. Enter. So our plane is way over there. Wherever your plane is, here's what I want you to do. The first thing I want you to do is we want to go to 1, and then you can zoom out, and I want you to move the plane. If it's above, if it's below, it makes no difference. You know how to use the move tool. We're going to move it over, and then we're going to move it down to be even with our x-axis plane, right? And we want to double check everything. So we want to go to 3, make sure it's there. Okay, I'm cool. So now I'm going to do this, right? And so what I want to do is I want to go down to this add cube. And we're going to click and drag, and then we're going to move up. And I'm going to click and drag, move up, and then click again. Click, drag, and you can do this. Just play around with it. Move up. Now I want to go on top of one of these other cubes. Click, drag, move up. So do it again. Click, drag, move up. So I'm going to move around here. Click, drag, move up. And maybe put one like kind of at the corner here. Click, drag, move up. So for my eagle-eyed peeps over here, you're like, ah, this is kind of like a city. I can now plot out my 3D cities and not have to worry about it. So check this out. So right next to here, we'll interrupt this little building, and then we'll just go up, and then we'll do this again. We'll put it right on the edge here. We'll go up again. So now we got ourselves a little elaborate 3D building there. So let's move around, and let's click, drag up. We'll put some little layers on here. Click, drag, and move up. Click, drag, move up. And just go with whatever you feel there. You're going to mess up. You'll make mistakes. That's cool. Don't worry about it. It's not that big of a deal. You'll click, drag, move up. If you want to reshape some stuff, click, drag, move up. Make a different looking building. Click, drag, move up. We'll put a little bit of a so if I zoomed in, so I'm starting right here. So I'm also using these little grid lines to line up. So check that out. So I'm using this grid line to kind of line things up. So I'm clicking, I'm dragging in, pulling over, then I'm moving up, I'm stopping. So now I got this shape right here. And so now the other thing that I'm going to show you guys is that we're going to go back to our select tool. So one of these buildings that you've selected that maybe has 2 or 3 stories on it. Now all this is madness over here. This is cube. This is madness. I know. This is this is quick and dirty way of making a little cityscape here. So we're going to click. I'm going to click here. I'm going to hit shift, click, hit shift, click. Now what you're going to do is you're going to hit Control J. Now you've joined that together. Control J. And you can rename this, and I want you to click over there, find where it is over in your scene view, and we will call this building. Did I spell that right? No, I did not. Forgot the U. Building J. There we go. So if I'm just clicking around here, got building J. Now if I don't like the way building J is, I can move it, right? So I can click onto here and I can just move the whole thing, right? All right. So here we go. So wherever your city is, I want you to go over here and I want you to, we're gonna find where our light is. We're gonna take our light. We're gonna move the light down. Now I want to make sure that wherever my camera is at, so let me go to 7 on my number pad. So my camera is way over here, and if I click onto my light, it's over there. So I want to move my light to where it's kind of close by my camera view. And I'm going to go to 1. Now see, it's all the way down here, and I couldn't see it. So I'm going to move this up here. Then I'm going to go to 3. I want to make sure it's somewhere where my camera can see it. So now what I want to do is go to my camera view, and I may not like this camera view, so I have I'm going to go over here to my scene, and I know there's all that stuff over there, but go to your camera, make sure it's highlighted around here, and you can just kind of use these to where you want to be right around the light here. You can rotate. Rotates this way. You don't rotate it that way. And what I want to do is I'm going to rotate this up a little bit. I want to make sure I got my light in here. Now I want to hit F12. So now if you hit F12, that prints what you are seeing in your camera. And now you got like these little buildings here. Now there's not a lot of light right there, but that's okay. So what we can do is I can go to my cursor, building these skills up. I want to place my cursor right there where I can see it, or I can place it somewhere else. And then I want to go up to add. So I'm going to go to add. I'm still in object mode. I'm going to go down to light, and I'm going to go to point light. All right. So now so the point light, it's giving us some stuff here. You can make a point light. You don't need to make a sunlight. But let's make a sunlight. Let's make a sunlight, and let's get out of camera view. So the sunlight is going to be really bright. So if you hit F12, where it should be really bright. So it's going to give us a much clearer. So I hit F12. And that's our render result. So we could have put in another sunlight. That's fine. The other thing that I want to show you guys, because then the next one, I'm going to give you a little small assignment there. We are going to go to this. So all my gamers out there, you'll like this. So view, you're going to go to, you're going to go to view. Right, we're next to object mode. You're going to go down to navigation. You're going to go over. Now, occasionally you're going to not hit it right perfectly. Don't worry about that. Go all the way down to walk navigation. Now, move your mouse. Now, WASD. So W is going to go forward, just like a video game. Take your time. Don't worry about it, because flying navigation goes really, really super fast. And we can go through here. and you can turn, and you're moving it just like a video game, right? Just like an FPS, just like a shooter. You're just moving through here. And the other one is Q goes down, E goes up, and you're moving around with your mouse wheel, and you can just click and stop, then all of a sudden you're up out of navigational view. So, if we wanted to, we can go in here, and we can add a camera. Oh, where did I add my camera at? Let's go out of here, see where I went to. Let me get up out of here. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. So this is my camera. So now I got my camera highlighted. So now if I go into camera view over here, well, it's giving me that same camera. So that's a little annoying, but maybe I want my brand new camera here. So I'm going to go to 7, and I'm going to kind of pan over because I'm way out, because my camera is over here. So now I want to take this camera and I want to move it. So maybe I want to move my camera over here, right here, and I want to rotate it. So now I'm going to rotate it around. Didn't mean to rotate it that way, but that's okay. Meant to rotate it like that. And that's where that camera is. Now, this is, I don't quite know where this camera is, so let's go with 1. It's kind of pointing straight ahead a little bit. So I'm going to go down. Let's kind of point it right there. Let's go to 3. Okay, so if I go to camera view now, that's my highlighted camera right there. So you're like, wait a minute, I want to go to the new camera. Luckily, Blender has made this a little bit easier for us. So right up here where it says Camera 01, and you can rename your camera too. You can rename it. Let's rename it. Doug. There you go. Where'd Doug go? Where did Doug go? There's Doug. So you see the little camera icon right there? I'm going to click onto the camera icon itself. The little movie camera, not the picture camera icon. That's not that. This is our little, looks like a little movie camera. It matches this icon right here. You're going to click on the icon itself. Now that is active. Okay, that's active. And so, that being active, now when I go to the camera, I get my different view. So now I'm looking at that other camera over here. And then, if I hit F12, then all of a sudden, I get a much different render result. Alright. So there you go. That is, that's how you add planes and stuff. The one thing that I do want to do, we're going to do a little assignment in the next video. I'm going to give you your assignment, and this is what I want to see you post. Is the assignment when I give it to you. All right. So I will see you in the next video. So when you have what you did when you hit F12, you rendered that image. You rendered it. Blender has, well, it has a few render engines, meaning, so you can even get a separate engine, if a separate render engine. It is a renderer. It renders your image, right? So Eevee is on by default. Now, if you go over to, so you see this little camera right here, if you're in object mode, the first one is active tool. The second one is render properties, right? And then I want you to click that and go over to where it says Eevee. Click down, go down to cycles. So now you're in the other render engine. They're going to update this to something called Cycles X. And they said it's really awesome. And you're going to go down to where it says, so right at the bottom, you're going to see Grease Pencil, right? Not Grease Pencil. Right under that, you're going to click on to the little sub menu, scroll up, and you're going to click onto Freestyle. Now, it says line thickness mode. It says absolute. and the line thickness is 1 pixel. So make sure that you have freestyle checked and absolute. You are under cycles. My CPU. I don't know why that's on there. Supported. No. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Put GPU because I should be using my GPU, not my CPU. Now, this may take you a second, but I want you to hit F12. Now, I want to show you what it's doing here with me. So you see it's rendering like that, right? So it's rendering. It's just rendering the way that it's rendering. You're like, okay, whatever. Okay, it's great. You've shown us this before, Rich. What are you talking about? And then you give it a second. Look at that. Black lines. So my 2D artists out there. Yeah, you can kind of tweak this a bit to give yourself some more lines, but take a look at that. And you haven't even edited anything. You've got your black lines for your buildings, and you can take this, because it is rendered, and wherever you would put your renders at, right? So wherever you would put your renders at, then you can take that into your favorite, so right underneath here, output properties. The resolution, I have it at 1920 by 1080. If you're making a comic, maybe not any bigger than that, because it's 1 frame essentially, right? And I got the file format as PNG, and you can kind of click onto here to open your file browser and put it whatever you want to put it to. So I just wanted to share that with you, that yes, you can use this for your perspective. Now, let's go in and let me tell you the assignment. So the first things first, you are going to start with a brand new scene. You're going to go new, general. I'm not going to save the changes I made because it doesn't make me any difference. So now, if you want, you can delete the cube or not, but I want you to either hit Shift A or go over to Add, and I want you to add a plane. And from this plane, I just want you to go 40, and I want you to hit Enter. I want you to zoom out, and then what I want you to do is, if we want to delete the cube, we can. We're going to go over here, and you're going to make a building. Now, here's the thing that I want. I want you to make some interesting looking buildings. There's no wrong answer to this. Let your imagination run wild. But I do want to be able to see some a little bit of streets there, you know, like a little bit of the walkways. But the biggest thing I want you to do when you make a building, when you're done with your first building, what I want you to do is because I want you to get in the habit of doing this, because I don't do it in Photoshop or Clip Studio Paint or even here, but it will help out. So you're going to hit Shift click, and you're going to hit Control J, because it's going to join. And then you're going to go over here and you're going to rename your building and call it Building Baxter, or call it whatever you want to call it. Short building, tall building, whatever, superhero tower. I don't care what you call them. So I want you to do that. And then I want you to check and make sure everything is on the same level. I want you to move this around to this little grid over here. And I just want the grid to line up as much as possible, so you have little streets that are in sort of a grid, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a little bit more gridded out. And then I want you to hit F12 and render, and I want you to post it into the Q&A forum. So, if you made it this far, congratulations. Did a lot of stuff. You learned a lot of things. Feel free to go over all of this. Feel free to ask me questions. I look forward to looking at your cities. You don't have to do the freestyle, or you don't have to do the cycles freestyle rendering thing. You don't have to do that. But I do want you to hit F12. Remember, you want to set that up where your... hold on, let me see. So I kind of went over here where it looks like a little printer, and I went down to where it says output. So I clicked onto that little arrow. and it's in it doesn't have to be in PNG. You can use whatever you want to use. Well, PNG or JPEG, it's just easier. I would put it right on your desktop. I would make a little folder for Blender class right on your desktop, so you always can have access to all the files that you made in the course. And all you have to do is click onto this, and it'll open up the browser. That's kind of common in most pieces of software, and you just browse to your desktop, create a new folder, and it'll go right to there. So the next time that you say hit F12, that'll be saved in your browser. And this didn't this didn't do anything when I hit F12. It didn't show me anything but a bunch of gray, but it will be in that folder, and you can rename it. So if I did hit F12, this is a render result image, and you want to go save the image, and you can just always change the name of the image. So we'll just hit save. So, and it'll save to your, it should save to your, let me go here. And so underneath here, I can go and save it. So my saving video is, so there it is. It's untitled PNG, and I'll just call this gray because it's terrible. It just looks like it's gray. We'll just save it as the image, and it saved it there. So if I go to that individual folder, and give me 1 second here, sorry. I have to navigate to the folder, and it's not like you need to see me navigate to the folder. I don't need you looking at my folders. Kidding me? Okay. So here I am with my folders, and I'm looking for a file that says gray, and there it is. That's the gray PNG. So there you go. So that's what you want to do. When you hit F12, you can save it, and it'll give you the folder that you want to save it in. It'll go back there the next time, but you always want to save it every time so you don't lose anything. But we're just not going to be saving PNGs. So, and don't forget to go and save the current Blender file when you're done updating it. And one more thing here. Okay, so if you go to your preferences, go to your preference menu. You should know how to get there. Save and load, or hopefully you do. Save and load. So we got auto saver. Now mine is timed every 2 minutes. You may want to crank that up to 5. Let's go with, I'm going to go with 5. And so, you know, there you go. I got save prompt, default to relative paths, save preview images. It's giving me a preview images of the things that I saved, which you may want to click on that. And file browser, reason, location, system, bookmarks. Now, I mean, that's up to you, but that's what you want to do with your blend files. So, and I also remember I have it on auto save preferences. So all I have to do is close it. And I think that's there by default, but I want to make sure. All right. So looking forward to those assignments. I will see you in the next section, but take your time, take your time, take your time. All right. Okay, so here are the models and the files. So Super Magical Drawings, that's here. I got some example models within there too. That's around that chapter. And that's where that is. Example models. These are the example models that I'm giving you. I'm giving you some base mesh models. As a bonus, a little rigged Boxman figure that's in FBX format. I know none of this may not mean anything to you right now. I get it. Here's a ship that I used for an example. And here are the 2 city files. So those are going to be your files if you want them. You don't need them for the course. You don't. Feel free to use them as backgrounds for your comics, for the cities, to draw over, or whatever. Again, let me state this. You do not need these for the course because you will be doing this actual stuff. Just wanted to give you these files as a bit of an extra bonus. You don't even need to worry about the Boxman figure. It's a rigged figure. It was originally for some to teach people some of the basic shapes of 2D when you're drawing, so you can see everything in boxes. So that's what that is. Okay, these are the files, so you're going to have to unzip them. You're either going to have to use 7-zip or some sort of unzipping file. Let me also say that downloading these files, I don't know if you can download them on your phone. Being an iPad user, only recently were we able to, and it's 2021, so maybe in 2020, I think they gave you the capability of downloading files on your iPad. So on your phone, I don't know if you can download a zip file. I don't know if you, as far as I know, it's rare when you can. So you're going to need to get to a PC or desktop or Mac or whatever can actually download the files if you are having trouble. Again, if you can't, please don't worry about it because you're going to be making these files in this course. So I am going to stop talking. All right. So I figured I would just turn on the old screen capture while I make these for the course, because I'm just making some things for you to practice with. You may not be ready for low poly modeling. And by the way, I think I've seen so many different ways of approaching low poly modeling. The thing that I would like to caution you, if that's a good way of looking at things, the thing that I would like to caution you with is to very much find the low poly modeling that you want to emulate. And I want you also to always use reference. The third thing that I will bring up is, yeah, absolutely take a low poly modeling course or take a sculpting course. As far as modeling goes, I prefer sculpting to modeling. That's me. And I've heard someone say that if you use ZBrush or if you have a hammer, everything's a nail. I'm kind of guilty of that. But I can do basic stuff. But for my needs as a 2D artist, I don't need to do very much beyond low poly. Because if it comes down to, I'm not making a video game, so I don't need to have a mid-poly character model necessarily and have to model it with polygons. I would much rather just sculpt it in ZBrush and then retopologize it and go from there, because I don't need to, your needs may not be the same as mine. Hence this being a beginner course and you following or getting a much better idea of your own path. And so these are just about extruding and scaling and just very, very simple things to get you going, to have you understand a little bit more and just to get comfortable with the idea of going into the orthographic view, really understanding the orthographic view, turning things, checking things. This isn't about the sculpture itself. That's why these are going to be very simple. There are plenty of other instructors that have been teaching way longer than I have over 3D. This is my first 3D course. That's why I kept it very basic to go over a lot of the stuff that might be a little bit harder for you to understand once you get to a beginner course. So I just wanted to check in here and just say, hey, this is me making stuff. And I don't want you to get bogged down with this has to be a thing. This is just an object. It's nothing. It could be anything. So yeah. All right. I will see you in the next video. Okay. So there are many ways for you to model things. And since this is a beginner overview, taking our time to do everything, as from the previous video shows you, I've set up two different little projects that we can do that'll just help you to exercise things. And I made them very, very simple, so you're not pressured to make an arm or a head or a hand or anything like that. They're just little shapes that will help you practice. You will see people who will subdivide things and mirror them, and then just from this view, and they have reference on another screen, they will start to manipulate shapes and do things and turn them into low poly items. I'm going to get rid of these, and I suggest that you probably do a little bit of the same, because you don't really need the light or the camera. But very often you will also run into people that either have reference directly on Blender itself. I've seen people put them as background references or use them to shape and model over, and that's what I want to show you. The first thing that you're going to have to do is you're going to have to add in images. Now you can add JPEG or PNG. One of the image files is JPEG and one is PNG. And I think, well, the first thing that I want to do is to add a new collection. So right over here where it says scene collection, I want to go up here where that little, looks like a little file box cabinet thing. We're going to click on that, and we're going to rename it by double clicking reference. I just put ref because that's just what I do. And I'm going to highlight that. So we want this to be, I like to have the reference in a different collection altogether because we already have the cube in the other collection, right? So what you're going to do is, now the file that you are going to use is going to be called, where is it at? So it is called Super Magical Drawings. It's going to be a zip file, and it just has two things in it. It has shape 1 and shape 2. That's it. So in this particular file, or in this particular video, if you kind of look over at the corner there's going to be a zip file right there. I can't show it to you because I'm recording the video that you're watching, so can't do that. There are a few different ways. If you go online and you look at some tutorials, and I do mention having this because it is helpful. If you go to edit and you go to preferences, if you type in images as plain, for your add-ons, if you type in image, it'll say import, export images as planes. This image paste is from an add-on that I have. And that's cool to have, but here's what I want to do and show you the easiest way possible. We're going to go into, you're going to press 1 on your number pad key to go into front orthographic. And you are going to go over here to right where it says you're in object mode, view, select, and you're going to go to add. You're going to go down until you get to image. So make sure that you're on image. Now you're going to go over and you are going to go to reference. Not background, not images as planes, or these other two extra ones that I have because you probably don't have them. Reference. Now it is going to open up your Blender file view that's going to show all of your views. And you're going to go to, after you've unzipped your folder, please unzip the folder and unzip the folder, unzip the file. And you're going to have this. We're going to go to Super Magical Drawings. And then you are going to go to shape 1. And you are going to load reference image. Now, I'm going to zoom in here. And you're going to see that you have an empty, right? So with the empty, I want you to do anything else at all. The first thing that I want you to do is rename it front. or you could rename it front view and press OK. Now, if you want to resize this, you click onto it. We can press S for resize. Let's kind of resize this a little bit bigger right here. And what I want to do is to go click on here to front view. And we are going to, well, we're going to duplicate it. So we go to copy, and I'm going to go to 3. Whoops. 3. I'll go right underneath here, and I'm going to see if I can get it to paste with Control V. Now, I've pasted it again, right? So here it is. It's a red line. All right. So if I want to, just see that I have the red line right here. So it's just copy and paste it in place. You can do that. So that's one. That's the side view. So there are 2 copies of this. I want to highlight this copy, and we want to rotate it on the Z axes. So we can actually rotate it on, I think we rotate it on the Z axis from here. And we want to rotate it 90 degrees. So the thing about the rotation is that when you see it's going in the right direction, well, it's pretty much going to rotate everything. You're pretty much going to rotate 90 degrees. Hit enter, and there we go. So now, because that's the easiest way. Now you can hit R, rotate rotate on the Z axis 90. But trying to remember all that, it's a little bit like, ugh. So let's check. We have 1, that's our front view. We have 3, that's our right view. So now what I want to do is I want to go back to my front view, and you see right over here it says front. I want to take this because they're the same size, so I don't really have to do very much. I am going to click onto I can either click my front view, or I can go up and use the cube. I can either move the screen or the cube. So what we're going to do is I'm going to grab front view. Oh, and I want to rename this to side view. Sorry about that. Side has 1 S. So click onto front view, and we are going to, well, we're going to move this. We can move that a little. We can move the entire viewport over, but I do want to hit the move tool, and I want to move this over here, and then I'm going to highlight the cube, and we're going to move that down. And we're going to try and center it a bit. I'm not too worried about if you have this centered, because that's not really what this is about. You just move it over a little bit with the selected, and we're fine. So now we're going to go to 3. So with 3, with the side view, we want to click on side view. I want to move this over. I want it to be right about in the middle too. All right. So what should happen is we have front view, side view, and everything is in the center. Now we haven't sized anything or whatever. What we want to do is I want you to go up, and I want you to just save the file. So file, save as whatever you want to save it to. All right, I just saved it off of screen. It's there. So the other thing that I want to show you is that you might be afraid that when you start pushing things back, as we're about to do, that you might be selecting these, but we're going to do that in the next video. So the reason why I took my time with that is so you can go back over those steps in case you had to pause or whatever. I'm going to stop right now, and then we're going to do part 2, or the next part of arranging the images, and you'll see what I'm talking about in the next video. So sometimes when you add in images, you may not be able to see them in orthographic view, and you can rearrange them. So what we're going to do is you can be in, let's go to front so we're all on the same page. Front view, I'm going to press the N key to get rid of that menu over there. And I'm going to go into 3D view just like this. Now I'm going to zoom out, and I'm going to select front view. And you've moved the gizmo before. You're just going to move it way back there. I know, it sounds weird, right? So now we're going to select the other one. Make sure it's selected in the side view. And you are going to... Now, this is very tricky. So if you got to zoom in to do that, because you see I almost hit the edge and that would have resized everything. And if you do that, it's okay. Now you're looking like, well, okay. But go ahead and press the 1 key. See that? So that's the thing about orthographic view. In 3, you're right there on the side. That's the thing about orthographic view. You can put things way out there and you can just model. If I wanted to set up some images, I can just increase the size of them. But there is it's a commonly known tool called PureRef. I'll show it to you real quick. So these are the references from a project that I'm working on. And I just put my references up there. And what this is PureRef. It just floats right on the top of your whatever window that you're on, or whatever piece of software that you're on. It just floats right on the top. You can resize it. If I needed to zoom in on, so I wanted to zoom in on this character, I could just zoom in and zoom out. It's a wonderful tool. You can do a lot of things with it. Many artists use it. It's called PureRef, P-U-R-E-R-E-F. It's initially free, but they do ask for a small donation, and so many artists use it. There you go. So now you still can probably select this, but we don't want to select these anymore. I mean, we could close this down, but we could accidentally select it, maybe, in the moving around phase, but we don't want to do that. So if we go up to our, not display mode, right over here at this little, well, it's restriction toggles, but it looks like a little champagne glass or a golf tee. You're going to click onto that, and right here you have this check mark, and right next to that you have selectable. It looks like an arrow, or looks like a little arrow or an airplane or something. That's what it reminds me of, for whatever reason. I'm going to click onto that and make sure it highlights in blue. So now everything here, you can make this not selectable. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to make this not selectable. So now I can't select my reference image. I can select my cube, but you can see I can't select my reference image, and I don't want to because I've already arranged it. So you see I moved that around. So if I go back to 1, there you go. So, and we want to close this up because I don't want that. That's going to be a little bit distracting. And now we've arranged this and we want to switch. Well, first of all, I want to prep this. And I'm going to stop right now. Then we'll do the first initial shape. We'll prep this for modeling. We're going to go into edit view. Again, taking our time. Okay, so I realize that I might have messed up on the shape a bit here, but I'm going to keep this in because we're just going to improv it. Again, this isn't about the exactness of the shape. And I could have kept it the same on both sides, but I was trying to get a bit more variety, but let's see what we can do. All right. What we are going to do now is we're going to go into edit mode. So go over here. Oh, I'm sorry. First you got to select the cube. That helps. Then you're going to go into edit mode. Now you're in edit mode and you're like, okay, what does this mean? Well, what we can do is you can go to X-ray mode, which I like. Right up there in X-ray mode. You can also go to wireframe. I don't like wireframe, gets a little, So I keep this in viewport shading to solid, and then I go to wireframe mode. And what I want to do is we want to do our first initial little check here. And don't worry, I'm going to go step by step. So all the stuff that I did, well, it's just going to be, we'll go step by step. So not a big deal. So what I want to do now is I want to make sure I like to select with vertices. And so you very easily could scale this. And if I want to scale it, I can press scale. And I want to press scale it on the Z axis. Oh, sorry. Scale this. Let me try this again. Scale on the Z axis, which brings this down a bit. And then I have to move it down. I can do that. Control Z, but you also can go to select mode. Select. And now I'm going to hit the G key for grab. I'm grabbing it along the Z axis. I'm pushing this down like here. And so that's my first initial thing. I'm going to grab this, and we're not using a mirror modifier or anything. So now I'm going to see a highlight selected this side, and I could go extrude, but we'll just go grab, and we're going to go along the X axis. Then we're going to do the other side. Hit G for grab, X. Whoops. Let's go G for grab, X axes, and there we go. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to turn to the side with the 3 key, and I want to look over here and go, oh, okay, that's interesting. So now I just want to do the same thing over here. Hit the G key, X. Whoops. Let me do a Control Z just to make sure I didn't do anything off. Let's select again, G, X. I'm not selecting this. Hold on. This is interesting. Okay. Hit the G key. Okay, it's moving. Okay, so now X. Oh! Okay, so I got to switch back now because this has got to be on the Y axis. Yeah, this kind of moved over a little bit. So now I'm going to check this and see. It's all right. But I moved these to here. So I'm going to go back to G. There we go. So you may have to go back. It is on the Y axis. I do apologize. So click here. We'll get G on the Y axis. I know some of you are probably yelling at the computer monitor going, "You idiot." G on the Y axis. Sorry about that. All right. So now on this side, there's a bit of an indentation here. If I wanted to mirror this, I could, but I'm not. Because I just want you to go back to face select. And we want to select the face. We want to hit I for inset. And I don't remember exactly where it is. So I should have did that. And that's close enough. So now I'm going to go back to 1. So that's your first step. is just to do that. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, so the next thing that I want to do is we got to extend this up, but this base is pretty big. So let's do a loop cut. I'm going to make a loop cut right here. I'm going to click and I'm going to slide it right there. And I'm going to click and slide this over here. So now I got my first loop cut. So now I'm going to go to 3 and I'm going to click and drag right there. And I will click and drag over here. Now, what I want to do is I want to go to the top view. So I want to make sure that I have this little middle section here. So let's get out of X-ray view, because I like to grab the model there. And you see it because of this inset, it's giving us this little sci-fi panel. So obtuse angles give you the sci-fi look, just to let you know. Obtuse meaning more than 90 degrees. Not everybody knows that. So what I want to do is I can select this face right here. I'm going to make sure I have my select on. And then I'm going to hit E for extrude. So I'm going to hit E for extrude. And I'm just going to go up a bit. I don't know how far I'm going to go up. And I'm just going to stop. Now I'm going to go back to 1. I got it pretty close, right? I'm going to click over here. I'm going to go back to my other select. Make sure I have this selected. And I'm just going to hit G for grab. And I'm just going to go down and click there. That's it. Okay, I'm done. Right now. So over on the side here, this looks fine. Now this image right here, this is going to be a bit interesting. So here is what I want to do. We're going to have to make this bigger. So I have these selected, but I think an easier way. So if I can just grab this and hit S, that's going to do that. That's not what I wanted. So what I want to make is another plane on top of that. So how do I do that? Well, the best way to do that is to hit, so you're going to do ES. So it's extrude scale. So you're going to go E. Oh, wait, whoops. make sure that your cursor is here. So you're going to go E. Oh, wait, you got to select the face first, or select the face. So we're going to go with extrude scale. And then you're going to bring this out. And I'm going to bring this out a little bit. I know it's not going to be super accurate right on top of there, but that's okay. And then, so that's the first step. So let's just go to 3. And we got 1. We got 3. And I have this plane here, right? So what do I do? So can I go extrude? So I'm extruding. Now, it may help if you take off X-ray mode so you can see that you still have, that you haven't just extruded the, you just haven't only extruded our, that you just haven't extruded the edges and not the entire plane. So let's just go back. And I'll do that again, because I do want you to get this. Because this is a little bit unintuitive, I guess. So, as a matter of fact, let's take off of X-ray mode. And if you're right there, I want you to go to face select mode. So we're going to click onto this and we are going to go, remember, E, then S. And we'll pull this out. And we can pull it out slightly or however you want to pull it out. It's not about that. So let's go with 3. That's a bit too big. So now let's go back. Now that we're in this view, let's go to ES. Now pull that out. So now you can barely see that line right there, but it's there. There it is. And I'm going to go to 1. I can see my line right there. And now we are going to go, we still should have that face selected. Let's see to make sure I have our face selected. Yep. So now we are going to go to extrude. We're extruding straight up. I'm going to click, and then we're going to hit S for size. Okay, so let's do that again. So you're going to go with extrude. It's going to give you the line. It should. If it's not, that means you didn't select something, and that's okay. Click. Then you're going to go back to scale because it's scaling that edge. And now we got this shape. But we got to jump over here to make sure that this is good. Now, there you go. You can go ahead and save that. So let's save it. Let's just go ahead up here and just hit save. Just Control S. Save shape blend 1. And I'm going to stop right here and then we'll move on. Like I said, we're just going to move really slow. So, all right. So now I want to just go back to 3D mode just to check the model all the way around, just to make sure that I'm doing everything right. I'm going to go back to 1. Now I'm going to go back, and I switch back and forth all the time. I'm going to go make sure that I'm in vertex select. I'm going to select the vertex, and then I am going to hit E for extrude. And I'm sorry I'm making these dramatic pauses. Sometimes I keep pausing the video because there's like a gnat in here that's just it's ruining my life right now. It won't go away. So, like, hopefully you can't tell when I just pause everything because I'm trying to swat something off of my screen. Anyway, so now we're going to have to go in this way. But this is going to be a little bit interesting because I want to make a cut here. So I'm going to make a loop cut this way. So I'm going to loop cut that way. Then I'm going to make another loop cut this way. And then I'm going to go back to 3. And then I'm going to make my loop cut and move it over here. Then make my other loop cut and move it over here. And then I'm going to check and see where I'm at. Okay. So now I'm going to go up out of X-ray mode. I'm going to go to face select mode. So I am going to extrude. I'm going to select the face. So I'm going to go to the top here. I'm going to select this. Now I'm going to go to 1. Now I'm going to go to extrude. And I'm going to stop. Now, here comes the fun. 3. So it's almost, I'm not worried about the extrusion part of it. But what I am going to do is I am going to go to, we're going to go to X-ray mode. And I'm going to have to move this in. So I'm going to select my vertices. I'm going to select here. So what I want to do is I want to go to scale on the y-axis. So I'm going to go S, Y, and move this in. So this is close enough. I'm fine. It is what it is. So here, 1, 3. Now I want to see what I'm making. Let's go get up out of X-ray mode. So there we go. That's the shape. I don't I have no idea what it is. And so now, so I have my vertices selected, but I'm going to select the face, right? Make sure that I have the face selected. I'm always double checking. So now what I want to do is I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to place this down here. I'm just moving my, please feel free to move that viewport around. You don't have to worry about moving the reference. So we're going to, remember, we're going to do this again. So we're going to go ES. I'm going to move that out. So you can see it's moved out. That's pretty big. I'm bringing that back in right about there. And I'm going to click. Now I'm going to hit E for extrude. I'm going to stop. Now I'm going to hit E for extrude, S for scale out. And it's along the red line, so you might not be able to see it. We're going to stop, and then we're going to move this down a little bit, and then we're going to go E for extrude. And I'm not quite, let's look over at the other side here. So 3. So we went a little wide right here. That's okay. I'm not going to super worry about that. But I am going to go back here to select vertices. I'm going to highlight that. And now we're just going to hit, so we're going to scale on the y-axis. So scale, S, Y. And I'm going to make that larger. Now I have this selected. I even have my vertices selected here. I probably could have went in a little bit more, but I'm not. So I'm going to go to face select. I'm going to make sure that my face is selected. And let's see here. So 3. See, this is where this gets a little, this part right here. This is going to be challenging. So let's go to 3 first. And let's just go straight up and extrude. So let's go to extrude. And let's stop. Now I want to go back to 1. So what to do? Well, let's make a loop cut. When in doubt, make a loop cut. So I'm going to make a loop cut here. I'm going to move this up to there. And what I'm going to do is so I can't move here. So let me see here. This is, we're gonna make some little wings here. So I'm gonna get off of that. I'm gonna go back to my face select mode, and let's do this. I want to select. I'm gonna go to face select. I want to select here, and I want to shift select. So I got both of these selected. I'm going to hit I for inset. I'm just making it up now. Just going to make this part up. And then I'm going to hit E for extrude along the, what is it, the X or the Y axis? I think, is it X? Yeah, okay, we'll extrude that. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, let's do that. I'm glad I did that. Okay, so I'm going to go I for inset. So I for inset, and now they're both inset. And just an easier way to do this, I'm gonna click off of it, go E for extrude, then I'm gonna go to the other side. Click here, E for extrude. That's close enough. So now what I can do is go back here, 1, then I got 3. And so this part right here it's not going to match up, but it's okay. because I just want you to do the exercises. So I'm going to click right here, select. I'm going to go to 1, and we're going to do our favorite little thing here. We're going to go extrude and then S. I'm going to go out, I'm clicking here, and then I'm going to hit E for extrude. Click. Now I'm going to try this on the other side. Let's see what we got here, because I know I did some wacky stuff. So here's what I want to do here. I am going to go right there. So I'm going to scale it on the y-axis right there. And then I am also going to hit, I'm going to select, then I'm going to shift select the other one. All right, so let me do that again. So I selected and then I shift selected the other one, and I'm going to scale again on the y-axis. So scale on the y. And I'm not going to bring that up to the other line. I'm just going to bring it kind of close, because I just got that too close, and I think the geometry will mess up or something. So there we go. Okay. So now I'm going to go back up to the top line, and we are going to extrude, and we should be done. So now, there we go. So there you go. It's a thing. We made a thing. We made a something. If we go back to object mode, then we've made this wonderful, beautiful piece of wonderfulness. And if we go up here and we turn on cavity, then it will give us a little bit clearer definition of this wonderful, illustrious thing that we have. Let's go back to object mode. Let's go to edit mode. I'm sorry. And let's check our face orientation. Okay, nice and blue. By the way, if it's light blue, then that means it's sort of okay. If it's red, but everything is blue. And so I wanted to keep this also very very simple, because I want to show you, obviously, in a section, how to UV unwrap and what that's about. So I want you to use this particular item, and what you're going to do is you're going to go up here, you're going to hit save, and there you go. Now, we're not going to do the UV item there. So the second one, so let's just, well, I'm going to stop the video and then I'll talk about your assignment. So. All right, so don't panic, because it's the same shape, both front and back. I want you to model this. Now, just a few things. These little tabs right here, when in doubt, make a loop cut. You can make a loop cut and do an inset, just like you saw me do with those tabs on the side. You can do that here. You'll have an opportunity to do the extrude scale. And the cool thing about the extrude scale is this. So let me just get rid of this. So if I go scale this, and let me go scale on the z-axis. So if I want it to, if I go into edit mode and I select here and I go extrude scale, okay, you might be like, all right, whatever, who cares about that? But what I can do is I can hit extrude like that. Then I can hit scale. And very instantly, I got myself a little roof around a house, right? So these are the kinds of things that, and if I want to put a door in here, by the way, if I wanted to put a door, oh, well, first of all, let's do control click. Whoops. I'm going to go down here. I got to do this. Wait a minute. So I did Alt click to select all the edges. Then I'm going to hit B for bevel. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. It's not B for bevel. What am I doing? Actually, I'm just going to press the bevel button here, or the bevel key here. Could have sworn a shortcut was B, but oh well. So I just kind of beveled that a bit. Little edge right there. And now if I want to cut in a door, then when in doubt, go to loop cut. And door is going to be maybe right about there. And then I can, so it's always in, it's trying to be in the center. So I'm going to click. I'm going to drag over here, and then I'm going to click, and I will, whoops, I messed up. Let me hit Control Z. I'm going to click, and I'm going to drag over here, and I'll click and I'll drag down a little bit, and then I can kind of, so your door lines up with your window, and that's about where person is. Let's put a little front window here, and now I can face select. And if I wanted to, I can delete that. Delete faces. What am I doing? So click here. I go I for inset. For my 2D artists out there, if you're just trying to make really simple stuff, there you go. I for inset. And I can hit delete faces. So that, I just want to show you like a practical way of this can come in very, very handy and be very realistic as something you can use. And absolutely, can you select, I wonder if it'll let me alt click that hole. Nah, it won't. But you can shift click around here and E for extrude. And you can do the same thing with the door. And they also, there are add-ons, and I'm going to show you, I'll show you an add-on. It's a little, it's takes a little bit to get it to work, but I'll show you guys how to do a few cool little things that you'll find helpful for your reference or whatever. But I want you to do that assignment. And this has been I've had so much fun teaching this course. Oh, I should have grabbed that bottom one right there. I've had so much fun teaching this course because it's shown me that I don't like to do a lot of technical drawing. I don't mind having reference. I like to have reference. I use reference all the time. But the interesting thing about it, oh, by the way, that was just an artifact. I didn't put anything into a window or anything like that. But it just showed me that for a long time when I was teaching 2D, I would, like I said, I would do a turnaround. And I've done turnarounds of characters, and I thought I was pretty lining everything up. But I don't have the patience to do the technical stuff. I need to use reference as a background image. So I need my reference off screen. Even if I'm modeling something that's more hard surface, I just need to see the form and the shape, and I can take care of everything else. That's how I prefer to use reference. For those of you that don't want to use reference like that, please do not use reference like that. You can bring in an image. You may find, I will say that I know that you're going to go out there and you're going to look at other lessons. I want you to, I encourage you to. I encourage the first things that you do. If you want to do character stuff, then I would say try to get into a little bit of sculpting very simple shapes, simple characters, more cartoonier stuff to start out with, even though you may want to jump right in to realism. If you're going to do hard surface stuff, I really would say try to do low poly first, because it'll get you used to the tools. And so that's and you'll find your way. So that's why I'm trying to keep these lessons as not involved as possible, because I would love to just go in here and just sculpt everything, but I'm not going to do that, as that's not going to be very helpful to you. I'm hoping that you are enjoying this lesson. I'm hoping that you are enjoying my teaching style, my silly jokes, and I hope that you enjoy the pace of the course. If I'm missing out anything, please let me know. If there's something that you need to know or something that you want to know, please let me know. I do want to show you guys how to UV unwrap stuff and just do some basic, so you can kind of feel your way around texturing, because it's not intuitive. It's not intuitive when you first UV unwrap something, and then you hear people talking about, oh, you want to mark this as seam, and a lot of the stuff in there. We're going to go step by step in that section, and that's what we're going to do. So I want you to just play around with that, and go ahead and do the assignment. Just turn it in. It doesn't have to look exactly like that. Feel free to express yourself. Make mistakes. It's all right. Take your time. I have complete faith in you. If you've made it this far, you probably don't need me anymore, just to be honest with you. But I do want you to keep watching the course, and you know, all that good stuff. Like, share, and subscribe. All right, let me stop. Okay, guys, have fun. Go out there and have fun and do your thing. All right, I'll see you. So I want to show you how to unwrap things and a few of the things that are going on with unwrapping and some of the other stuff that you can do. Unwrapping, and I'm separating that from texturing. Here's the thing that I noticed is that there's a lot of, there will be videos on texturing. Not many, though, especially not in Blender. I think as of this recording, probably way before this recording, in August or September of 2021, Substance Painter is becoming just the standard. Not just, as they always say, oh, it's the industry standard. Well, it is, but it is also becoming a standard in adding texture, in hand painting textures, and getting whatever look that you want to have. It's Substance Painter, and that's not a software that I have had a chance to dive into yet, but I do want to make you aware of that. Now, of course, you can texture things in Blender, and you can paint over objects in Blender, and there are ways to get different results, but I do want to let you know that that in itself absolutely needs its own course, has a few courses in hand painting texture. You'll usually have to look under video game texturing or creating game assets. That's what you're going to more or less have to go into. There are, I know that out in the interwebs, there are texture painting things. Some of them might be a little bit old. And so I am kind of looking at what the newer workflow is, because as with Blender, you might find a ton of things that say texture painting, but if it's in version 2.79 or even earlier, 2.76, my goodness, or that's just, it's going to be a completely different interface as far as I'm concerned, and you're not going to be able to follow along as a beginner. So I would definitely I want to give you some of the super basics with UV unwrapping and discuss it a bit. Again, with the whole theme of taking our time, please ask as many questions as you want to ask. If I don't know the answer, I can search for the answer because I don't know everything in 3D. I just don't. I'm not interested in knowing everything with 3D or CG as it is more commonly known as. So I want to take a look at here. If you get under UV editing, so if I click onto this cube, let's get rid of the light here just to get it out of the way. A few things are happening. First of all, this is unwrapped. Like this cube is unwrapped, and I want you to pay attention to the way it looks. All of these sides, first of all, it goes right into edit mode. Everything is lit up. So if I do face select, I select whichever face is corresponding, right? So all of these are corresponding. These little shapes right here, the little cubes, they are corresponding. If I hit A for all, everything lights up, right? A for all, I can see everything. Everything, everything, everything. That's the first thing that I want you to notice, is that things are unwrapped in primitives. So if I do this, if I select A, but, well, actually, let's do this first. So I'm going to go with Shift A. Oh, no, that's not what I'm doing. Go hit regular A. Right click. If I subdivided everything, I can subdivide this, right? That's fine, but you definitely want to have your model done before you start doing that. And let's go with Shift. Let's go E for extrude. And let's go S for scale. So now I want to select I want to select all, but look at this. It's not giving us what we want here. So this little part right here, there's no corresponding part to this. So yes, the only thing, or the thing that you will notice, is that the default shapes should have a regular, let's delete it altogether. We'll have a projection map, a UV unwrapped version. So if I went with a cylinder, so you see the cylinder is unwrapped. It's giving us an unwrapped version. But if you try to manipulate it, then it's not going to do that. So you need to UV unwrap. So if we think about it, all these sides right here, all these sides are unwrapped. And then this top portion right here, that's over there, and that's over there. So thinking about it's like wrapping a present, right? That's what it's like. It's like wrapping a present in the most efficient way possible. And when you wrap this present, it's UV wrapping, which UV just means XY coordinates. So one side is U, the other side is V. That's my understanding of it. So UV just means UV coordinates. And so your first thing is to understand that, yes, you have, if I go under here under UV maps, there's a UV map on this, but if we start to build something, then it's not going to have a map by default. So I'll show you. So this is just a little low poly ship base that I was playing around with. And if I go over here to UV editing and I select A, it's giving me something because it started out as a cube, but it's not really giving me very much. And by the way, you can highlight these and go around and you can do some other stuff here. what I'm going to do is give you a model of this ship, and it's going to be right in this particular video. So do not worry. You will have just this little simple ship to play with, or you can use your unwrap shapes if you want. So I also want to let you know when you keep things very simple here, then it makes everything a lot better. And also, to let you know, if you go over here and start manipulating things, you can, you can manipulate things over here, right? So right now, so that was unwrapping. It gave me, and I'm going to show you guys in a second. Thank you, Malwarebytes. I'm going to show you guys in a second here. So there's some things that you could do. You can move some things around, right? You can move this around. So your same items are able to, your same things that you're familiar with also work over here. Now, this view may not line up with this view, and that's a whole nother thing. But I just want to show you, just to introduce you to the UV unwrap, or just to go to the actual UV editing menu. So I'm going to stop talking. I'll see you in the next video. So open up ship 1. Now here's something that I was going to do. It opens up in edit mode, and I was going to fix it, but I don't want to do that because I want you to do this with me, because this initially was just something I was playing around with and working on. And so I really hadn't figured out whether I was done or whatever. But if you want to go to the mirror modifier, go hit apply, but you can't, because I applied this into object mode. So go into object mode. You're going to go right where it says mirror, going to go over here, and you're going to hit apply. Now when you go back to edit mode, you can see it's applied. Now, adding color and trying to paint in here from a 2D artist standpoint, the only thing that I want to do is I want to just hit, I just want to hit F12 and save that and then draw over it. And I'm done. And that's mostly what I do, right? But I do want to, as doing a lot more research for this, I slowly started to figure out that even from the last video, people really don't particularly like a lot of the things in Blender when it comes to UV editing and sculpting, or in UV editing, and they do like sculpting is pretty good, and texture painting and shading and all of that. So let's do this. Let's go into UV edit. And what we want to do is we want to unwrap this. Now, there are a few things that you can do to unwrap here, but I just want to show you just that part of unwrapping. So go ahead and press A for all. You see it gives us something over here. Well, it doesn't look very much like the ship, right? So you haven't really done anything. So you can go to UV, go up to UV, and then hit unwrap. Deselect it. Now hit A again. Wait, I'm sorry, and then hit. So, failed to solve. Okay, if you look down, it said failed to solve one of the edges. So something is going on with my edges to where it did not want to unwrap the just regular unwrap. There is a few other things we can try. So there's UV unwrap and there's smart UV project. So let's try that. Smart UV project. It's giving you an angle limit. It's giving you an island margin, an area weight, and we hit OK. And it's given us, and it unwrapped it. Now, if you are on like really low poly stuff or something like this, which I consider very low poly, then this might work, but it won't always work. Because that won't always work, then you may have to cut some seams. So let's do this. Let's go back. And the easiest way to do this, go to Edge Select Mode. Make sure you're in Edge Select Mode. And we are going to go to Select, right? Go all the way down past Select Random and select Sharp Edges. So this selects all of these edges. And you see how they're kind of lighting up in this orangish color? So that means that we have all of these little edges selected here. And what we then can do is go over to UV, or you can right click and go down to Mark Seam and then deselect. Now you see all these little red lines right here? These are the seams in which are going to be, in which you're going to unwrap your UV map with. So let's go over to UV editing again. We're going to hit A for all. Go up to UV, and then I'm going to hit unwrap again. And so now you see we got everything makes a little bit more sense here. I'm not quite sure. This might be flipped. But I'm not going to worry about that right this second. But you can look and see, off of this. Oh, the other thing to remember is right up here in the corner, right where it says UV selection mode, and it's got these little cube things, little squares. Squares, sorry. Select UV sync selection, and then you can select this and it'll stay on. That's very helpful. So you have this unwrapped. And so now that you have this unwrapped, excuse me, sorry about that. So now that you have these unwrapped, and there's a few different ways that you can select things. You can select things through faces. You got to make sure that you're clicking onto these. So I also want to say that you can select things like that. And let's say we want to move this. So I'm just going to hit G for grab. I'm going to move this around. So each one of these separate things, these little separate pieces that are all together that we've unwrapped, you can hit G for grab. You can even hit S for scale. You can hit R for rotate. Right? So each one of these are called islands. And when we are, go back to select box. So if I took this off of here, if I took the UV sync selection off, there is a way. So if I go to A, this is vertex select. It lets you know. Right next to that is line or edge select. The next one is face select. And next to here is island select. So it's going to allow you to select the island. You can move that around, but it's kind of hard to grab a hold to this. And this is the skin that's surrounding your individual model. It hasn't gone anywhere. We're just going to, we'll just hit this so that we know that this is there. So that is one of the ways that you can UV unwrap. That's the easiest way. And I also want to show you another way in the next video. So I also just want to say that there are UV unwrapping tools, and if you need to start unwrapping UVs and getting into all that to transfer them to game engines, I would strongly suggest that you take a course. Chances are they're probably not going to do things the easy way. But let's just say that, let's go back over here to modeling. And I have these seams marked, and I do like these, marking these seams very much. I like this rather easier way. Now, one of the ways that you can do this, if you have to mark something off. So let's say that we wanted to take these down the middle here. I'm going to go to Edge Select. I'm going to click onto this edge, and I'm going to Control click on that one. And so you see that I selected that whole loop. So I just Control clicked. It's a loop select essentially in between this one and this one. Since the typology was clean, it was fine. It just selected that line. So now I go to UV, and then I go mark seam. Mark seam. And now I can select. Now you see it's got that red line right there that you're looking for. We select A. We can go back over to UV editing. And we can, we're going to go back to UV and we're going to unwrap it again. And so now I have this divided up in a different way, and I believe it is, I know there's a way that you can highlight and see. Oh, I think if you hover over it and hit Control, so you got to hover over the spot that you're looking for. You hit Control, and it shows up over here. So I have this that's split. If I need to arrange this and move this around, then I can do that. These over here are the sides. So now I'm looking over here and I can see the sides. Oh wait, I'm hitting Shift click, not Control click. And so it's giving me this part over here. So I just wanted to make you aware of that this is your selection box, and you want to make sure that your materials are not stretched if you put a material on here. So we're going to do that in the next video. One thing that I also want to do before we get started, I want to check the viewport overlays, check my face orientation. Make sure that the only red that I want to see is the red that is the seam lines. So, okay. It's always good to check that. So now I want to do this. We are going to go over to our material node, and that's the little planet looking, the little, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. It looks like it's a circle with two little triangles or whatever. It kind of reminds me of a globe, but I guess that's the globe up here for the world. So that's not, I don't know what that's supposed to be. Well, anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that none of the materials are stretched out. So we are going to go if you can take a material off or whatever. Let's say it looks like this, but you're under this tab. You're going to go new, and we'll name this material base. That's what I'll just call it. And you can do base color. So let's do that first. And we can give it a blue. And so you can go material preview. It'll be blue. So we've had that. And now over here, what's going on over here may not always is not going to necessarily line up over here. This is what gets really confusing, and why when it comes to doing color and stuff, I'm very shortly on my way to not Clip Studio. I do one of two things. Either I'm going to export this UV file over to, I'm going to export this. So I'll select all, and then I'll export all of this over to Clip Studio, paint on top of it, and then bring it back, right? Because all the rest of the stuff, trying to paint on this, it's become a little bit, it's kind of a headache. I don't really like the brushes or that basic brush, and you could download brushes, but a lot of stuff with Blender when it comes to painting, in my opinion, is just 5-6 steps to do something that you could probably not probably. If you used to working in Photoshop or Clip Studio or Krita or whatever, export this, put it over there. That's just my opinion, because it just gets too complicated and frustrating for me. So let's take a look, and let's go to base color. I'm going to go to base color, and I can go to image texture. So I've taken image texture, then I can go down to new. Now I'm going to call this something. I'm going to call this test. Okay. I don't know if I need that. I don't think I need the alpha. But generated type, you're going to be under UV grid. You're going to hit OK. Now, if yours didn't turn, so here's something else. Yours might look like that still. It's because you need to be under the viewport shading. Now, the other part of this is, so if I came over here to render result for whatever reason, you have to go over here and you gotta click whatever you named this. Whatever you named right here, you have to select that so you can get this right here. And what you are looking for are just nice, crisp squares. They don't have to be, they don't have to line up to anything. You just want them to be really nice, clean squares. That's it. That's all you want. So that is how you check your model. Now from here, the one thing that I do want to show you how to do in the very next video is just how to bring in a simple texture. And I'm going to provide that texture for you. It'll be in a zip file in the next video. So all of this madness over here is actually where it says use nodes. You can go over here to where it says shading. And as you can see, there is, let me get this up out of here because I don't really like that over there. It's on my nerves. For some reason it does. And you need to see this anyway. So these are shader nodes and they look super scary. And you're like, I did not sign up for nodes. Don't worry. We're not really going to get into them like that. But as you can see, there's the test. That's the exact same thing that I had before. It's hooked into this principled BSDF slider. That's the exact same thing as this over here. They just moved it down here to make it a little bit easier. Some people find it a lot better to deal with nodes. So right now, and make sure that you have your viewport shading set to material preview. And what I can do is this. I can hit it's Control, right click, and slice through there. Now there's nothing on here really. There's just that base color that we had. There's a base color. That makes no difference. But what I can do is this. I can click onto this and hit delete. Now, what I want you to do is to grab the material that I have for you, and I want you to move it over to your desktop. It just says Sci-Fi Panel. It's going to be in a zip file. You got to unzip it. I'm going to minimize this. You can see a little bit of my desktop here. And I'm going to move this down to right here. There's my Sci-Fi Panel, right? Sci-Fi Panel PNG. I'm going to grab this panel and I'm just going to drag it into here. Now, that's all I want you to do. I want you to drag it in there. You don't have to go look for anything. You can just drag it in there. Now, you see this is Sci-Fi Panel PNG. I'm going to grab the color where it says color. I'm going to click and drag that and place that in there. And now I got the Sci-Fi Panel on there. Super easy way of putting a texture on there. If it's like a brick texture or something like that, it's just a really easy way of doing that. If I go back over to UV editing, now I have Sci-Fi Panel as a choice. Right now I'm still on test. So again, this has nothing to do with what we're seeing in our viewport. If I go to Sci-Fi Panel, then all of a sudden I'm getting these arrangements over here. So all of these little islands right here and all these little shapes, they are picking up what's behind here. So if you wanted to keep that, then you would have to select it. Or you would have to save this or select this and save what you've painted or drawn or whatever. What I want to do, that's more with the texture painting, but what I want to do is I want to select all. Well, we can take this image, or we can take the UV, and we can export UV layout. And we're going to export it to a file. Now, I'm just going to call this, now it's giving me a PNG prompt. And I had some, I've done this before, so it's giving me some other things here. But we will call this ship UV. Because again, I want to do this as easy as possible. Ship UV, I'll do a little lowercase thing here. And I don't know why, I'm the worst typist ever. So this size, I would put it at 2048 by 2048. Ooh, let's go with all UVs. And we're going to export the layout. I'm putting it right in this folder that I have. It's exported. And now, here's what's going to happen. So I have navigated to the folder of where I saved it at. Ship UV PNG. I open it up. And now I got the PNG file here. So we can see we got all this stuff here, right? So let's do this. Let's give it I'm going to give this a base. And maybe we will give it, let's make it red. A reddish kind of grayish base. I'm going to put that at the bottom there. Oh, it's more brown, right? I guess I need to put it up there. Ooh, that's awfully bright. Okay. And now I can go over here. I want to duplicate this layer. And what I want to do is, let's just kind of pick some colors here. So I'm just clicking onto this. Now I can draw onto this. I can draw on it. I can do whatever it is that I want to do. And looks like my other one is over here. And I'm going to switch over here because I just wanted to just show you that you're a 2D artist and you don't really want to do a lot of this other stuff. You don't have to. So what I'm going to do is go here, make a few little sci-fi cuts here. Sci-fi cuts, obtuse angles. So I'm like, what? I don't remember what that is. What are you talking about? And if I want, and I'm just doing some different stuff to it, just to. So I'm just kind of hand painting here. All right. So now what I want to do is I can just leave this. I want to save this as, but I also want to export this into a PNG. I'm just going to save it over to a PNG, and we will call this text ship PNG. I'm going to save it. Hit OK. Let's get this up out of the way here. And now I am going to go back to that folder. Just leave me a second because I got to go to the folder. So, okay, so I've navigated to where my folder is. I'm going to go back over here to, I'm going to go back to shading. It's just easier for me. I'm going to control right click to get rid of that. Delete it. I'm just going to drag that UV ship right there. And we're going to plug it in. And there we go. It's got those little panel lines on it. Now, I strongly suggest that you get some textures there, right? So that you, and where's my other little, my little shading is underneath there. I know you can't really, might not be able to see it, but it's got some shading there. So here I'm in layout. There it is in that mode. And we can export this as an FBX. And so I want to do that in the next video. So I want to export this as an FBX file. I don't know if I said PNG file, which is weird. Because I just want this to look like this. If maybe I want to have a scene going or whatever. And all these little remember all the little panels and stuff like that. I mean, I could have went over this, because I didn't have to just go in between there. I could have just painted over that shape altogether and just made something new. But I just want to, I don't know at where you are at artistically. So I just wanted to make this as accessible to everyone. I easily could have opened up that file and just simply painted over this so there were no lines here. I just did the quickest way that I could possibly do it to show you. So what we do, you select everything in object mode, and what I want to do is I'm going to go to export, and I want to export an FBX file. Now, this is kind of important. What I'm going to do over here, I'm going to bring this down here. So the path mode, yours might be set to auto. It's by default. You're going to go to copy, and then you're going to, so you see this little empty box right here? You're going to click onto here so that you can embed textures. I want to limit it to selected objects. So I only have the cube selected. And I'm going to name this brown ship FBX. So now, now that those two are selected, it's going to go right here. And I'm going to hit Export FBX. And let's go and check and see. So here I am in the folder, and I'm looking for brown ship FBX. Here it is. I can double click onto this. Windows has like a little file previewer thing that we can see. And there we go. That's our brown ship. Now, I ran into this, and oh, it's got some environment lighting. Ooh, pretty, pretty. See that? We got our little textures there. We got everything that's there, right? So now let's import this. So now I'm just going to go up to a brand new scene, new general scene. We're not going to save it. I'm going to delete that. And what we're going to do is go to File, and we're going to go to Import FBX file. I'm going to navigate to where brown ship is. And I'm going to import it. I'm importing. I'm just doing this on the other screen. If you want to see it, that's fine. We'll just import it. Import FBX. Okay, it came in here and it's just blue. That was that default base color. Let's see if it shows up. I'm going to click onto Viewport Shading, Material Preview. There it is. Oh, what's going on? What is this? This is wackiness. This is something else. I don't like it. So what is happening here is we can fix this. And I'm trying to figure out, is it here? Is it here? Okay, so we're going to go up to the render properties, right? And I am going to go to, because we got to turn off, or rather, we have to, let me see. It is it here? Is it, because I just forget. Hold on, let me hit pause, because I forget. Okay, I had to look it up again, because I had to look it up the first time. This was not instinctive for me. So I probably did something wrong the first time when I'm doing this, but it's not that big of a deal. I need to go to shading. And what I'm going to do over here is there is a, there is, hit G for grab. See all of this right here. I'm going to hit G for grab. Now, you see down here it says normal map. Over here, this has my UV map, and I have an alpha into my other alpha. I am going to disconnect that by hitting Control right click. I'm going to click onto this, and I'm going to hit delete. So now I still have this material here, right? So I'm going to go over to my material properties, and I'm going to go down to where it says settings. So we're going to go to settings, and where it says show back face, I'm going to uncheck that. So if you run into this problem, when I typed this in, there were people who ran into this problem with game engines and all kinds of other stuff. This was this was something that was, something that was kind of prevalent there. I could duplicate that. Got a bunch of other wing ships there. So that's the little bit about UV editing, this simple stuff from a 2D artist standpoint. As far as texture painting goes, I would just like I showed you, I would take that into Photoshop and just paint over it. As you can see, the things that you do outside of the line, they're not going to show up in those areas. But obviously you want to try and stay as neat as possible. So yeah, this is one of the, maybe me going outside the lines caused that issue. But as you can see, I fixed it. So there you go. All right. So this is the part of the course that the next thing that I want to show you is just some really cool modifiers. I just have a section on that. And that's pretty much what I feel you need to really get started. Yes, there is the section on getting started in sculpting so you can understand some of the basics, but this is kind of the bulk of it. So if you feel like, hey, look, I need to go off and I need to learn how to texture paint or whatever. And like I said, from what I'm seeing, everybody's doing is on the substance train. So I need to get there too. All right. I hope you enjoyed everything so far, and I hope this has been helpful. I hope this has been slow enough for you so that you can catch on to things. And by the time you're seeing this, I hope you're asking me a lot of questions. That's cool. I have no problem with that. Might take me some days to get back, but I typically respond under 5 days unless I don't see the comment, because sometimes I don't see comments right away. All right. I'm running my mouth. I need to stop talking. I'll see you in the next video. All right, let's talk about some useful modifiers and some useful add-ons, because Blender has add-ons that come with it. So let's do this. I shouldn't have gotten rid of the cube. But Shift A, we'll do the cube. We'll size up the cube. And over here, our little wrench or spanner that we've been using for the mirror modifier. Well, we got the bevel modifier. You can press the bevel modifier, and you can hit edges, vertices, etc. And it just gives you a bevel all the way around. You take this modifier, and with your modifiers, when you are happy with them, you can just hit apply. Now, we can also add another modifier. Let's add the array modifier. Beautiful array modifier. So an array just lets us repeat things. So, down here, this is our count. So you can have these. You can have 1, you can have 30. If you look back, this is giving us a lot of our fixed count. Our factor of x is 1 unit. So if I go to 0 and I increase it on the y-axis, it goes back the other way. I can zero that out. And let's do, it also can go into this direction, but let's take this down to about 8. But it's a little bit strange there, so it's at 0.1, so let's increase that to 1 so that we get these little cubes here that are stacked on top of each other. Now, if I want to, I can just hit apply. Apply, and then apply. And you're like, okay, that's great. Well, let's do something cool. I'm going to go back here. I want to add another modifier. And modifier that I like is all the way down where it says generate. It is wireframe. Oh, I love wireframe. Check that out. Now, this is awfully thin, but we can increase the thickness to it. And I can deselect it, and all of a sudden I got this little wireframe that I can play with. The other part of this, if I go, this is how I've been using it. So Shift A, we can hit apply. So, whoops. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Shift A, I'm gonna hit cube. I'm gonna move this over. Size this up a bit. And what I'm also gonna do is size it along the x-axis a little bit. I'm gonna go to my modifiers. I'm gonna hit array. 0, 1, enter, and then I am going to go up to 8, and then I'm going to go to apply. I'm going to go back to my wireframe modifier, and now I got this beautiful, beautiful box over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That, increase that thickness a little bit. I'm going to hit apply. Now if I go over here, then all of a sudden, if I want to make a figure, I've got 8 heads high, right? And not only that, but then I can actually have something to where I can just draw a figure in perspective. So those are actually my favorite modifiers, part 1. And so the next video, I'll show you a few more of, 2 more of my actually favorite modifiers. And yeah, I'll show it to you in the next video. Okay, so let's look at the mirror modifier. The mirror modifier can do a few things. So, I'm going to get rid of this. Seems to be in the way. So the mirror modifier, if we go up to, got to select it first, got to go up to edit mode, hit edit, and then we are going to subdivide. Now I want this facing forward, so I easily can just do 1, so it can give me the front or the graphic view. And sorry, let me select everything. Let me just click over here. And I forgot to put the pie menu up. Okay. So select everything in wireframe mode. Make sure everything is selected. Yep. Okay, I'm going to go back to 1. Now I'm going to zoom in so you can see what this does. I'm going to right click it. I'm going to hit subdivide here. I'm going to deselect. I'm going to select this side. Now I got this on vertex select. You can do edge select, but I'm going to hit delete. I'm on vertex select, so I'm just going to delete the vertices because I'm on vertex select. So now I'm going to go back here. Now I have this, half of this. So we can go back to 1. I can highlight this. I'm going to go back over here to the little wrench icon, and I think we did this before, but you're going to go to modifier, and then you are going to add the mirror modifier. It is now mirroring on the x-axis. That's normally what you will need this for, is to mirror on the x-axis, axes. I always mirror on this side. I don't know if it, let's see. I've never really tried to, let's see here. So I'm going to go over here, delete vertices. Let me get rid of that. And then I'm going to select everything. and mirror. Okay, yeah, it's it does either way. So just whatever side, I usually start modeling things on the other side. And you can, let's go right here. Let's take it off of X-ray mode. I'm so used to going on that side. So now if you say, let's make a loop cut, and make another loop cut, and choose these faces. Shift, and I'm gonna hit E for extrude. You see it's extruding on the other side. It didn't look like you made a loop cut. And so I did the loop cut specifically because it's one of those things to where you don't see it right away, so you're probably thinking like, wait a minute, what's going on here? So if I hit G and grab, it's doing this. And so what I did right there was I hovered over a line here and I hit double G. So I hit GG, and then you can readjust it. If you ever want to readjust a line, I just didn't want to bombard you with everything, right? So if you're just over, if you're just selecting over here, GG, and I could just move it. That's the easiest way, just to select it under that mode. So that's part of the mirror modifier. I am going to get rid of this, and we'll do a Shift A, and we will go for an ICO or UV sphere. So we got a UV sphere here. We're in object mode. Now, if you want to add the mirror modifier here, because when you look online, now I think I'm in Blender 2.9.3.4. That might be a newer version than even the 2.93. I think it was 2 that most people are on. I didn't know that I was on 0.4. And this just may be something I'm making a mistake at. So if you hit the mirror modifier, you're in object mode, right? So you hit mirror just hit the mirror modifier and it'll mirror. But then you're like, wait a minute, this is not mirroring anything. Like if you pull it to the side, it doesn't. So I need to do that. UV sphere. So if I go into, I have everything selected. I'm going to go into edit mode, right? Everything is selected. I am going to go to mirror modifier while I'm in edit mode. And now it mirrors. See that? So this is, it mirrors. Now, if you don't want them to be that separate, oh, by the way, if you go back to object mode, then when you move, it moves both of them in equal distance. Let's go back to edit mode. So edit mode, if you put on clipping, because you may, in your modeling, your future modeling courses that you take or whatever, they'll talk about clipping and see it clips. So it doesn't overlap. A better way of showing you that is with a cube, but I think that you get the idea. We just go delete, Shift A, choose the cube, go into edit mode. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to add a modifier. So I have this selected, right? So I don't have clipping on. So it's just going past each other. But if I turn the clipping on, probably see a little bit better that it's just not, they're just stopping. So it kind of turns it into like a plane. So that's the mirror modifier. And the other modifier, let's do this. So I'm going to right click, and no, I don't. I want to Shift A, and I would very much like to add, I can add a plane. I'm going to edit mode, choose vertices, And I'm going to right click and I'm going to go all the way down here to, where is it at? Where is it at? I'm looking right at it, I know. Push, pull, shear, side vertices, slide vertices, no, randomize. Merge vertices. Ugh. Merge vertices at center. So now I have a vertice merged at the center, and you're like, I can't even see anything. If you zoom in, it's not going to help. If I go to 1, I already have it highlighted. So if I click off of it, you see that point right there? That's the vertice. I can go E for extrude, and then I can stop. Hit E for extrude. Hit E for extrude. You could zoom out a bit. And let's do another E for extrude. I'm going to click right here. I'm going to go E for extrude. I'm going to hit E for extrude. Right here, I'm going to hit E for extrude. And here at E for extrude. And then let's just turn to 3. I'm going to click here. Just extrude some things here. Extrude. For extrude. Okay, so I'm going to go down to the bottom. E for extrude. Oh, E for extrude. E for extrude. For extrude. Go back to 1. Grab the middle here, E for extrude. So you're like, oh, it's like a little, the worst tree ever. Who are you, Charlie Brown? What is going on here? So now I got like this little weird apparatus here. Got the Charlie Brown Christmas tree. I'm sorry if hopefully you guys have seen that, and you know they have it on Apple TV, so come on. All right, so we're going to add a modifier, and we are going to add a skin modifier. Bam! You're like, that does not look like a tree. No, it does not. What these are a series of vertices. If you can look under here, if you start to do like a G for grab, you can move them around. But here's what you can do. Zoom out a little bit here. I'm going to select these and I'm going to hit Control A, and it makes everything a bit skinnier. Now there's this branch smoothing thing. I don't really mess with that, but you can do a lot of cool stuff with this. So let me do with Control A again. Oh, whoops. Let me try again. So I got these. Control A. I think I hit Shift A. And let me see here. And let's go with, and obviously you're going to make a tree much better than that. But I don't want to just sit here and just start to do these. And these roots right here, Control A, we'll do this. But we do want to make the, see that? See how I'm upside down there? Gotta watch that. Let's hit Control A, we'll make that bigger. Control A. And so now and there you go. Now you got yourself a little tree, and you can import, you can make little images, you can do Shift A, get yourself a UV sphere. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Okay, I thought Blender was gonna crash on me. I think it is. Oh, well, let's apply that. This is interesting. I don't know what, I think I might have done something wrong, but that's okay. I'm not worried about that. I have the, what am I not doing? Object mode? Oh, it's not going back into object mode. I don't know. I think it's freezing up on. I think it's crashing. So this can happen. Or, oh, or am I applying? Oh my goodness, that's interesting. Okay, let me see if I can go back at all. Can I go back? Hitting Control Z. No, it's about to crash. So I'm gonna hit pause. Okay, it didn't crash, but it was just, it's lagging for some reason. So, but yeah, you can create some shapes and bend them around and do all that other kind of stuff. This video's 12 minutes anyway, so. All right, guys, and we'll talk about some add-ons next. So I'll see you. Okay, let's take a look at, so I have ArchiPack and ArchiMesh. Now, ArchiMesh, if I click Room, let's get rid of that. So Room, this it's got rooms, it's got columns, create doors, and there's all kinds of other things in here that you can do. So if you guys want to get your architecture, and it comes with Blender. It's not a thing that you got to pay for or whatever. I don't mess with this too much because I'm not a big architecture person, but I do have this on here because I like having access to a door, and so I can move these around. Let me see, door group. Sorry. So you want to select it over there, and you can move stuff around. And there's ArchiPack, which also has some cool stuff in it. Stairs, and oh, and there's this thing that you gotta. Okay, so I'm gonna hold on because if I'm not mistaken, this is you have to. I think you have to wait on it or something like that. I forget which one this is because I haven't used this in a while. So, but let's go back and okay, it's not doing anything for me. Let's see here. Let me turn off the recorder. Okay, so Blender kind of crashed on me again. It froze at least by trying to deal with ArchiPack. But I want to go up here. And by the way, and I did not want to hide that from you. I didn't want to say, "Oh, Blender, it's giving me some issues." It could be my computer. So that's something that it's not happened to me so far, but everything was just taking a while. I don't know. I might have something open or something like that. I'll do a little investigation when I stop the video. But if we go up here to preferences, and we go to add-ons, I'm just going to go with official and hit enable add-ons only. Oh wait, or community. So ArchiPack, sidebar, go look up the documentation here. So when something's up, set up for, oh, okay. This is interesting. So set up for 2.8 and 2.79. So I don't know if they're up to 2.93 now. Yeah, so that's the other thing you got to look at. If there is, oh, and there's setup actions. There's no, I got to set up a material library and all this other stuff. But when I looked at the documentation and it's not giving me anything for 2.93, sometimes it's not available. It might be, and I just don't know. And I just don't know enough because I don't deal with the ArchiMesh is a little bit more, it's a little bit more user friendly. Like if I want some stairs, I can just grab some stairs, right? So it's just kind of what it is. You can just click onto things. On a roof, I can click on a roof. That's a cool add-on, nonetheless. So I'm probably going to take off that. But let's go back under preferences. And import, export, UV layout. We want to have that checked. Cycles render engine and the freestyle SVG exporter. So your freestyle render engine is the engine that gives you those lines. You can export an SVG. That is very handy. If I expand this to community, you can add camera rigs. That's pretty cool. And you know what? I think that when it comes to add-ons, there are a lot of add-ons that are out there that you can, in fact, add on. Like there are free versions of kit ops and hard ops, and these are all hard surface modeling, Boolean kind of things. And I'm trying to look and see, because I took off a lot of these because I did not want them to get in the way. And oh, dynamic sky. So I'm going to click that on. Please select the world name dynamic 1. Okay, so great. Please select the world name dynamic 1. Okay, so you got to go under properties to world and dynamic 1. Okay. So it's giving you a bunch of things. Oh, sky color, and you're like, wait, where's the sky at? Now, this is, that's, you got to go to rendered view. It gives you a sky, and it's awesome, and it's great, and it's got a little haze in the background, but it can kind of slow up things just a tiny little bit. So you see these stairs now are in the roof and everything, and you can dial this up and down, and you can create a bunch of different stuff here. So let's go back to world, and we'll get out of rendered view, and I didn't notice this before, but try lighting. I'm gonna try this. So view 3D. So I'm just gonna take you through this because I think this is something that'll be look. I think it's cool. It looks like it's gonna give me 3-point lighting, so I don't have to keep setting it up. So view 3D, add lights. So let's go view 3D. Let's go add. Let's go light, 3-point light. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh my. I got 3-point lights. That's great. Enable that add-on. Do that right away. That's great. That just kind of made my day there. It looks like sun position we got. Show sun position with objects and or sky texture. World sun position. I haven't really played with that, so I just, full disclosure, I haven't tried that. Ooh, auto mirror. Super fast cutting and mirroring for mesh. So let's try that out. Let's try that out. I'm gonna enable it so it is in. Delete everything. Let me go with Shift A, and we're gonna do a cube, and we're in object view. So sidebar, it's under the Edit tab. Auto mirror. Did it do anything? It's giving me some. Oh, let's go here. Wait, let's try x-axis. Now, do I have to be under the edit mode? Oh, look at that. That's interesting. Okay, that's cool. I think it mirrored it. Okay. That's cool. yeah, it definitely mirrored it. So subdivide. You grab. Yeah, that's okay. So there you go. There goes my mirror modifier. So much for that. Open object mode. Okay, it just moves. That's cool. Okay. So that's a useful add-on. Let's see what else we got here. Quick shape is something I paid for. And I don't work a lot with nodes, but you want to enable Node Wrangler because if you're looking at tutorials online, everybody enables it. So it's a good idea to have Node Wrangler on. And Skinify rig, I don't mess with that. Paint palettes. So what I'm looking at right now is a piece of software. I don't know if it's free or not. I think it's called Armor Paint, which is supposed to be either free or it looks like it might be $20. But I can't fully recommend it because I haven't tried it out yet. But I'm seeing some good stuff or good reviews on it. There are some bool tools, which booleans are this. So, okay. So I'm going to go Shift A. Mesh. And a lot of the workflows like hard ops and kit ops and hard ops, they're based off of booleans. And it's a non-destructive workflow. So if I go to cube, okay, and then I go Shift A, and I want to add another cube. I'm going to move this up. I'm going to scale this. So we select the boolean first, right? We select the boolean first, boolean, shift, select, and we got some other things here. You can go difference, and it makes a cut. But it's not, it hasn't really done anything to it. I mean, it's still, all right, maybe it does make it. Maybe it does make the cut. And so then we can go, and you can do some really hard surface cool stuff. Why is this looking like this? Why is this looking like this? It's like this gleaming white color that I'm just not used to. But if we go in and let's go with Shift A, and I do another, let's do another cube. S this way. S on the Z axis. And so now I have this as my other boolean right here. And there's different things. You can intersect these, you can slice them. So hit slice. Oh wait, forgot to select the other one. Shift. Oh wait. So select, shift select, and slice. So it slices that out. So some of you work Illustrator, you kind of know your Boolean stuff right there. And it looks like it's making it, looks like it's turning it into a mesh, which is cool. So yeah, so when you're working with Booleans, and I'm gonna kind of close it off here, because I know that some of you want to get into the sculpting. Remember, select the shape that you want to Boolean, and you can intersect shapes too. You can play around with this, but you select the Boolean first. So you need two shapes, and then you shift select what you want it cut out of, or intersected, or unioned, or whatever. Alrighty, I'm gonna stop talking. Go out and explore some add-ons. There's some great add-ons. Always make sure that they have an update for the current version. That is super, super, super important. Yep. See you in the next video. Okay, don't panic. This is called ZBrush Core Mini. It is 100% free. I would strongly suggest that if you ever wanted to get involved with ZBrush, this is a wonderful, wonderful way to do it. There's not a lot on the interface, because I know some of you have seen ZBrush and it is terrifying to look at. I will show you. Okay, so this is Big Papa ZBrush. So this is, and when you open it up, I don't know a lot of all of the little menus, because when I was taking one of the first ZBrush courses where I started to understand things, I was told this is like Photoshop, and those of us who have used Photoshop know that Photoshop just adds stuff. They don't ever take anything away. So because they don't want to alienate the older users, that as in the people who have been using the software since the beginning. So this is really terrifying and scary, and I know. But this is less so. But here's what I want to bring to your attention, is that they have some of the most important brushes that you can use. There's a clay buildup brush. I'm going to switch over to my stylus because I'm not going to sit here and try to sculpt with a mouse. People say, oh, you can sculpt with a mouse, but no. So this is putting everything on a little bit thicker for the intensity, right? So I always bring the intensity down for my clay buildup brush because I just have way more control here. And the other thing is that this is high polygon kind of stuff. It can get up to about 1 million polygons. And so they have a way that you can just not remesh it in its own way. So you can go low, it'll bring it down to 150, 300, and 500,000 polygons. So this has a clay buildup, the move brush, the most important brush in my opinion. Well, not the most important, but I only really use, first thing that I do is I use the move brush, because I don't want to look at that sphere at all. Now, there were some things that I had to get used to, because I had some of my students say, hey, can you show us how to work or do some sculpting in Blender? And there are some differences. But it has this. It has an inflate brush, which is always, always, always handy. Inflate brush. Oh, I'm still on the move brush. I'm like, why isn't this inflating? And so it inflates, right? Got some Admiral Akbar going on there. And there is a snake hook brush, which people use to do hair. There's this slash brush. And all I'm doing is hitting my bracket keys. Slash brush, where you can make some little cuts in. And with the clay buildup, the slash brush, some sort of line brush, and the inflate. I know there's a standard brush. This comes in handy too, but this is kind of the default that everybody goes into with ZBrush. And they're like, okay, I just made a blob, and so what? But just these few little brushes that you see here, these are pretty much most of the things that you are going to need to sculpt, in my opinion. I don't need a bunch of, and this is just a flattened brush. There's different names for it in Blender, but just beyond 4 or 5 brushes, you really don't need that much to sculpt. You don't. So I'm going to just kind of show you guys. I just want to show you this as my little introduction to sculpting, to say it does help if you know how to draw. So that doesn't mean that you have to draw. You don't have to draw to know how to model. And from what I see, I don't know any other way, because I only know how to draw. And then I started translating it into other things. But I will say that if you do know how to draw, the thing that I noticed is that once the technology got out of the way, meaning I learned what I was doing, then my 2D skills kicked in. And so that was super exciting for me to not have to have this, to not have to have a learning curve. If I'm following along with an anatomy course for ZBrush, and of course I take an anatomy course or workshop for ZBrush because it's a new medium, and I have enough respect for it to say, you know what, I'm not just going to go in here. Let me at least look at what another artist has done. They're going to give me some awesome workflow tips, and they're going to show me an easier way instead of me. I might be doing things a harder way. It always helps to look at somebody else, whether it's going to be modeling or sculpting, to do the things that you want to do. So for the technology to get out of the way and to me to be able to follow along a lot quicker, because it's like, oh, okay, this person is just putting in the back muscles. I know the back muscles. Oh, look, I can build up the back muscles and I can turn this and I'm sculpting. So there was not a learning curve to where, let me just say this, if you get into something like you want to sculpt anatomy or you want to sculpt creatures, if you don't know anatomy, it's going to be harder, because if your instructor is going in to put in the pectoralis, and you're like, what is a pectoralis? And they're telling you about the simple shapes of it, then abnormal termination. Sorry for inconvenience. ZBrush will attempt to save the. Oh, okay. Well, I made it crash, I think, but that's okay. So let me hit pause. But yeah, so I got some things crashing on me today. I gotta go check my system. But welcome to the little introduction to sculpting. That I want to get some of the basic stuff that I know that you'll encounter out of the way for you, so that you can just kind of sculpt. So I'll see you in the next video. So there are going to be different approaches to modeling, and people are going to have their own different ways. So I just want to preface that by telling you that when you look at someone's tutorial, some people like different portions of sculpting. Some people like to pull geometry and inflate, and some people like to build things with shapes. Some people like to start out in edit mode and build out simple shapes and put them together and join them and then sculpt. I do prefer simple shapes, but I want to go over, I guess, a few things that should help you out if you are going to sculpt. And this is some of the basic things. So I was having some problems, as you guys may know, with Blender, and so I just had to uninstall it and reinstall it. It's not the only inconvenience is you just gotta bring the interface back to, well, actually it didn't all the way uninstall. So I have an app called Revo Uninstaller, REVO, Revo Installer or Revo Uninstaller. And it's a paid piece of software, and I forget, it's like, I don't know how much it is a year. It's Revo Uninstaller. Just look it up if you're interested. And it installed things for me because I don't like dealing with a lot of technical stuff. I just don't. So, and it repaired it and everything seemed to be okay. I did have a sculpting model that I was working on that did not seem to have any materials, because I still look at people's sculpting tutorials to see how they get to certain things. Am I missing out on something? I think I explained that before. And the model, well, for whatever reason, it was showing up gleaming white, as I think it was some of the other models were showing that in the video. And when I would bring up a primitive, it wouldn't have what's called the BSDF material on it when I would bring up a new material. So if you go under shading, well, like this, it's not supposed to. Sometimes you don't have materials, I get that. But, so let me show you. So, if I do Blender again. So right here, if I go to shading, I got this default node, but I was noticing that when I add, there's no material. So you're going to have to add materials to certain things, and if things are starting to show up. And also the default to this, the base color seems to be white. I don't know why my default is like up that bright, but whatever. So let's not do that. We are in object mode. And what I want to do is I want to put a subdivision modifier on here. If you want to hit Control 1, well, first you got to select it, and then hit Control on 1, not number pad 1, but just Control 1. It's going to give you your first subdivision, and you can go up here and you can bring it up to a few different levels. And so let's say we bring it up to a level of 3. Now, with this level right here, the other thing that I want to make sure of, because sometimes you'll do this and you'll want to turn this to the front, but if you go to 1, then that puts this in the front, but it doesn't give it any perspective, so you want to turn the perspective back on. Okay. Then you can go into sculpt mode. Now, I hotkeyed it because I didn't want to keep selecting. Now, if you have the pie menu enabled, you can hit Control Tab. I don't know why it's doing that. It was doing it a second ago. So if I go, let me go back to object mode. So Control Tab. Oh. You gotta select something first. I'm sorry. You gotta select something first, and then you can do sculpt, weight paint, edit modes. So we can go to sculpt mode. All right. I was like, what? What's going on? All right. So another thing that that seems to be kind of important is, where's it at? View. So if you go to view, if you press your N key, the letter N, focal length, I don't know what the default is, but I set mine at 50 millimeters. That seems to be about what everybody sculpts in. Otherwise, you might get some deformations when you start to sculpt. And so we have our cube, and I don't want to default. I'm gonna bring up the layers, the levels, or whatever. Let's go back and let's just apply this because I want to show you why. So I want to go to apply, and this is our geometry. So we got to hit apply. When we start to sculpt, and the reason why I had you set this with the number pad is because right up here, this little butterfly looking icon, right next to it, you want to be on X. And it gives you, it's going to give you your symmetry, your symmetry, which is your X and Y symmetry. And that's the most common thing that you'll sculpt with. Yes, you can also add Y and Z, but for the most part, you're going to be sculpting on one side to the other, working just like a mirror modifier. So that's pretty important. For me personally, once you have all of this set up, then your first brush that you want to look to is a move brush. Now over here in it's a grab brush over here. And the thing is, the other thing I want you to set up is pull this out so you can physically see, you can read everything, because it makes everything a lot easier. I'm going to go over the brushes that I use. I use draw sharp, clay strips. I don't really do clay or clay thumb. I do clay strips, so that's 3. Inflate, that's 4. And smooth you can do by hitting shift. You hit your shift key and you can smooth. When you're in a brush, you can smooth. And then I use grab. Later on I might use a snake hook or scrape, but that's about it. That's what I sculpt with. These are the equivalent to the same brushes that I use in ZBrush. All the rest of these brushes right here, they're cool. Oh, the other thing that I also use is there's another move, rotate, and scale, but there's also a mask button, and mask buttons. Now you're going to have to get into a little bit of the hotkeys. So just to let you know. mask button is easy. You just hit the letter M. I'll take you through a few exercises. But this is the initial setup. The strength is at about 50%. You may want to move that down to 40. If you are working with the stylus, depends on how heavy-handed you are. So just take a look at this. The other reason, going back to it, is sometimes you are going this way and you might start pulling, and then all of a sudden, like I have done before, when you go to 1 to check everything, to make everything a lot easier for you, then you will find out that you were not, your model is facing the back, and then you got to select the model and turn it all the way around. So this is your sculpting right here. You can get rid of, you can uncheck all this, but I kind of like having these overlays here. Let me see. I like having this here, but you can take off the grid if you want. You can take off all of the axes if you want, but I like to leave those on because they help me out. And over here, you can also still do your stuff like checking your face orientation, etc. So again, we always want to make sure our X is to the back, and that's our initial setup. And one last thing before you go. If you're working with a stylus, it does help when you are sculpting, and this doesn't really alter. Go to preferences, go to navigation, and wait, it's not navigation. Well, navigation, you can use turntable or trackball. That's up to you. But it is input. That's what it is. Check emulate 3-button mouse. Because, so go ahead and just check that. If you're looking for a tab, it's not gonna mess too much things up as far as I can tell. So that's your setup. And now I'm gonna go to, we're gonna use the move brush, and we're gonna do a little exercise in the next one. So I will see you in the next video. Okay, so we are going to use the grab brush. I said move brush because I'm used to ZBrush. This is the grab brush. It does the same thing. So first of all, make sure you got your symmetry selected. Make sure that you're at 55 millimeters. That's under your view, because I don't know if you looked at the last video and then left for a week. You're under view. You got 50 millimeters right here for focal length. You've pulled out your little side area over here, your side tool area. You've pulled it all the way out so you can read everything, and you should be all set to go. Now, if you press your F key, you can resize certain things. That's cool. But I just like to manually make this larger. And I'm using my mouse with this. So if you want to check out the strength of it, or you want to increase the radius, you can do that. So I'm increasing the radius, but I'm just so used to bracket keying left and right. So your left bracket key and your right bracket key, and I'm moving with my mouse. So what I want to do is I'm going to hit 1 and make sure that the symmetry is on. You're going to go down to grab. So it turns yellow. So if you notice, some of these brushes are kind of color coordinated. Like if I go inflate, it's blue. Clay strips is blue. Draw is blue. I think that's blue. There's these, they look like reddish orange. They might be green. I don't know. I'm colorblind. What do you want? Grab is this yellowish color. And so we're facing the front. So I want to make a little bit of a skull. There are two ways to do this. So the first way we're going to do is you're going to position, and this is the reason why you have your low, have it on low. Don't have any more than 3 subdivisions, please. So then we can just pull this in, and now this is pulled in a little bit to the front. So I'm going to show you, don't move anything. I'm going to show you right now. It's a little bit wider in the back. That's okay, because that's what a skull is. So we're going to go back to 1. Now if I wanted to move that back part, now it's giving me room, so I can push that in a little more. I can go over to these corners and I can push these in a little more. I can go to the front, push that in a little more. And right down here, I can pull out. So I'm just looking for it to turn into 1. And it's easier when your resolution is lower. If I want to pull this out for maybe a younger or a more feminine character, then I can make this small. Hit Control Z, it's going to go back. Control Z. If I lengthen, or if I make this larger with my bracket keys, then I'm going to pull out this way, right? And then I can go back in here and right around where the jaw might be, I can maybe pull that out. I'm just grabbing that. So now I want to check the side, so I can go to 3, and it's not bad. But down here, maybe I can pull the chin out a little bit and perhaps flatten that. And so we have this little egg shape. So now I can go into my 3D view and really take a look. I can zoom out. Now what I also can do is go down here to move, and I can just move this up a little bit. Just move this up. We can always readjust. Like go down like this. So it gives us something, right? So now we have ourselves a little bit of a head. We can push this further. Let's go to 3. Let's make this smaller. So make it about that big. And oh, I'm still on move. Let's go to Control Z. I'm going to go back to grab. G for grab. I'm going to kind of make this into a little bit of a skull shape. And since we got the symmetry on, it should be kind of even. I'm just going to pull these out like this. And I'll pull that up. So I'm kind of making a bit of a motorcycle helmet kind of thing going on here. And I can still turn this. And we can make this to 1. So that is a way of approaching. This is the most important thing in my opinion. If I want to go a little bit smaller now and I want to move that in, then I can do that. So now you got yourself a head there. So now let us let's go back to object mode. Go to the front here. I'm going to go to Shift A. I'm going to add another UV sphere. Or I'm sorry, yeah, a UV sphere. Or no, I'm going to add a cube. Huh. So now I got this cube, and I want to do Control 1, and then I also want to bring this up to about a 3. And so now I want to scale it. So I want to scale right about here. And I also want to scale it on the Z-axis. So let's just bring the scale down a little bit. So I want to scale on the Z-axis and pull this like there. Now I'm going to hit the, so I'll do that again. I'm sorry. So we first of all, we gave the subdivision. You can hit apply. Okay. We have it in the front view. We now are going to hit Control. Oh no, we're not going to hit Control. We're going to scale, S for scale, Z, and you're going to pull to make this a little bit longer. Now we can go G for grab on the Z axis, and I can pull this up a little bit. Now I want this to, I'm trying to center this to give me enough room to make a neck. So let's go to 3, and this is okay. So what I want to do is, you can just keep, let's move this like here, right there, and then I'm going to rotate. I'm going to rotate this at a bit of an angle, because that's how your neck sits. I'm going to go back. And I think about there should look good. 3. Maybe I won't rotate it quite that much. Do my rotate again. Maybe like that. Then I think I'll move it in a little bit to right about there. So where you have a little bit of the back of the head onto the back. Or the little bit of the back of the head is showing. So we'll go back to the front. And there you go. You got yourself your first head kind of set up here. So the other thing that I want to do, it makes this a little bit more fun. So you're going to go all the way over here to that little menu where all the circles or the spheres are. And you're going to go down to where it says color, and you're going to hit random. So it should give us a random color. If we would have hit it beforehand, it would have gave us a random color. And what I want you to do is I want you to save this. So we're going to go here. We're going to hit save as. And I need to put this in the right folder. So I will put this class sculpt, whatever you want to put it, in here. And I'm just going to save it as that. And it'll be saved as a blend file. Alright, so you saved it. Awesome. That's what we're going to do. And that's going to be the end of the video. In the next video, I'm going to show you the second way to make a human head or a mannequin head. So I'll see you in the next video. Okay, here we are with the cube, the default cube. What do we do? What's the first thing that we do? You can go to the modifier and hit subdivide, or we can go Control 1. Gotta select it first. Yeah, Control 1. Gonna zoom in. We're going to go to the subdivision set. We're going to bring it up to 3. All right. We're going to make sure that we are facing front. I'm going to apply the modifier because I'm okay with that. And what I want to do is I want to duplicate this. I can add another one, but let's just go. We're going to go Shift D for duplicate, and we're going to then press Z. So Shift D, then we're going to press Z and move this down to right about there. Wait, let's do Control Z. Hold on, let's do Control Z. So I'm going to go over here and I want to place this on random. Okay, so now let's do it. So Shift D, press the Z key and move this down. All right. So now we have these two spheres. If we go to the side, they look the same. So from the front. So what I want to do is this. I want to hide. So the one that says cube 1, that's going to be, let's rename that. Let's double click and rename that face. And the other cube, let's rename that cranium and hit enter. Okay, so I want to hide the face, and we want to go to sculpt mode. Oh, I forgot to show you. So sculpt mode, if you want to change any of these, so let's say I got edit mode and I don't have a shortcut to it, I will right click and go down to assign a shortcut, and it'll tell you to press a key, so I'll just press F2. So now if I want, that's F2, and that's an easier way of doing this. Let's choose our, I don't want symmetry yet. Let's go to our grab brush, G for grab. We're gonna make this larger. And I'm gonna go right to the bottom here, and I wanna push this up. Let's make this even larger. So sometimes when you're doing a move, you have to really go in and make this brush bigger. Don't be afraid to do that. And now I want to go up to symmetry, and I want to kind of bring that in a bit. Now I'm going to unhide the face. So if we look to this, let's check our side, 3. So now what I want to do is I want to highlight the face. I want to actually click onto here, highlight the face, kind of move that in a bit. Let's size that. Hit S for size. We'll make that a tiny little bit smaller. Oh, I got to pull this out, right? I got to pull this out. Let's go to 1. And let's go with my symmetry. Let's put the symmetry on. So you need to go up and press the X. I keep repeating because I know that you may not remember it. This might be a little bit too low. So I'm going to go back to the cranium. And okay, so I have the cranium selected, but you see the little sculpting thing? You actually have to go back up here. You have to put this into sculpting mode so that you can kind of play with it a bit. I'm just going to kind of adjust the cranium a bit. Maybe make this a little bit flatter. And now I'm going to go back to the face. And I'm just going to pull that in a little. Let's check the front. It's going way more like an acorn than I want it to look. So I'm going to make this a bit wider. Maybe about like here. Let's check the side. 3, I still look okay. I am now going to make this a little bit lower because I want to have this pointed in a bit more. And if I wanted to, I can even bring that up a bit. So let's go with 3. Now I can move, actually I can take this, I want to move this up to like here. So I'll show you that again. I just grabbed the bottom of it and I just moved it until it did this. So now I want to keep going back to check. And now maybe I will make this a little larger and move this down a bit, make this jaw. And so right about here, I want to grab the front of the cranium and I want to kind of pull that out. Like this. So it has this little shape right here to where it's kind of giving us an indication of perhaps a nose. I can maybe pull that down a little bit and I'm checking. And just checking. And so you see that little groove I got in there? So 1. So now what will we do? We would put the neck on. So what do? We can go back to object mode. I just leave everything where it is. You can go to, you can use the cranium, but Shift A, cube, Control 1. We're going to grab it on the Z axis. And we're going to increase those subdivisions to 3. And do exactly what we did before. I want to size this. I want to look at it to this side. I want to go to 3. I'm going to move this a little bit to the back. And then I'm going to size it S along the z-axis, right about here, and then I'm going to move this up. I'm going to move that in, and then we're going to hit rotate right about there. And now, and you can label this. It's easier if you label this. So instead of cube, we can call this neck. Now, if you want to keep everything in order, we can make a new collection, and we can rename the collection. You can call it top, you can call it face, you can call it head, and you keep all of your. So we're going to move the face into here. So what you want to do is you want to grab what you want to move and then wait until it turns black. Wait until like your scene collection turns black, and that'll put this inside of there. So we got the neck, the cranium, the face, and the neck. And so then if you want to add another collection for torso, you can do that as well. But now, if I wanted to, I can go back to sculpt mode, and I can go down, and we can kind of, oh, we got to make sure that we got our symmetry on. So hit Control Z if you did something and you didn't have the symmetry mode on, like I didn't have it on. So now I want to affect the face, so I want to sculpt on that. So if I want, I can just kind of move this in for a little bit of a jaw, like that. Maybe adjust this down a little bit. So we got ourselves a little jaw there. I know there are no ears on. I'm not going to worry about ears. They're it's not going to worry about that right now. But yeah, so there you go. There is a head for you. Oh, let's adjust the neck. Let's adjust the neck. So remember, we got to click onto here. Let's hit apply. So now I want to go all the way. So I'm going to hit 1. Then if you hit 9, it gives you the opposite of whatever view that you're on your number pad. And we're going to hit grab. Going to hit grab. And I'm just going to kind of pull this out a bit. So it kind of cradles the head a bit like a golf tee. Make this a little bit bigger. We bring that out. Let's just hit 1. So we got a little bit more of a neck. We can even probably stand to just maybe pull this down a bit more. And then there you go. Oh, it's a little bit, it's a little thin back here, so maybe I'll make that a little wider. Let's make that smaller. Because technically this won't be out. This would actually be in a bit more. So I'd actually put that out. That's the way what your neck is really going to do. And I'm going to go back in. I think I'm... Alright, so let's get a little bit brave here. I want to move this down. I'm going to go back to... Oh, wait. I can press F3. Oh, wait, not F3. I didn't assign anything for object mode. Never mind. I'm going to select all these. And I'm going to move. And I keep moving these on the Z-axis, so it makes my life a lot easier. I'm going to hit Shift A. I'm going to add another cube. Control 1. Now what I want to do is I want to size this up. Make this kind of large. I want to go to 1 so I can just get a plain old view here. I'm going to move this up to right about there, and then we will subdivide this. Still want to keep it at the level of 3. So let me see, maybe right about there ish. So what's going to happen is the head is small. When we put in the pelvis, it's going to be medium. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to hit Shift D Z. Whoops. Wait. Try this again. Oh, I hit Control. Shift D Z. I'm going to move that down. I'm going to hit S. So I'm going to size it. Then I'm going to hit Shift D Z again. I'm going to move that down to right about there. I'm going to size it to right about here. Now, I'm going to rename this. We'll call these the trunks. Okay. And you see how it's turning at different colors? So I'm going to go right here. We're going to call these the abs. You can call it the stomach if you want. Right up here, we're going to call this chest. Okay, so now let's go. This is fine. I'm going to grab here. I'm going to grab the abs. So we can also make another. Let's make another group here. I want to click out of there. I want to make another group, and I want to call this torso. Not Rorso. Torso, because that's a real word. All right. So then I'm going to take the chest. I can't stand when I do that little, when I do the shift, I can't type to save the world. So I'm going to go with abs. And we are going to go with the trunks. It's actually the pelvis, but I like thinking of it as trunks. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the abs. We're going to hit S, Z, and make that longer. Just a little bit longer. And you can kind of adjust that and move that down if you want. I think I need to click onto my pelvic area, my trunks. I need to move that up a bit to right about there. And I'm going to go to 3. And you can see that it's not looking good. But that's okay. We're going to click onto the chest area. We're going to kind of move this to the back right about there. Click onto the abs. Move this here. Click right here. And move that back. So there's some sort of curvature. But we're going to fix the chest here. So, click onto the chest. I think I'll do better if I just size it down a tiny little bit. Maybe move this up. So what I want to do is I want to hit S on the Z axis and make this a little bit longer. Tiny little bit longer. And I'm going to go back to the abs and I'm going to move them just right about there. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the front. All right. Now I'm going to go over to, we're going to switch to sculpt mode. I'm going to press F3. And then we are going to go to the chest. So the chest, we have our grab tool. We can leave it like this. This is fine. But if you want, I am going to, oh wait, I have to select the chest like that. See, I totally messed up on that. I'm going to kind of move this up just a little bit. I'm going to take the bottom part of it. I'm going to move this up and I'm going to take these side pieces. Oh, wait a minute. I got to hit Control Z. So when you do something like that, I didn't have my symmetry on. It's not giving me very much here. Oh, wait a minute. Hit apply. Let's go over here. Let's go back. Let's hit apply. That's what I didn't do. I'm going to go back to object mode. So that little wrench, that means that you didn't apply anything. So I was wondering what was going on here. I made a mistake. Let's go back to chest. And then we'll go back to sculpting mode. Now I'm on chest here. There we go. So move that up a little bit like this. And then move these down. I'm moving these down quite a bit, by the way, to give myself much more of a chest. And then, since I'm 1, I will go to the back. I'll move this down a little bit here. Move back to 3. And I am going to just kind of push that in a bit. Just kind of push that in. And right here, I'm going to raise this up on the back a little bit more. So it has that nice little dip. I'm going to pull this down just a little bit. I think I'll move this in a little more. Then I'm going to take the abs. And... oh, wait. Try the abs again. Can flatten these out a little bit. Let's make this person very let's make them really super fit here. Alright, so let's go back to 1. This is pretty good. The neck's a little thick. I think I pulled the traps up just a little bit too much. So I want to go back to the chest. And I'm just adjusting. So you can see right away. You can see right away that we have object has no uniform scale. Sculpting may be unpredictable. Whoops. Okay. Let's move this down a little bit. There we go. I think the neck is just a little bit too big. Let's go up to the neck. Let's go. Now you can have the neck large like this if it's a bigger character, but I want to go ahead and go into object mode, and I just want to hit scale. Scale that down significantly. And I think I'm just going to move the head up just a little bit. Alright, so now I'm just going to go back to object mode, or I'm going to go back to sculpt mode. So there we go. We did a lot. And I did too much. Alright, let's try that again. I went up too far there. So I'm just going to adjust this. Right about there. That's going to have to be good enough. There we go. All right. So we did a lot. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to hit a regular save for that. And I'm going to hit the save. This is going to be your basic. So I don't know what everybody's art level is. But I want to do a few more things because my biggest thing was to show you guys that you don't have to just go in and start sculpting right away. So yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so now what I want to do is, first of all, that error that I was getting is, I believe it's because I didn't apply all the transformations. I looked it up. As again, you're gonna have to look stuff up. I want to apply the I want to add in some shoulder sockets, and probably do the ball joints for the leg. Now you can just add in legs if you don't want to do ball joints. That's fine. But let's go ahead and I have everything centered. That's one of the keys here, so I don't get confused. Shift A. Again, we're just doing the exact same thing over and over again. Add modifier. We'll do it over here this time. It doesn't make a difference. Subdivision 3. I'm going to hit S for size. I'm going to bring this down quite a bit. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this up. Move this over right about there. Now I have this selected. I'm going to hit apply. I'm going to go into edit mode, and I'm going to add the mirror modifier in edit mode. And I did that wrong. But that's okay. I moved that to the side. I should have just centered it. So let's do this the right way. What I can do is I can go over here to object mode, and I can just kind of move this over to about there, move it down, and that's fine. And I'll move this to right there. But let's not do that. Let's do this the right way. Well, not the right way. Let's just do it the way that... Anyway. Shift A. We're going to go to cube. We'll add the modifier. Subdivision surface. 1, 2, 3. I will do S for scale, and then I will go ahead and apply it. Then we will go into edit mode, because it's easier just to keep it selected. Otherwise you're going to have to go into wireframe mode. Now we're going to go into mirror modifier, and then we will pull this apart. Then we can adjust this to right about there. So where you see the little back of what's called the trapezius, I don't know what you guys don't know, so I apologize. That little hump in the back there, that's your trapezius. So we're going to move these to they're almost halfway touching there. Your collarbone would go there, so technically these would be down a little bit more. I'm being very generous with the shoulder. And we're going to move this more in, just like that. I will deselect. I will go back to the front. That looks good. I like that. I can deal with that. So now if you go back to object mode, then we have this. And we can apply the mirror. Rename these shoulders. So you might be wondering, is this going to work? We put on right here, then yes, it works. It'll move, it'll do everything else. It has its own symmetry in sculpting mode. So that's why we want to position everything. And so that looks good, that looks good. Let's go ahead and add in some sockets here. I like that. That's just my little preference there. You don't have to. But let's go back to object mode. No surprise here. Shift A. This is getting a little repetitive for you. That's good. It means that you're learning. It means that you know this. So that's a good thing. That's what I want, to be very honest with you. Not to bore you to death, but I do want you to kind of go, okay, I get it, I get it, I get it. So I'm going to go with S, scale it down a tiny little bit. I'm going to apply this, and I'm just guesstimating a little bit. So I can move this down to like right about there. Okay? So now now we can go back to go to edit mode and mirror modifier, pull that out slightly to right about there. So I'm going to go 3 because I want to move these to right there. So it gives a little bit of back for the posterior. And we're going to go back to the front. Then I'm going to move this in like I'm making a little doll. And we go 3, See, maybe we can move this up a bit. It depends. And by the way, all of this is adjustable depending on your character. Maybe I'll move this down a little bit. Like so. That looks a little bit better there. And I will call this hip joints. And I'm going to go out of edit mode and go into object mode. So there we go. Oh, let's apply that. Okay. So now we got ourselves, I think the head might be too big, but that's okay. That can still work. So that's another thing that so I got that in. So when it doesn't have any perspective on it, looks all right. But now it's like, oh, wait a minute. I think the head might be too big. So that's why you definitely don't, when you are in orthographic view, you without a doubt in orthographic view, there we go, maybe right about there. Let's see what that does all the way around. Got to move that down a little bit, just a tiny bit. So we're okay there. And everything is fine so far. And we haven't reshaped anything or anything like that. So, ooh, whoops, hit delete by accident. Whoops, so I just hit Control Z. And so what I want to do right now is I want us in the next video to go, because I want to show you how some of the tools work. But I'm also in the mindset of I don't want to start doing too much to where it becomes cumbersome for you. So I'm going to show you how to add the arms, and I'm going to leave it up to you to add the legs, the hands, that sculpting hands. That this is starting to get into intermediate territory right here. But it's the same process. But I do want to show you how to make longer limbs. There are a few ways. I'm going to do that. And then in the final, which I thought this was going to be the final section. But in the final section, we're going to look at the sculpting tools that you will need to use with a stylus. So if you buy a stylus, you can come back to that part. But I'm going to go ahead and go into the next. I'm going to go into the next video. And there are going to be 2 more videos because you can still kind of use the grab tool. I'm going to show you a little bit how you can do that. So yeah, I'm going to stop talking. I will see you in the next video. Okay, so this is how we're going to add the arms. And if you would like, you can add the legs the exact same way that you can add the arms. So what we're going to do, we're going to do our usual. Shift A. We're going to go with the cube. Control 1. I'm going to go to 3. What I want to do is hit scale along the Z axis. Then I want to hit scale. It's right about there. And I want to hit scale on the x-axis like this. I'm going to turn to the side. I'm going to hit scale on the y-axis. Now pause this if you need to pause this. This is not meant to make you this is not meant to make you lose your mind here. Let's go back to 1. And I'm going to scale it on the x-axis again. Let's scale along the x. I just want to bring this in a bit. Okay, so now I want to hit Shift D along the Z, right? Actually, let's move this up a bit. I want to move this up to right there. And so, right where your belly button is, which is right about there, that's where I kind of want to leave a little bit of room so we can overlap a bit. Now, I teach cylinders, but I don't like cylinders for this particular kind of base mesh because I can't really manipulate it like I want to. So let's go Shift D, Z. We're going to move this down to right about there. Now, what I want to do is right up here where it says cube, we're going to Shift Select. Okay, and we're going to hit Control J. It's going to join those. So we got this over here, our cube, subdivision. We can apply it, that's cool. Now we're going to go to edit mode. And we're going to add the mirror modifier. Now we're going to move these out just like that. So it's going to be right here. So it looks like he's very uncomfortable. So you're going to go 3, and we're going to move these back like so. Now I could probably move this up again. And then I'm going to go back to 1. Now, what I want to do is we can go back to object mode. Now we can hit rotate. I just not the control, just rotate itself. And then I'm going to rotate, whoops, no, not Control Z. It's not what I'm going to do. I should not have applied the modifier. Let's go back to edit mode. R. Okay, so we're going to do this way because I don't want to do it like that. So we're going to go back to edit mode and we're going to go rotate this way because then we're going to rotate out a bit like this. Then we're going to go move. I want to move these out. So this is referred to as an A pose. A T pose is when your arms are out like a T. We're going to move these. And this right here is, let's go back to object mode. This right here is your arms. This is your arms. That sounds so weird. There's some adjustments that I would like to make. There are some other things that I would like to do. But essentially, this is your arm. So if I go to 1, and I'll just apply this. So where is this at? Cube. We'll say arms. And we can add on hands. Let's go ahead and hands are going to be difficult. That's some intermediate stuff right there. But you can make little paddles if you want. You can add in cubes, or you can add in a cube. You can smash it down. But let's go ahead and let's add in some legs. So I want to go Shift A. Wait, where am I at? Okay, object mode. Shift A. Sorry, it's been a long day. I'm like, what? What am I supposed to do? Cube. Control 1. Now, this is going to be a little bit different here. So what I'm going to do is do S along the Z axis. So the thing about your legs is that your upper leg and your lower leg are about the same height. So if I want to come up here, I want this maybe to hit about to the chest. that's where I want this at. So I am going to go to S along the X axis. I'm going to go to 3. And I'm going to keep it like that. So I'm going to hit Shift D. Actually, it would be a little bit better. No, wait, we'll hit Shift D along the Z axis. So right here. And what I want to do is size this. So I want to hit S along the Y axis. Now, let me hide some of this stuff up here. So I'm going to hide the head, not the torso, but want to hide all this stuff that isn't relevant. I'm missing something. Hip joints, shoulders, trunks. What is this visible? I don't know. Okay. So what I want to happen is I want to move my leg back like so. So if I go back up here and select this, I'm just going to hit scale. I'm going to go in a bit. And I might even scale a little bit more. Scale along the Z-axis. You can make these pretty long. And I just want to readjust it like this. I want to go back here. I'm going to scale along the Z-axis to make this long. And then I'm going to bring this down to this way. I'm going to move this down. And kind of move that up a little bit. But I do want the thigh looking like this. So let's go with scale along the Y-axis to bring it out. So scale along, I'm sorry, the X-axis to bring that out a bit. Let's bring this out a bit because we went a little bit too skinny, or at least I did. And I want it to look like so. So now I'm going to go back to 1. I'm going to hit Shift. Then I'm going to do a Control J. Or, yeah, Control J for join. And I will rename this legs. So now I'm going to turn everything back on. So everything is back on. So now what I can, oh wait, whoops, Control Z. We're going to use our mirror modifier. I'm going to apply this first. And we're going to go back to edit mode. That's what it's doing for me. I don't know. Maybe I might have did something. And I don't know. But this has been working for me. So the mirror modifier. We're going to move out a bit. Then we're going to move these down to right about here. And move them out a little bit more. Then we're going to go to 3. Let's zoom in a bit. Now, I probably shouldn't have joined the things there. Because I could have made these a little bit smaller. But let's go ahead and let's see if we can size these down a bit. Oh wait, Control Z. Let's go to object mode. Go to S for scale. I shouldn't have joined them right away, so. But I'm going to adjust these because it's not that big of a deal. So actually, let me just scale these back up. Scale these right back up to this size. And so we got ourselves a little figure here. And the other thing that we are going to do is, so I got the little overhang for the kneecap, where the kneecap might be. So from the side, I am looking at it like this. This is what your leg essentially will look like. We can change up some stuff here, but I really do want to keep this basic. So I am going to put on, we're going to put on some ball joints here, and then we'll just put on some little paddles and we'll be done. Okay. For the arms and legs, and this will give you like a pretty, a nice little entry level, sculpt there. I think I might need to make some adjustments. Then I'll make some adjustments later. All right, so I will see you in the next video. I think the arms might be a bit too short, so I'm just gonna maybe hit a little bit of a scale. Maybe a little bit of a scale there. And I think that's fine. It's a little bit better. If it's out a little bit, that's okay. I can adjust that later on. Let's do something a tiny bit different, right? We don't want it all to. We just can't eat Captain Crunch cereal every day, right? As much as we'd like to. At least I'd like to. So let's do this. I'm always getting on my students about this. Make your lower legs a little bit longer. So let's go into sculpt mode. And objects okay. So there we go. So objects might be non-uniform. So that means I got to go in here, back to edit mode, or back to object mode. And there we go. I got to apply that modifier. So now I need to go back into sculpt mode. So when you get that little error message, I think, or maybe that's not what that is. Object non-uniform scale. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it right now, just to be very honest with you. So let's go with the grab brush, and I want to make sure I got symmetry on. And from right about here, I'm just going to grab from down there. And as I'm grabbing this, I'm going to go to 3. You can see that this is a little bit smaller down here, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. That's what I wanted. So let's go back to 1, and I can make some more adjustments, but right now, let's do this. And this is just me being a little bit fussy. So I'm gonna go in here, maybe make that a little bit thinner. Let's go back to the side, and I can't resist. Got to kind of give a little bit of calf there. And I'm going to go make this smaller. Just going to get a little bit, tiny little bit, a little indication of the calf. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. So now let's do something. Let's do something wacky. Let's not add a cube. I'm kidding. We're going to add a cube. We're staying consistent, because consistency is the key to stuff that you want to open. Let's go ahead, Shift A, and we're going to do cube. Control 1. Whoops. Control Z. Sorry. Control 1. Then we're going to go up. Just trying to keep these really consistent at 3. And then I want to go to S. And I'm going to hit apply. Go to edit mode. And then we're going to go and mirror it. Now I can take these and move these anywhere that I want. Let's go and do the ankles, because I think that'll make a bit more sense here. Let's go to 3. Let's move these back. Ankles are not going to be that big. They're not. But to having a little ball to kind of help you see right about there, maybe there. Your ankle is very tiny. It really is. It's not even, it's technically your ankle is the side of one of your bones. I won't get into the technicalities of it, but I'm going to make this pretty small. And I'll just move this right here and have it down right at the edge there. So if we look at this, I'm going to move these to the outside a little bit. Okay. And cube, we'll rename this to ankles. I got them to the outside because they stick. Well, your ankles stick out on the side. Go grab your ankle. And see, just go reach down, touch them. You got that bone on the outside. It's your tibia, fibia. It's the I forget. But it's that. So now we're going to go back to object mode, and we're going to repeat the process. So, and I'm not going to speed this up. If you just want to stop, that's cool. I completely understand. But for those of you that want to see this, I'm just going to take my time. It does not hurt you to practice. So it just doesn't. Oh wait, Control 1. I accidentally hit Control F1, which I don't even know what that does. I don't want to know what it does because it scares me. And what I want to do actually is put these on the wrists. So we'll just make these super, super tiny. Well, not super tiny, but maybe about that big. And then I'm going to apply. I'm going to go to F2 where I can get edit mode, modifier. I'm going to mirror. Move this here. Then we're going to move that down. Move that over. Go to 3. Going to overlap that. Now the wrist is not. There is no wrist ball. So, but this is just so that you could possibly understand a little bit better on how things are working. This is just a visual aid. So we'll go back to edit mode or object mode. Then we will apply. Can you make some sort of ball for the knees and the elbows? Yes, you can. If you want to do that, you can. Now and I will put in wrists. And I know I didn't put everything all uniformed and stuff in its own collection. Oh wait, ankles. We still got to apply that. So now let's make some little paddles here. So I'm going to do cube. And so this time, I'm going to size it like this. But I'm going to turn to the side. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it. So I'm going to go S on the y-axis. Again, the only thing I'm doing is looking up at the corner here. I'm just looking up at my little gizmo. I'm not trying to memorize anything. So 1, and then I'm going to go S along the x-axis. So here's my other little. So your hand in general is going to be about the size of right up in here, your entire hand. So this is just a representation. So if I go S to Z, so I go S to Z up to right about there. That's about the size of your hand, more or less. And so we're going to apply, and I'm just putting on these paddles. I'm not putting on a thumb or anything like that. Again, a little advanced. So there you go. So we're going to go with edit, just so we can have a nice, clean mirror modification there. So we're going to move these down. I'm going to move these out. And on the side here, so you can have these like this. But let's rotate these. So rotate them out a little bit. Then we're going to move these, but we're going to go back up to our local. Go back to global. Didn't really do it on the local. So I'm going to move up a little bit more. I'm going to go back to 3. And so there we go. That's good enough. That's good enough. I like it. I'm going to roll with it. I'm going to rename that hands. I'm going to give you guys a copy of the model just like this, so don't worry. I know I said that before, but... Okay, worst jump cut in history. This is Rich from the future. This video went on way too long as I was fiddling with the feet. So let's just go ahead and leave that there. But I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna do a very similar thing, but we're just gonna put the feet down there. So we're gonna go Shift A, gonna do our cube, gonna do Control 1, blah blah blah. 2, 3. And we're going to do much of the same way. We are going to hit S. Then we're going to scale along the Z axes. Going to make these maybe about that big. Then I want to scale along the X. Then I want to turn to the side. And I'm going to zoom in here. And I want to scale on the y-axis. So it looks kind of like that. I'm going to go back to the front. Going to give this character some bigger feet, or at least some decent feet. We'll see. So what I also want to do is we are going to go, we'll apply. We will go to edit mode, and the modifier will be, you guessed it, mirror. So we're going to mirror this. I'm going to bring this down to right about here. I don't know why I'm talking like that, by the way. I'm going to move this in. Going to turn to the side. But here's what we're going to do. We are going to rotate this. So we're going to go click on rotate. Going to rotate this around like that. And then we're going to go to move. And we're going to move this back. So it looks like that. So now we can scale. Oh, wait a minute. That's a little bit too far back out. So right about there. Let's see what this looks like from the front. Okay. So we'll scale on the Z-axis a little, just slightly. Flatten that out just a tiny little bit, and then you can just adjust it as much as you want. Again, I just want to keep this super duper simple. I'm going to pull these out a little bit more to the side. And I'm going to go to 7 from the top here, right? So 7, then we want to go to the opposite. So I'm looking at the top view. I want to go to the opposite, and now I want to hit rotate. And I want to rotate these out, because when you stand, your feet do this. They do. So if we go back to 1 and we take a look at the 3D model, then we got ourselves a simple little 3D model there. There we go. Go back to object mode. There you are, my friend. You are finished. We'll rename this feet. Hit enter. And then we will apply. And I'm spent. All right, guys. I'll see you in the next section. All right. So it's just a super quick video to let you know this particular video is where you're going to get the base mesh to the figures. You can take these figures and when you learn how to sculpt or whatever, you want to sculpt over them, that's great. Go ahead and knock yourself out. That's all I want to say. Here's the base mesh. It's in a zip file. You will unzip it. And I hope that you are enjoying this course up to this point. Keep going. And if you got any questions, please ask. So, also, hey, look, Udemy loves when people respond and write wonderful reviews and all the other stuff. If you want to say something nice about the course, and if it did help you, if it in any way helped you, then I kindly, humbly ask you to do so. But I also want you to go to the next section, and please don't try it with a mouse. Please don't. Let me just also say this really quick about tablets. Any entry-level tablet will be fine. You don't have to have a tablet that you draw on. Just take one of the tablets. They're about $50 US entry-level, and there's some pretty good ones. Huion's a good company. XP Pen is a good company. I've owned tablets for both. Obviously, Wacom, if you have the resources for Wacom. I would recommend, if you're going to get the 16-inch, I would not recommend the HD model, because I have that, and I'm kicking myself because a few months later they came out with the regular Wacom that was not $1,600, but it was like $600. So that's what I would recommend with that. And I work personally on a Dell Canvas, which I would not recommend because they don't make it anymore. That is the bane of my artistic existence. All right. Go forth and get your base mesh where it says figures. All right, bye. Okay, let's do a little bit of let's do a little bit of sculpting. I'm trying to think on how to approach this, because this is the first time I've taught any sort of lesson on actual sculpting. Done sculpting, but there's a few things that are different than drawing, namely that third dimension. There's a lot of technical stuff in here, but the lessons that I'm about to show you and the things that we're about to do together will hopefully have you get the technology out of the way. So one of the first things we want to do, I know there's the ritual of getting rid of the default cube, but let's not do that. Let's just go ahead and let's go to our modifier, and of course, this time with subdivision surface, we're going to crank it all the way up to about 6, right? Because we want enough here. And I don't know how much you can crank it up to. Well, I guess 6 is the limit. So we've cranked this up to 6. I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to hit apply because I know I want it to be divided into 6. And then we're going to go over here to sculpt mode. This changes, completely changes. Let's grab over here. Let's pull this out so we can look at what we are actually doing, so we can see the brush names. So I still like to move, which would be grab. So if I grab, you see how huge I have this? So let's look at some of the things up here. So this radius, you can adjust this up here. You can just slide that back and forward. You can just hover and you could slide. Now, with the strength, I like to be less than 50%. This all depends on your tablet. This depends on how heavy your hand is, and I'm pretty heavy-handed. So I have to keep that in mind. I need my strength to be down a little bit. But for the pull, we can just pull this out. Just going to pull this bottom out right here. And I could turn this to the side. Actually, I can go 3. So made my first mistake, which I'm glad I made, because here's what happened. I started moving things around, and then all of a sudden, my front view looks like that. So how do we fix that? Let's do Control Z. Not a big deal. So I'm just going to stay. So when you are trying to center things, it is best, in my opinion, in my approach, to if you're going to make a face or a character, go to the front orthographic view. Then we can pull on this way. And then that way you can have an assessment of what your figure or what the character, because if you're sculpting, you're mostly doing characters. Otherwise, you'd be hard surface modeling, right? So I'm going to go into this top area and I'm going to pull this forward to make this look like a semi face there. I'm going to go back to the side and then I'll shrink this down. So we just got this basic little cartoon head. Now, you will notice that up here, we don't have symmetry checked. You want to make sure your symmetry is checked. So now I have these two little dots that are giving me a few things. So over here, I don't do draw rarely. Draw sharp is good. I use that. But clay strips is where I like to start. After I've moved things around. So clay strips. So here's what we're going to do. You are going to, you're not going to take the move brush unless you want this character with a large mouth. You're going to actually select clay strips. Now this is way too big. So if I did this, you see I'm getting these strips here. Of course, there are ways to adjust the brushes and the stroke and the fall off. That's not what we're going to do first, because that stuff gets overwhelming. Just want to do this, just so you can see what this looks like. And the thing that I want you to do, turning this into an exercise, we want to bring down the strength a little bit so you can see what things look like. The same way in the beginning, if you've ever taken a painting course, like a physical painting course, many times instructors will ask you to just take your paints out and put them on paper, like actually look at what the color looks like. And so here, I want you to just see what the brush looks like. So we have here, go in the middle, and I just want you to go around to see, because one of the things that normally happens is this. You got the strength all the way up, and then you do this. And things get out of control, or your default may have been up to 100%. Now, if you put this up to, well, that's what I call 100%, 1.0. Take a look at this. This just, that does a lot. This gets out of control really quick. So as long as we're here, we can see that this is pixelated. It's not as pixelated as the previous section. And I say pixelated, it's not as low. It's not as low res as the last version, but this is pretty low res. But what you want to do, and this is one thing that I don't think is often talked about as much, is let's go into, if we go right over here to our little side menu over here, and we go down to this little square with the crosshairs around it, the little box where it says object properties. You're going to click onto that. So make sure you have that clicked. We're going to go down to, is it visibility? No. We're going to go down to viewport display. So now, in viewport display, you're going to check wireframe. Now, trying to see with your wireframe, this gives you an idea of how many polygons that you will have. And if you right click this, you should be able to add this. Where is it at? Copy data path, remove. Oh, it's already on my quick favorites. So I'm going to remove this from quick favorites. Oh, I think I just did. So if you right click onto it, you go down to where it says add to quick favorites. And so quick favorites, my shortcut is Q, which it should be. So I have this display wire, so I don't have to keep going back to it. But if you do, you could just leave this open, because it's right for right now as a beginner. You're not going to look at this. You are going to notice that when you are sculpting, and you don't have to leave this on, you just want to check every so often. You are going to notice that once in a while that that Blender, and this also has a lot to do with your computer, is going to start to lag. It is because you have way too many polygons on there. And one of the things you can do is you want to keep an eye on your polygons. But for me, for this machine right here, when I get up to about 2 million polygons, things start to lag on Blender. And I have to add a decimate modifier. We'll get into that. But for right now, I just want you to just play with this brush. Just this brush. That's all we're going to do. Because we only got about 4 or 5 brushes that I want to go through. Just play with this brush. And then I'm going to see you in the next video. Okay, so I had to look this up to enable it because I knew it was there, and I kept hitting the button, but it was already enabled, but I wasn't paying attention or whatever. But so in order to see how many vertices that we have, how many faces and all of that other good stuff that we have to go up here to Window, and it's going to say Show Status Bar. Now I'm going to click off of this. And I barely saw anything happen. I'm like, well, I had it checked. What's going on? So if you go down here to this little bottom column right here where I am, so I'm lifting this up. This is like I don't know if this is not the timeline, or it might be the dope sheet or whatever. Anyway, if you go to the very bottom, it's the dope sheet context menu. If you go down to here, it may not say dope sheet context menu. It might have something else. It might be your timeline. It might look like that or whatever. So down here it says, so it's giving you the right click for select keyframes, box select, dope sheet context menu. And let me do this because this is becoming annoying. Bring this down a little bit. So right underneath here it says cube. If you look at the very, very, very bottom where it says cube, next to this it says vertices, verts, and so it has 24,578 vertices. Faces, it has 24,576. Objects, 1 out of 3 objects, and it's got in that 2.934. That's the version of Blender. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for the little arrow menu, and I'm just pulling this back down. And so we can glance at the bottom to see how many vertices that we have. But let's get back to what we were doing before. So if you're sculpting along here, I want to do a little bit of an exercise, but the thing that we're going to do is this. Let's go back to our viewport display. And let's take a look at wireframe. So there are 2 ways to sculpt. You can have Dynatopo on, which I don't use. I use Remesh, but Dynatopo, dynamic topology. So if I turn this on, so vertex data, blah, 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 just hit OK. So what this does is it switched, so let's go back. So Dynatopo, it turned this into a bunch of triangles. So what this does is, and over here you see it's got 49,000 tries, right? So I have my brush, I'm going here, and what it does is it creates geometry as I sculpt. So if I go in tighter, if I go in closer, it's giving me, as I'm sculpting in the detail, it's changing the amount of triangles that I have. So if I zoom out, you see when it starts to look very, very dark, that means you got a lot of triangles. Now if we look back, I have 54,000 triangles. I can zoom in even tighter, and go in, and I'm able to detail a lot. You can see I can just put in all this detail. I'm going detail wacky. And so this, when you are doing this and you are sculpting, so let's go ahead and I'm going to take view wire. I'm going to take wireframe off. So this is what this is looking like now. So if I get in here and I start to sculpt, then I zoom in here and I bring down here, and all of a sudden now I'm sculpting in way more detail, right? So I'm just kind of sculpting, zooming in more. But if we look down here at our try count, so I'm up to 82,000. So just in a matter of a few seconds, I pretty much doubled my triangle count. And this can become is when your machine can start to lag. Now, if I take this off, the other way of doing this, and so I got these 82,000 faces. So I'm going to go back. Still got the tries on there. So the other way is to do a remesh. So the remesh means that it is remeshing something. It is allowing you to have more detail. So what I'm going to do is, and you can't have Dyno Topo on with remesh. So if I remeshed, the voxel size is 0.01. So if I want to bring this down a little bit, let's put on the wireframe visibility. I'm not even sure if it'll let me remesh. If not, I'll just grab another one. So I'm going to go down to 0.09, and I am going to go to remesh. Now this remeshed it, right? This remeshed it, and with Dyno Topo on, it doesn't look like this many polygons, right? And so it reduced it from 80,000 to 20 or to 2,000 polygons. So it's not really that much. So there's a little slash over here. So the number, when you look down, it looks really huge. But if you look at the slash, you'll see it's like 2,120. 200,000 faces or polygons. And so it simplified it. So remesh simplifies things. So if I wanted to, and this is way too low to sculpt, so you could bring it down a little bit. Let's bring it down to about 6, and we'll hit remesh, and it's given us more room to sculpt with. Not very much, but it's given us more. It's given us twice as many vertices. You can go down a little bit more, hit remesh, and it's giving us more vertices to sculpt with. It's still very, very low res. And so you can bring this down. Let's go with, I'll click preserve volume, and we're hitting remesh. And so this is interesting, right? So I put this all the way down. So you got to pay attention to your numbers, 0.007. And this was at like 20,000 or whatever. And now I go in and I'm doing this. And now I want to zoom in. And I want to zoom in a little bit more. I want to add some more detail in here. The strength is way up too high. Way too high. For me anyway. And I want to go in here and do some of this subtle detail. But let's look at our face count now. My face count jumped up to 400,000 polygons. That's not bad. But I've only been playing around here for about 8 minutes. But in the last minute, we went from what? 4,000 to 400,000 just by hitting the remesh and then sculpting on top of it. So you want to be careful. And as of the research that I've done, and it does keep changing, as I think I mentioned in the very beginning of the course. But I think video games for your characters, maybe a total poly count of maybe 100,000. I'm sorry, maybe 70 to 100. And I think for animation, it might be 150. Please don't quote me on that. If you guys do know, just put it in the comments, put it in the Q&A section, and that's also something I would love to keep updated on, as how many poly counts you need. So already by by sculpting this blob mess on one side of the sculpture, it's at 400,000. So that's not realistic there. So this is important for you to keep in mind. Now you can also, if your poly count gets too high, and I'm going to leave with this, if your poly count gets super duper high and your machine is starting to lag, let's do another remesh here. So I'm going to bring this down to 6, and I'm going to remesh. It might take a minute for it to remesh. Now this jumped up to 600,000. I still can sculpt on this. But my poly count is going up. What you can do is go over here to your modifier properties. You're going to go to add modifier, and you're going to go to decimate. Now I tend, the ratio is 1.0. Okay, the ratio is 1.0. You can click onto that. This is, I think there's some things that are, just because I'm recording, my poly count is pretty high. Some things that I'm starting to lag with. Oh, so I accidentally hit the poly count to 0. So I'm going to do Control Z. But you see how that's what was taking me. I think I was trying to slide it, but it wasn't quite working. Let's take that off of there. It's going to take a second. When you're trying to do these subdivisions and the decimate modifier, you need to give your computer a little bit of time to decimate or undecimate. And you can see I really can't do anything right now. It's going to take a second. So if I click over here, it might give me the whole Blender's not responding. So, okay, I'm getting a little wheel here. I'm doing this in real time with you guys so that I know that this is going to be something that you're going to run into. Okay, so let me see if I can do unsubdivide. Okay, I'm back to where I was before. So, let's take this off. Let's try again. So I want to add, decimate, and I'm going to click here, and I'm going to go to 0.5 first. So I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to give it a second because it's calculating. So the face count is up to 600,000, and so I'm doing 0.5. Really didn't do very much. So let's go with 0.2. I always do 0.5 first because if you try and, I think if for this computer, if I try and jump too high or make it too big of a jump, then it takes longer. Okay, so we've decimated this, and look, we didn't lose any of our weird, wacky sculpture, right? But it's down to 238,000. Now, the thing that you want to pay attention to, so let's go down to, so keep in mind that the ratio itself is, I think I pressed something again. This thing is very fickle. Let's see what happens. Okay, so the face count is at 200,000 essentially. If I bring down the ratio, it's going to be the ratio of that number. I want to go ahead and hit apply. I like doing this because I like to be safe. Okay, I'm hitting apply. It takes a second for it to apply, because just like with any other modifier, it's not going to be. So we're now at, so if I go back to decimate again, you can see I'm at 238. So let's go to 0.2. Let's see what happens. 0.2, so I'll get it like it's 20%. Let's go, okay, let's see how much it changes the model itself. Okay, so now I'm at 47,000 polygons, but take a look at that. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit apply. Okay, so there you go. So this is one of the things that I wanted to get out of the way before we go to our next exercise with the clay brush, or the clay strips brush. So I'll see you in the next video. So in the ZBrush, if I go 1, so that's about 1 right there. I'm just making sure where I'm at. In ZBrush, I can just go over here and turn, but I can't do that here. I have to hit the Alt button. So put your cursor over on the side somewhere, press your Alt button, and just move around. Now, there you go. And I'm doing this with my stylus. Now I'm doing this with my mouse. I interchange both of them. So my little stylus is magnetic, so I have it sitting on the side of my my Dell canvas. Do I recommend getting one? No, they don't make them anymore. So don't. You see one on sale, just bypass it. It's a great product. It's just they just don't make it anymore. So let's do this. I want to get rid of this. I just want to get rid of this. This is annoying. So we're going to go with Shift A. And we're going to do our normal thing here. I'm not even going to go through the... Because you should, at this point, you should be comfortable with adding the cube and subdividing it. So this, I'll do a Control 1. Then I'll crank this all the way up to 6. And then I'll hit apply. Back to sculpting mode. And let's go ahead, and this is our front view because our X is behind the negative. We're looking right at it. Right? Remember? Okay. So I'm going to go to 1, and I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to hit G for grab. I'm going to bracket key up. All the way up. Pull this down. I'm going to go to 3. I am going to pull this out. And practice with the move brush. That's what that whole section was you to practice moving things around. So I'm going to go back to 1. Now, I definitely want to get up out of that view over here with the perspective view, because what can happen is you will have an entirely different view of things. It won't, your sculpture will not look correct. So I'm going to bracket key down. I'm going to go over here to clay strips. And you see I don't have my I don't have the XY axis, the symmetry. I don't have that enabled, so we need to enable that. And so clay strips, let's see, put your strength up to about 0.4-ish, something around there. We're going to zoom in, and we're going to make a circle right about here. So that circle, it's sticking out. And it seems to be off a little bit, which is strange. That's interesting. That one side is a little bit larger than the other side. I wonder why that is. You know what? I think when I pulled things out, okay, so good. I'm glad these things are happening now. So when I pulled that out, so we're going to have to go to the beginning. I didn't have the symmetry on. Should have done that first. Okay, so I'm going to go to 1. Now I have the symmetry on. So if you notice that your brushes aren't even, let me see, Control 0. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go back to sculpt mode. I just needed to make sure that I'm going to put on the symmetry. And now I'm not going to use the clay strips brush. I'm going to use G for grab. Go right to the bottom here and pull down. Now I'm going to go press 3 for the side. This is cool right here. I think I can pull this in the back a little bit. Now I want to go 7 for top to make sure that it's looking even. So the top view, if we're going to do a regular skull, it's a little bit like this in the back. It's a little bit more narrow in the front. So I'll go back to 1. And I got this little egg shape. So pull everything around until you get like a little bit of an egg shape. And now we'll go back to our clay strips brush. And so I got these little, I got this little bit of a clay buildup, right? If I want to go the opposite, now you would figure I would have to do Alt, right? But here, I have to do Control. So Control is gonna clay strip this in. So it's gonna make this go in a lot more. So like we're making these little eye sockets here, you're gonna press down on Control and just kind of make a little circular motion right here. All right. Now this is pretty rough, so I want to smooth this out. When you are in a brush and you want to smooth things, you hit Shift. Press down on Shift and it smooths it. Now, the strength is up pretty high on this, so when you want to adjust the smooth brush, yes, you can go over here and adjust the smoothness of it. It's at 0.7, but if you're on another brush like clay strips and I hit the smooth, well, let's go over here and bring this down. So my clay strips brush, I'm going to build this up. Hit Shift and smooth. Okay, so it's still there. We got to touch a little bit lighter, but if you find that your strength for your smooth is up too much, it's becoming too smooth, then you definitely want to be aware of that. Okay, so right up here, I want to make a nose. So I'm going to make these strips like this. Now there are other ways to do this. I'll show you how to do this with the mask, but I just want to show you how to build up form. And I'm going to bring up the strength a little bit to about, let's go with somewhere around 4.8 maybe. Let's see where that is. So I'm going to build this up like this way. Okay. Now I want to turn to the side. I'm just going to turn to the side like this. See, it's building up, but it's building up slowly so we can control it. So I want this top part, I want to build this up a little bit here. And then I like to go across. Now you can do this either way. So we're making this kind of a cartoony kind of a nose here. So I want to build up the middle part of the bridge. So I'm going to build this up a bit more, keep building this up. And then from the bottom, I'm going to go right here. And then I'm lightly pressing as I'm going up. So I'm just lightly, it's like I'm shading, like imagine like I'm shading, right? If I go to the side, it comes out a little bit more, and that's fine. And so let's do this. Let's build up here to make this out a little bit more. And then we're going to go across. This doesn't seem like a lot, but this becomes a huge, ginormous help. And so the other thing is that when you zoom in, everything looks distorted because of the lens. And when you zoom out, it's like, oh, okay, I can see it a little bit clearly. So now let's go ahead and let's remesh this so we can get in the habit of doing that. You're going to go up to remesh. I believe the hotkey is Control R, but I want to manually do this for you. So let's bring the voxel size down to about 0.0, let's go with 0.07-ish, somewhere around there. And now we're gonna, I have volume, preserve volumes, remesh. And so now it remeshed it, and it's still trying to give me, it's giving me that cleaner typology for later on. I'm at about 2,000 vertices. So That's not enough. Let's go down to about 2.4. I take my time with this kind of stuff. Remesh, that's better. So I'm at 9,000. This is a little bit better. I think we could do better. Let's get a little bit wacky. Let's go down to 0.009. Let's remesh that. It'll take a second. But now we're at about 180,000 polygons, or you should be somewhere around 200,000. That's fine. Don't panic. So what I still want to do is I want to go in here and I want to build this up. So now we got more detail. So now you can see I'm building this up and then I'm just going back across. I'm going to take my time with this because I'm building up this kind of cheekbone area. Then I'm going to go right up here. And I'm going to go down. And that's how I'm slowly building up area. And I'm kind of, as I go down, I'm really thinking like I'm trying to blend this harsh. I'm trying to blend these lines here that I'm building up. That's why I keep going back the other way, because I'm trying to blend that into the flatter surface that's underneath. So if I turn to the side of our little cartoony character, you can see that this is starting to get a little bit of a, it's starting to taper, right? And so what we want to do is we're going to go ahead and hit our shift, and then we want to smooth this out, and do this lightly too. Do this very gently. Don't worry about making it all the way smooth. And so now we built up some area, or a few areas in there, and we smooth this out. Let's go ahead, and these eye sockets, they're just way too big for me. Let's grab the G brush for grab, make these larger, hit G and pull these up a little bit. Then I'm going to pull these down, and this little corner right here, I'm going to pull that in. And you adjust it however you want to adjust it. You're the artist. You go ahead and make that artistic decision. So then I'm going to go back to my clay strips brush, and what I'm about to show you is not the most elegant way of creating an eyeball, but it does work. You can always add in other geometry. But I'm just going to take my clay strips brush. I'm going to make a circle. And as I make the circle, I'm moving more towards the middle to make these stick out a little bit. Now you see I got them way over there. That looks a little weird. So here, now the eyeball does stick out a bit. It does. It's supposed to. Let's smooth this out though. Just gently smooth that out. So now we have this smoothed out. And what you can do, so over here we'll have an ear. And I'm just going to make this little half, this like D shape. And right around the curve, I'm just going to build this up. I'm building up the top part, and I'm building this up. Now there are much better ways that you should make an ear. There are. But then I'm going to kind of give that in here. But I just want you to practice building up things. I'm going to give you 2 more areas, and you can adjust the size of this. Pay attention to your vertice count. So we got the ears sticking out there, and right around here around the mouth. So what happens, and I want you to do this with me. So we're going to go down like this. You're making almost this square shape, because what we're going to do is we're putting in the tooth cylinder. So we built this up, and then we're going to go back this way. And we want to fade. Now when I say fade, that means lightly touch over here. We're going to fade that out. And then what I also want to do is right underneath here. So if we look from the side view, and you always want to check your side view, this should be sticking out. Now it looks really weird, but your mouth is a tooth cylinder. It may not stick out quite that much. Let's hit shift. And you can also kind of flatten things a little bit with shift, but your mouth is sticking out. And I'll show you in a little bit here. And the last little portion that I want you just to practice building up is building up the chin. And you want to leave a little bit of space here in between the chin. I know this is more of a cartoony, wacky character, or just a weird looking character. It's not about the geometry or the anatomy and facial features. It's just about the forms and you building up form. So let's go. If you got to adjust this to the side, you press G. I think I'm just going to bring that up a little bit. That's not, ooh, that's bad. So I'm going to bring that up a little bit here. See on that other side, that doesn't look all that great, but that's okay. So now, we have this weird looking character. It looks weird now, right? Watch what happens if you, because I pressed 1. If I take this off of here, now all of a sudden it looks like a totally different character. Face doesn't look as smashed in, but let's go ahead and make this head a little bit thinner. So I just want you to practice up with that technique of going across and building up. It's one of the best ways, I think, to build up your forms. And take your time, smooth it out, build it up, smooth it out. So just play around with that for a little bit. There's no rush. Just take your time. All right, I'll see you in the next video. First thing I'm going to do is switch over to object mode and move this up a little bit. I just don't like have it sitting like right in the middle. It's one of my little preferences there. Go back to sculpt mode. So I want to pull out this nose. So if you go to the side and you do G for grab, I mean you can, but it's a little, you can do this way. But that would defeat the purpose of me showing you the mask tool. So what we're going to do is, the mask tool is over here. There's a few different masks, but mask is just M. So if you go to M, hit mask. Initially, I like my strength to be up pretty high. But for this demonstration, we're going to start, well, I should say, we should start this out with the strength at 100%, if you will. Bracket down, because I just want you to see it very clearly. And then I'll show you how to fade out the mask for different things. So I want to select the nose, right? That's how you select. And you're essentially just painting on the mask. You're painting on the mask. And by painting on this mask, well, let's go with Control Z. That's a little bit too much there. So I want it to be right about there. So this means that if I go back to my clay strips brush and go all the way around here, everything is affected except for what is masked. That's what a mask is. Hit Control Z to undo that, but I want to actually pull out the mask. So I want to inverse the mask. So and this is the easiest way to inverse things, or to not select something. I don't know if that made sense, but instead of me trying to draw a mask over the whole entire face, the skull and everything, I want to just grab. It's easier for me to select and then hit Control I for inverse. So Control I is inverse, or invert the mask. And now I can go, you can go to the very side. I like 3/4 view first. So G. So now if I make this a little bit huge and I start pulling this out, I'm getting a much better idea of what the nose is looking like. And if I want to go ahead and zoom in a bit, kind of push in the little bridge of the nose, right up at the top of the bridge of the nose. And maybe I can pull this out. I don't know why I'm trying to make a realistic nose in some way. And then maybe I want to pull this nose out to be a bit wider, because we're going to go for a little cartoony kind of character. Or maybe I want to use my inflate brush, but we'll do that on the chin, where I'll show you the inflate brush. So now I have this here, so I'm done. What I need to do is mask, but I need to go Alt-M, which is a little bit strange to me that there's with how Alt works and does not work, etc. But when you're trying to practice your keys or whatever, sometimes if we go up here to overlays, show viewport overlays, if you want to pause the screen to see where I'm at, then the mask can become unchecked. And I don't know what that is, because I know I've hit it. I think it might be Control M or Control I don't know what it is, but I've hit it a few times. So now if I go to mask, see I got mask, and I'm trying to draw or trying to paint the mask, it doesn't look like there's a mask. This is going to happen to you. Eventually. It may, I don't know. But go back over here, and if I click onto mask, you see mask was unchecked. So now I'll just hit Alt M for not the mask. So now I have the nose pulled out a bit, but what I want to do is maybe I want to grab this bottom part and make some adjustments to it. So underneath the nose, maybe I want to make this bigger, like larger, right? So I can go up to, which I like, is box mask. So I am going to mask out maybe this area. And you see how it masks everything that I selected. It didn't mask the top of the head, so I don't know how much that's going to affect it. So if I go to 1, so I can just see a straight on view of it, makes it a lot easier. So now if I want to go down here to say I want to size this or scale it, if I hit scale, well, that does that. That's no good, right? That's not helping me at all. If I go back up here, just put it back on clay strips. So if I hit S and pull out, it's doing this weird thing right here, right? It's not doing what I want it to do. The reason being is that this line is really sharp. So we can just go back to mask. I can set my strength down, and I can go in and kind of blend that mask a bit. And right when it gets up to here, and I'll just go all the way to the side here. I'll just go all the way around. Okay. So now if I go S, pulls it out a little bit better. And this just has to do with the selection that I chose. But you can see it doesn't give you that harsh line. Just hit. I was able to you can move things around, but so let's just say I make this a little smaller, or maybe I want to push this in a bit. Might not want to do that, but you can see that the areas that have a bit more of a fade to them come out a bit smoother. But let's roll with this. Whatever you got, let's roll with that. So I'm going to hit Alt M. I want to go back to my clay strips brush, and what I want to do right now is just see what I got going in here. So I got this little jagged piece right here. Let's see if I can fix that with remesh. Bring that down just a little bit, hit remesh. Sometimes it'll fix it up, sometimes it won't. So I can just hit Shift and go smooth, and I can smooth that out, and that's fine. Go to the side here and just smooth some things out. And I'll just smooth out the ear a little bit. We're just practicing, not a big deal. And you always also want to make sure that underneath your chin and these little areas in here are not looking. You want to always check your model. So like the back here, Just gonna flatten that out a little bit, smooth it out a little bit. That's not really what a human head is gonna look like. But again, just practicing with these techniques. I still got my little egg shape on top there. I could probably hit shift and smooth out this right here. This character looks weird now. So now I can go ahead. I'm going to take my G brush, hit grab. I'm going to go to the front here. I'm going to try and push that little part in. Nah, it's not working. So now I take it out of that. Push that in a little bit, maybe. And by the way, this 2-cylinder is setting out way too much. Push that in a bit. And pushing and pulling still becomes something that's pretty important. So that's how to use the mask tool. The next tool that I want to get into is the draw sharp brush. And then I'll also talk about the inflate. Because the inflate is pretty easy to understand, but I'm going to go to the inflate. Inflate brushes, well, we'll go to that next. And then it'll probably be in the same video, which you probably know by now. All right, see you in the next video. All right, so let's take a look at the inflate brush really quick. And there's a thing that I want to talk about the inflate brush. It's over on this side, and it is, it's right here. It's one of the blue brushes. It does work. I like to click the inflate brush. So if you're working with a stylus, so I just click that with my mouse. The thing about a mouse is that, or if you're using your mouse as opposed to a stylus, I switch back and forth all the time. I wish I could sit here and tell you that I don't, but I do. And so if I grabbed this and started to trying to go around in circles, that inflates it, right? So I can inflate all this, inflate the cheeks up here. And depending on the side of the brush, shows you how much you can inflate things. The strength at about 50% is fine. So if I wanted to go in here for the eyes. Now, I haven't really talked about this because you can always go up and adjust the radius right here. But if you press the F key, it'll give you this. It gives you your radius. And Shift F gives you the strength, or the fall off, I should say. So you see it affects the strength, fall off, same thing. I just didn't want to bog you down with all of that. So now we've got this little sculpt head inflated here, looking rather weird. And I want to put a line in it. See, I got a line right here. Just hit Shift. Oh, wait, it's not working with the inflate brush. Let's go over here. I always go back to my clay strips brush. I haven't set any key for it or anything like that. So I'm wondering what is going on here, because this should not be doing. Okay. So I have clay. Oh, I was on clay, not clay strips. See, the clay brush, it's a bit smoother, and I would have to make way too many adjustments to it, and I like the roughness of the clay brush. The clay and clay thumb, I guess it works like, I think it works like it does that, which this is way too hard for me to control, because it's like you're putting your thumb onto the clay and working it. And I just don't have any control over that. At least, I mean, I don't. So, but let's look at the Draw Sharp brush. The Draw Sharp brush is fantastic because it will give you lines. So if I want to put in a little bit of a mouth here, that, and that's a pretty big draw fold. It's a pretty big brush size. So I like to make this a little bit smaller. And lining up the eye with the corner of the mouth. Put the corner of the mouth in. And there's a few ways to put in the lip. You just put in like this. And go over it a few times and you got yourself a mouth. You can also put in other things with bringing down the strength, of course. We could put in our laugh lines underneath here. That's a little bit too much. You can also add wrinkles with these. This is the other brush that I like to use. So now if I go shift really light, I've done that. Also, you can go in and, again, might not be the most elegant way, but you can kind of put the eyelids in here before you manually add, because most people add the spheres. But if you just don't want this blank expression, then that works. This brush also is pretty good for putting in the nostrils, which are usually thicker around here and get thinner as they get a little bit more pushed in. This is a cartoon nose, so so you can just kind of do whatever you want to do. You want to give this character some big nostrils, you absolutely can do that. And also hit shift. So if we go back to the inflate brush, I for inflate. So what we can do is make this larger, and we can put the ball of the nose on a little bit more. Bring that nose out a bit. See underneath here, I would have to move that around. So I'm going to go to G, move that back, move that up a little bit. And you know what? Let's go for inflate. So it's really just stretching. If I go here, and you see I'm at 233,000 vertices. If I go here and select my wireframe is still very, I think, well, halfway clean. Halfway clean. Let's not get weird. It's halfway clean. So you see that what happened when I smooth that out? So you see how that's bunched up together? I hit shift because those vertices were smashed up against each other. And so I'm smoothing these out, but you see I still have quads pretty much everywhere. Except for there. I can move this down. Let's smooth this out. So I'm smoothing out, relaxing those polygons. And I don't have anything too wacky or whatever going on here. I'm going to get rid of wireframe. Now, let's hit shift, smooth right up in here. Here's another little thing that we can go back to our masking tool. So we're going to press M for mask, and I'm going to go underneath here because there's a few different ways of pulling out the neck. When you guys start to get into your own, you start taking different sculpting courses, I always recommend I know you're saying which sculpting course, which modeling course, take all of them. And I'm not trying to be funny when I say that. Just take one, try to do one at a time, because what you're going to see, and this is the thing that I saw, not only with sculpting in Blender, but especially sculpting in ZBrush, there are so many different workflows, right? So many different workflows that you can you can learn so many different things from so many different artists. And I'll keep saying so many, but there are a lot of different workflows. So expose yourself to all different kinds of artists. It's the same way that if you were trying to draw manga or trying to draw comics, don't just draw like one person. When you're trying to take in that information, of course, you want to learn your basics and fundamentals, which you're learning some of the basics of the basics here. But also, you want to maybe study the way that this artist does anatomy and that artist does anatomy. And you take in little parts, you put them into your mental bank. So when it becomes time for you to express, then you're able to do that. So I made this little portion right here. I think this will be good enough. And so we're going to invert the mask. So we're going to go Control I. Now, I can make this very, very, very large. G for grab. And I can pull out. Let's turn this to the front. So it's not quite where I want it to be. I think I need to bring it up a little bit. I need to readjust that mask. I think it's a little bit too much chin right there. Now, I can always just add on more to the chin. And so we could pull this out like so. This can work, right? That's fine. Let's hit Control Z. Now, a brush that I normally really didn't work with was the snake hook brush. But the snake hook brush is also really good at pulling this out. It's really good at pulling out this geometry because I have it huge. Right? Ginormous. And so that works too. And so this is still the snake hook. I'm just moving this around. You might have a little bit less control with the snake hook brush. So I got the snake hook brush. We pulled this out. And maybe pull this out like a little make kind of a bust there. You see how it's kind of changing? That's really, I think that's it's super neato. Super neato. All right. And so let's go I for inflate. Now this just inflates, making this a little bit on the thicker side. I'm going to inflate that front a bit. Right? And now I'm going to hit G for grab. So there we go. So now I got myself a neck there. We'll hit Alt M. So now this character of mine has a neck. And what I can do now, maybe I want to build up this jaw a little bit. So now I'm going back to my clay strips brush. It's pretty big, but that's okay. I want to build up that jaw anyway. Now I'm going to hit Shift so I can smooth this out. And a few different ways that we can do this. So maybe this character has a big, thick, muscular neck. Down here, I could put in it's our large muscle that goes up here. Sternocleidomastoid. I know, I threw some I threw some anatomy there. Sternocleidomastoid. That's what that is. And back here, that little dip in here, this is going to be a lot of the trapezius muscle right here. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I got to do it. And there's a part in here. This is your spine, the upper part of your spine right by your neck. Down here, you'd be able to see the 7th vertebrae. I know, but it's got to happen. All right. I'm trying to keep this a little bit more cartoonier. I would definitely fix up the ears. And so right now, I just want to go ahead and stop there. And then I want to talk to you about a few more brushes right there. Actually, let's go ahead and put in the clavicle. a little bit of indication of it at least. Right here in the front. See how that's not as dense? So we could probably do a remesh again. I'm just going down bit by bit, hitting remesh. See what happens when we remesh. Let's see how many we get. Now it jumped up to 400,000. But, and I should have made a wider, depending on what this character looks like, he's probably not going to have. Well, anyway, without me giving you an anatomy lesson, which I know that's not what you're here for. So I put a little indication of the clavicle, and sternocleidomastoid actually attaches to your clavicle. So, by the way, as I close, sterno, meaning sternum, clavicle, sternocleidomastoid, mastoid is going into your masseter muscle, that's the jaw muscle. I'm trying to practice on my Latin terms there. Trying to be fancy, people. Trying to be fancy. All right, I will see you in the next video. So this is looking pretty smooth here. So let's decimate it. First, I want to go in with probably my clay strip brush, and I'm gonna hit Alt. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna hit Alt. I'm hitting Control. I keep getting confused because I'm so used to Alt on ZBrush. I'm just gonna try and make like a little indentation of the ear, and maybe bring a little bit of that part back. I don't want it to be too realistic and, you know, put the Y on the inside and all that other stuff. But let's just go ahead and do this. At least just make this somewhat ear-like. Now, in order to get this crease, I will go back to my Draw Sharp brush to get much more of a crease in here. Just go back over that a few times. Now, the interesting thing is that the Draw brush does come in handy, but I like to use that. So let's say I want to thicken up this brow. So I now can go to my Draw brush, make this bigger, and this thickens things up. So I do this with muscles, with my secondary, sometimes tertiary forms. This is another pretty decent option of that. And you know what? I'm going to hit Alt, because I'm going to hit Alt, and I'll show you what I'm about to do here. I'm going to put that little divot in between. Whoops. Hit Control. Put that there. I didn't really throw on any lips or anything, because again, I want to keep this sort of simple, and I want to... I don't know what everybody's... Again, I know I keep saying that, but just doing this long enough, I want to jut out this mouth a little bit. I want to jut out the bottom lip. Even though the top lip technically is over the bottom lip, because your teeth are over... the top part of your teeth are over your bottom teeth. That's why I did that mouth cylinder. But let's just... There's a few ways of doing this, but I want to do this the fun way. And I like to just get in here and just... there. And I'm going to hit smooth. I could have did that. I could also have done that with... I could have done that as well with the with that brush, the clay strips brush. Could have done that there, but I did not. And let's take G for grab here before we decimate anything. G for grab. I'm gonna move that down a bit. I didn't put, there's no eyebrows, there's no eyes, so if there's a few different techniques of bringing in the eyes or whatever, but for right now, I just want you guys to concentrate on this sort of thing right here where we're just working with the regular brushes. Now, I do want to talk a bit about the scrape as opposed to flatten. So flatten, so let's say that I wanted to flatten out his head up here for whatever reason. I wanted to flatten this out. this can make everything flat, but I just found that around everything, see, it makes it flat, right? But it's a little harder for me to control, and I don't like that as much, as opposed to if I use scrape. And you got to be careful with this too, because scrape, you really want to go in, I think going in one direction is best. So you see how it did that to the eyebrows, the brow? And we still can work with that, but now I have this, now I was able to scrape that, and it gave me a lot more control. So, just something to think about. And let's go ahead and draw. I'm going to bring up this jaw a little bit more. No, that's terrible. So this is why you always have to keep turning your model. And so I am keeping this pretty cartoony, and I call this cartoony because there's some things anatomically that are just not, that are just not all the way there correct, and there's some stuff going on here to where I would absolutely fix this clay strip. So I'm going to add in a little bit more right there. And then hit shift. So there you go. Hit G, maybe grab that chin out a bit more. Now when I do stuff like this, then I want to turn to make sure that that's going, well, I can maybe grab that underneath here, pull that out a bit. Okay. So also you look and see how this character looks a different way here than it does in orthographic view where there's no perspective. But then if you zoom out, then you can kind of get a much better outlook on what the character is, or who the character is as a character. There's another thing that you also can do up here. If you switch on to camera and view, the focal length. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the focal length. This is at 50 millimeters. So that's fine. So 50 millimeters. If I bring up the focal length, that's fine. That's cool, right? So if I start to shrink the focal length to like a 17 millimeter, so you see, so you look at all of these lines right here, right? So now if I pull up close, then all of a sudden I got this fisheye distortion. So this is like a fisheye lens. So it's a really short, it is a very, it's a very, oh, this is freaking me out. Okay, so your lens can be, we'll zoom out a bit, right about there, and we'll bring it back up to about 50. I'm close to you. All right. So sometimes because I know that when I'm doing other things, people ask me about foreshortening and distortion. You can foreshorten the face, etc. Well, this is one of those things. It has to do with your focal length more so than how close the object is to the camera, because even we're closer now, and there's a little bit of foreshortening there, or a little bit of fisheye effect, or curvilinear perspective, and obviously there's less back there. So I'm on grab. Okay, maybe we'll widen out that nose a bit, give him some kind of indication of a nostril. Checking my model, checking to make sure everything is looks at least passable. When it comes to things like let's say the eyebrows or whatever, first of all, it's at 473. Let's add a modifier. Let's go ahead and do a subdivision. Not a subdivision. Oh my goodness, no, that's not what we want to do. Don't want to do that. We want to decimate. And so we'll decimate at about, let's go with 0.4 maybe. I'll hit enter, and it's 473, so it might take a little bit longer depending. Your mileage may vary, as they say. So it would take the face count down to 3. That's fine. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna hit it. Oh, nope. I hit duplicate. Okay, let's get rid of this. Because I think it brought it down another 4, so it gave us 150. So I guess I know if I go another 4, let's just go ahead and hit apply. So let's get it down to about 150. Because you know what? I'm going to save this file and give it to you guys. Let's go ahead, go back to... Sorry, it's been a long morning. Decimate. And we'll go another 0.4. We'll hit enter. And we will wait. Okay, and I'm going to hit apply. Okay. All right, so we've done that. Those are the brushes that I deal with. I don't mess with, I don't usually do with snake hook too much other than what you saw. If we're looking at something like, say, maybe like the clay strips, I probably would go back to that to maybe or do clay strips and then maybe do a crease or something for adding the indication of the eyebrow. So, but I would have to make this. I would want more control, so I could put that in there. Maybe put an indication of some eyebrows, and and I know that people do add a different cylinder for hair, but I don't want this character to have any hair. That's a whole different thing. I'm trying to find it. Where is... So like crease can give you like these... It can sharpen things and crease things, but it also can pull things out a little bit more than what I would like. You can always go back to draw sharp and divide this up a little bit to indicate somewhat of an eyebrow. And maybe we can do another Dynamesh. But I'm going to leave this alone, because again, when it comes to things like anatomy, and I'm just hitting Control Z, that's all I'm doing. And I'll go right here and I'll just hit Shift. So we can get... So when it comes to things like anatomy and adding hair and adding clothing and all the other stuff that will go along with you sculpting, all that stuff is very advanced. I would definitely say with what you saw here with this particular section today, just work on those basic brushes. Play with the radius and strength, obviously, but beyond that, I don't mess with... I would say in the very beginning, just get used to what the brushes feel like. Like I tell my 2D students, when you're with if you're used to drawing with pencil, the minute that you switch over to a stylus, that plastic on plastic doesn't feel right, and it takes us some time to get used to it. Get used to some of the hotkeys that I showed you with the Alt and Control and the inverse and things like that. Just practice with some of those basics, because when you do get into a sculpting course that is a bit more advanced, or even a real beginner sculpting course. Yes, I taught you some beginning stuff here, but when you get into a beginner sculpting course and you're trying to follow along, the thing that I've noticed is that you could get a sculpting course that's a little bit older. I ran into that, and the person was working with an earlier version of Blender, and I had to just wipe away the keystrokes and everything, and the interface, because it was totally throwing me off. If make sure that it's not that. Well, you know what? I'm going to save some advice for the last video to send you on your way. So I want to get into that because it's at 14 minutes and I'm starting to ramble a little bit, but I'm going to go into the next one to give you like some next steps and show you some good things that you will probably find useful. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, first of all, what I was getting into in the last one, as you're closing, your next step, if you want to do hard surface modeling, then I would strongly suggest that you start with some low poly modeling, some mesh modeling, especially if you're going to get into games or you're trying to animate something. That would be your next step, without a doubt. Start with low poly. I know that there are some really cool add-ons out there like Hard Ops, and there's Kit Ops, there's all kinds of things that show you, that allow you to make some really elaborate items and objects. But try to learn the basics of your of just the modeling of your typology with hard surface modeling. Also, if you're trying to sculpt, you're trying to make characters, and you're wondering, should you do Blender or ZBrush? Look, I own ZBrush, but I also know that ZBrush is $800, right? At very least, you should probably go for ZBrush Core. Just start out with ZBrush Core. ZBrush Core Mini, it's fantastic just to practice basic stuff like this. You can save everything as Z projects. They're wonderful. And you can upgrade to ZBrush Core. ZBrush Core is about $170. I haven't had a chance to try 3D Coat. I just can't keep using a bunch of different softwares. But eventually getting to ZBrush, if you're going to sculpt a lot, that might be an investment that you want to get into. Also, ZBrush is also monthly, so there is that. But I would definitely say start out with a basic sculpting course. Now, this is my own biased personal opinion if you're getting into sculpting and character sculpting. I know that it's very popular to say you don't have to draw to know how to sculpt. Well, technically you don't have to, but I will say this. If you at any other time were struggling to make this particular weird face, and you just couldn't quite get it, and you don't know the basics of anatomy, and when I started throwing out just a few of the casual Latin terms, then it's a good idea for you to learn some basic anatomy. Learn how to draw. Just learn how to draw some basic stuff. Learn how to draw with simple shapes. Learning how to draw always helps. It always helps. It's one of the things that I know for certain allowed me to sculpt a lot better a lot sooner, because there were things that I just didn't. There were things that clicked with me in 3D that I had been doing in 2D all along, right? So when I was following along with an anatomy tutorial, and the instructor would put in the muscles of the back, and I'd been drawing the muscles of the back, but then when I got a chance to sculpt them, it's like, oh, okay, this totally takes it to another level, because I already knew the muscles, and I already kind of figured out. Once I figured out the tool, I'm like, oh, well, I can make this look like this, and I turn the model and all that other good stuff. And so when I put these little laugh lines in here, I didn't put that in there by mistake. I could have thickened this part up in here to give you the nasolabial fold. I could have done a lot more with the nostrils in here. Could have extended the ball of the nose. I played around with the bridge of the nose. Up here in the keystone, that's what I always call it. In between the eyebrows, I know that the brow itself is thicker. I know that the eye over here, this actually should be this should have a little bit more thickness to it because there's some fat pads and stuff in there. Also know that the eyeball is round, it sticks out. I know that the mouth has to stick out. Not quite like this, but I wanted to make it here. There is the crease that's in the chin. This goes in. There's these little parts on the outside of the bottom lip. There's the little creases, the corner creases that I tried to put in, but then they kind of disappeared afterwards because I didn't want to go detail crazy. The side of the head right here could be a little bit flatter, but that's the temporalis. Around there is where the eye socket sits in. The eye socket has to the eyes sit back a little bit within the character. There's also muscles around the eyes. This is stuff that if you know it and you know that it's there, it will help you make a better sculpture. At least in my opinion. That doesn't mean to discourage you to say, oh, I got to learn how to draw first. You can still practice the stuff that you've been doing. That's fine. But I would say that once you learn a bit of anatomy, that will help you out. And I think that's about it. What I also will say is that if you're trying to get really good at doing texture and texture painting, I am not so sure that this is the application. You can do it, but Substance Painter seems to be the thing. It really does. It seems to be the new Photoshop, for a lack of a better term. Substance Painter really is there. I haven't got a chance to dive into it yet. But if you notice, there also aren't a lot of current tutorials on Blender texture painting and painting. There were, but now I think since Substance Painter, it just kind of took over. And I'm not advertising for Substance Painter. You can unwrap all of this stuff and take it into Photoshop like I do. I'm not ready to make the commitment for a monthly commitment for Substance Painter, Designer, etc. So this some of the stuff to keep in mind. I'm going to go ahead and light this. What you can do, we'll hit Shift A. Whoops, that's not what I was trying to do. Control Z, I keep forgetting. Let me go back into object mode. I'm going to hit Shift A, and I'm going to add lights. So I'm going to go down here to where it says light, and I am going to hit 3 points. You're like, what's 3 points? It's a 3-point lighting system. You can't see it here, but if you go, not material, but if you go to the next one, you have a 3-point lighting system. Now, if we zoom out, we can see we got 3 lights here, and it also gives us a camera. Where, pray tell, is it? Go to your add-ons. So go up to Edit, go to your add-on menu. If you go into Community and you type in lights, you just type in light, it'll say lighting, try lighting. It comes with Blender, and you can add that there. Now, with the lighting, if we choose, there's the main light. You can turn that off if you want. That's the main light. You're going to have this in the file, so it'll be there. So over here, let's light this head really quick, and then I'll let you guys up out of here. I hope you guys enjoyed this course. I hope that this was something that is very helpful to you, and I hope this gave you a lot more confidence, which is the entire point of the course, to have you guys go in and really understand some of the basics. But the key light, that's the main light there. So it's at 3 watts. That's no good. We'll crank that up so we can see the face. Right? I got it cranked up to about 132. That lights the face. And right here we have the fill light. That is filling in the area. The fill light up there, that's cool, I guess. Let's turn the fill light. We'll click onto where it says color. We will turn that to a bluish color so you can just blatantly see it. I'm going to hover over the power, increase the wattage until I start getting this little blue hue. It's really subtle. Then that's called the fill light. The backlight, or to create a rim light, we just crank that all the way up. Now that's on the other side, right? But I want to move this behind this character. So I'm going to click onto here. I'm going to go with move. I'm going to move this behind like this, and I'm going to pull this down. Now you can look over here and say, where is this at? Oh, wait, it's way in the front. No wonder it's not working. So just kind of move this back. We'll kind of move this to the front. So now if you go ahead and hit the F12 button, then you'll have that. Because I wasn't looking through the right camera. When I did this before, it gives me a camera view. So let's change our camera view. So I'm going to click over here. I'm going to hit camera view. So now I'm going to move the camera around. This will be moved around for you. So camera, wait, where is it? Item. So going under item, and I'm going to rotate this. You know what? I'm going to rotate this all this way, and then I'm going to move it over. Then I'm going to go to the x-axis, and then I'm going to go to the z-axis. Head is down a little bit. I could probably stand to rotate it like that. So I want it straight ahead, and then I'm going to go down on the z-axis. So now, instead of that, so now I have the camera view in here, and I could zoom in, scroll my middle mouse wheel, and hit F12. Then you can save that for those of you that want to practice light and shadow and stuff like that. So this is going to be your blend file that you have for here, along with some of the other blend files that I've decided to include. And yeah, so I hope you enjoyed the course. Thank you so much for learning with me. If you found the course helpful, or if you found that this is just what you needed, leaving a review for me is always awesome. It lets Udemy know that I am a wonderful instructor that you like. And if you want to check out any of my other courses, please. And if you want, please do so. And if you want to reach out to me, I strongly urge everyone to ask me questions. Ask me those questions that you're probably afraid to ask in other courses. So just go ahead and ask. I do really appreciate that when you guys are interacting with me and asking me questions. If I don't know, I'll say I don't know. If I'm able to find out, then I'll try and find out for you. Because I don't know everything, right? All right. Thank you so much. Now go forth and blend stuff. All right.